our host, Ngalonganzi.
yego
kinege kwaraza mu
Abanywanyi
kwakira
bacu marwari
cyangwa bituzateye inyama n'umutwaro cyangwa n'umuhungu na bwiza
yego ye
uramereza neza basangiranye yego nuko yego
iyo mwaga mureba mwe iyo mwaga mureba mwe iyo mu Rwanda rw'amahoro iyo urahirana iyo rugerwa n'amahanga iyo ramba Rwanda rwiza ababyeyi barabyara abandi barahetse amatabuni imitozo
tabarwa shangurira ikamere
iyo mwibango ngariza u Rwanda urakesha igitaramo bakamwizihira babarora ramba Rwanda
nimwumve ibyiza by'u Rwanda mahama
reka
nsingiza u Rwanda mbyaye shenge Rwanda rwiza Rwanda rw'imisozi u Rwanda rwacu rw'ibiyaga n'ibirunga ibiriza oroma nimwumve ibyiza by'u Rwanda mama imirambi myiza y'iwacu shenge amata bateza agatemba we nk'ibibaya bicinigenge ku mugoroba inyana zitashye mahama nimwumve ibyiza by'u Rwanda mama ibyiza by'u Rwanda mama
All right. Let's hear it one more time for Inganzo Ngali. Murakoze cyane. Man, Rwanda, we're eating good. You guys are good to us. We don't deserve this, but yes. This was nice, right? It was not. I saw you guys taking pictures. You didn't like it? This was nice, right? Thank you. That is the perfect way to begin day 2. I'm excited about the day sessions coming up. Here, you're going to hear from a variety of perspectives, and we are going to be centering even more young voices today, and that's how we're beginning, with a reflection and some expectations from some of the young voices in the crowd here today. And so, to kick us off today, I'm happy to invite one of the people who you saw yesterday. He is Mr. Francois de Paul Mugisha, an MPA candidate at the African School of Governance. He's also the African School of Governance student representative, the president of the Student Representative Council. So please, Mr. Mugisha, join us on stage. There he is.
His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, co-founder and chair of ASG Board, Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed leaders, fellow Africans, all protocols observed, good morning. Before setting the expectations of young people today, allow me to first express our gratitude to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, His Excellency Paul Kagame, and His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn for founding this great institution. Thank you for building a place where young Africans can hone their leadership and governance skills without crossing oceans and without disconnecting from their African realities. Yesterday's discussions reinforced an important reality. Africa does not lack resources nor ambition. What we lack is the discipline to execute. We heard about the execution gap between what Africa wants and what Africa has built. We heard that we cannot watch our neighbors struggle and stay silent because we are not developing until they too are on the right track. And we heard how Ethiopia moved from famine to massive energy power generation while mobilizing its own people and its own savings. The question before us today is how to build on such success stories and turn our resources into inclusive growth and dignified working opportunities for our people. First, we must move from reacting to anticipating. Too often, our strategies, though bold and ambitious, assume a linear path of execution. But the future is neither constant nor easily predictable. At the African School of Governance, we are embracing foresight and anticipatory governance in policymaking. Understanding the future is not static, and anticipating diverse scenarios allows nations to be proactive about development rather than merely reacting to global shocks and trends. This matters in a world shaped by technological disruptions, climate change, and geopolitical shifts. Nations that anticipate change seize opportunities. Nations that merely react find themselves often catching up. Second, we must move from schooling to actual human capital development. Fortunately, much of what drives development is already known. Research shows that investment in education, healthcare, and nutrition raises labor productivity, accelerates structural transformation, and moves workers into productive activities. Human capital is not just a social investment, it's an economic and productivity investment. Unfortunately, too often when measuring human capital, we tend to stop at enrollment rates, certificates, degrees, and the likes. Yet, it is more than schooling and mere statistics. It is about capabilities. Can people solve problems? Can they adopt new technologies and create value? Can they compete globally? This is especially important for Africa. We often quote that by 2050, 1 in 3 young workers in the world will be African. Ladies and gentlemen, a youthful workforce does not guarantee a demographic dividend. It will be determined by the capabilities of our people aligned with our development goals. Third, we must move from exporting labor to exporting value. As we think about mindset reset, we must keep in mind the challenge of labor productivity. The World Bank estimated that 2/3 of migrants from sub-Saharan Africa move to another African countries, 3/4 of them to a neighboring state through regional economic communities. Only about 1/3 leave the continent altogether. Among those who do, many are highly educated. More than 1/3 of African migrants in OECD countries hold a tertiary degree. Yet, much of that education goes unused. In the European Union, 48% of high-skilled migrants from outside the EU work in low or middle-skilled labor. This reflects two challenges at once: brain drain and brain waste. Africa invests its resources in developing talent, yet much of its value is captured elsewhere. So when we speak about the projected numbers of Africans' population, our ambition cannot be to export labor. It should be far greater than that. We should aspire to export software, not programmers, health services, not healthcare workers, financial services, not only finance professionals. Distinguished guests, Africa's youth are asking for nothing out of reach. Relevant skills, dignified work opportunities, effective and dynamic institutions, and the opportunity to contribute. I would like to invite us to reflect on 3 questions as we delve into today's conversations. 1, how can we become futuristic in how we govern? 2, how can we build the human capital our future requires? 3, and how can we turn that human capital into productivity, value, and shared prosperity? If we can answer those questions, inclusive growth and dignified work will not remain aspirations. They will become outcomes. I thank you for your kind attention.
I'm ready to call it. I think we're all going to be working for Francois soon. Do you guys see that? That man is going places. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for him. And now also to help frame this second day, lawyer and policy expert, Wairimu Manyara.
Good morning, everyone. I feel like this is not a youthful vibe at all. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to stand on the existing protocols, but I'm also going to say a very big thank you to His Excellency Haile Mariam, as well as His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, and the President of the Republic of Rwanda. For me, every time I come to Rwanda, I feel like I'm at home. And I'm always, thank you. And yesterday it was good to hear genesis of how I'm able to travel from Nairobi every time to Kenya with my ID. So I never use my passport in East Africa. And it's usually because where you feel like home is how you identify yourself. So if I'm identifying myself at the border with my ID, I might as well be at home because it's the same reception I'd get in my home country. And I think the vision that we all have here today is ideally not just moving from Nairobi to Kampala or Nairobi to Kigali, but being able to move from Nairobi to Lagos and still presenting my ID. I'm honored to be here today, and again, very grateful to the ASG, particularly the president, Mr. Francis Gatare, for having us here, and also for having not only the youth present, but also the youth speaking and the youth voices being represented. Additionally, I'd like to thank my mentor, and I think it's important to do this because at the essence of intergenerational dialogue is we couldn't have taken certain steps to be where we are if others hadn't walked before us and if others hadn't given us the opportunity to be where we are. And so I'd also like to thank Mr. Ivan Atuyambe, who's been my mentor for around 6 years now, for this opportunity to be present. And I'll begin my reflection, I think, with how I internalized it and more of a personal story in terms of what mindset shift means to me, but also the crucial part of it is how I think we should take it forward and how it should be identified. And so for me, yesterday, a key aspect made me reflect about around 20 years ago. I was around 8, 9 years old in primary school. And my biggest problem at the time was that boys were being allowed to play football during lunch, and some of us could not be able to play football. And I remember back then, our parents used to ship us to our grandparents' house. You spend 2, 3 weeks with your grandparents walking around the farm and telling stories. And my grandmother, who's passed, asked me, how is school? How are you doing? And I told her, Shosho, my main problem is, at lunchtime we have like 40 minutes, but the boys get to eat quickly and they go and play football. And then some of us, I don't know what games to go play. And I told her it makes me feel sad sometimes because that's when you start to realize the gender differences. And so she asked me, why can't you be able to go play football at lunchtime? And I told her, because I have a skirt and I can't be able to maneuver the field with a skirt. And she told me, why can't you put on shorts inside your skirt? The same way the boys have shorts and they're able to play. And a key element of that she was communicating was the fact that you can't necessarily limit yourself mentally. You have to build that confidence to then be able to create the changes that you'd want to make. And so my grandmother isn't here today. And for me, it was important, that was the important reflection I had, because for them and a lot of them, when they were stepping forward as nurses, they were stepping forward as leaders without never having seen people with the same color of their skin in those positions. And so my grandmother was the first registered African nurse in Kenya and served as the first Black matron in Kenya. And we might not have very similar firsts to that now, but we also need to conceptualize ourselves, and that's the key takeaway. We need to conceptualize ourselves and to, the word is not decolonize, right? To break some of these mental barriers to be able to take the steps that we take today. And Her Excellency said, moving from being a mother to a vice president as well was not the easiest step, but I don't think she would have done it if she wasn't able to have her own personal reflections and to have her own individual mindset shift. And so as I wrap up and as I continue, I think my key element is we can all speak about the macro aspects of the mindset shift that we want to have, but I think at the end of the day, it begins with us, and that's how we're able to communicate it and to translate it. So 20 years later, my grandmother is not here, but I think those concepts stick. 60 years from now, some of us will not be present in those rooms, but the concept of meta-Africanism should be able to stand and should be able to translate. And I think we don't necessarily pass them down in classrooms, we don't pass them down through magnanimous speeches, we pass them down through conversations. And the more we internalize them and they become part of our culture, they then begin to be normative, and we're able to communicate them, and they become part of who we are. And so for me, the key challenge, I guess to me and to a lot of young people, is how much of it are you able to internalize? Therefore, how much of it can you be able to carry forward every single day as you continue? And I mean, I wouldn't be remiss to speak here, especially because the Permanent Secretary for Foreign Affairs of Kenya, Ms. P.S. Korir, is here, and some of the leadership that's here, that's present here today. We wouldn't be able to have this without having a few key asks for leadership as we begin this step. Africa currently has 30% of the world's critical minerals that are necessary to be able to develop. That's lithium, that's cobalt. Recently, Zimbabwe had a ban on exporting raw lithium, which ideally the goal for that is to be able to build its own internal capacity to process lithium, so we're not necessarily always exporting the raw product. But the questions that came to Zimbabwe, and validly so, was, is your electricity grid capable to be able to, first of all, power the industries that it takes to produce this lithium? Are your industries able to offtake some of this lithium that you want to be able to produce? And so we can have, I think, many times certain key asks to our governments, but then the question comes, how prepared are we? How do we take those steps? And I think Zimbabwe is just an example, and I think we can use this for several industries across the continent. And for me, it always personally reflects in terms of what is my role in this. If, for example, in this day and age, I was a young person in Zimbabwe and the ban has been implemented, do I have a registered company that I can be able to build on to eventually, start a company, seek investment to be able to be one of those manufacturers or producers? And those dreams seem too big and too unachievable, but I think they all start with an idea. And so a few key asks for our governments is take certain routes so you can also take bets on us, so we can be able to think, to innovate, and to create. I don't think we necessarily need new apartments in Kilimani, in Addis Ababa. We need steel industries. We need better agriculture. We need better agriculture in processing. I think a lot of farmers in certain parts of Kenya, for example, are still irrigating through diesel pumps, when it's been found that solar pumps are cheaper than this. So what access do we have to solar pumps to be able to ease and to greater produce in terms of agriculture? But also the last ask is, young people are energetic, and many times our energy is seen as somewhat intrusive, and we're labeled as terrorists. But many times we're just frustrated citizens with key concerns and key asks. And we ask for opportunities for dialogue so we can be able to take the next steps forward. And I think that's why we're extremely grateful for the opportunity that ASG has given us today. But finally, I think to all the young people in the room today, and I know we usually hate it when you refer to as the youth, but that's what we are. I think the key asks I have for us today are very general, right? First, we tend to do things that seem to be cool. And so what seems to be cool is the direction that we'll take. And so anything that's not cool, the new term for it is it's an ick. And so my key ask is maybe we can redefine what's cool, and then we can take the next steps forward. And so it is actually cool to try very hard. It's cool to hustle. It's cool to start your company and to knock on doors and to seek investment. It is cool to do all those aspects. Secondly, it is cool to vote. For those of you here many times who don't have your voters' cards, but are very frustrated about the governance systems that you have, get a voter's card, get an ID in your country, and show up to vote. That's when your voice is heard. Thirdly, it is cool to speak your mother tongue. And I think that's a key aspect that we're about to lose. Someone said we don't fully connect with Pan-Africanism, and it's because we're getting more and more distant from our culture. Regardless of how much English you speak, you will never become a Briton. Regardless of how much, French you speak, you'll never be a Frenchman, you'll never be Belgian. And so learn your mother tongue. And sometimes the education system has failed us, where, for example, I didn't learn my mother tongue in university or even in primary school, but there's opportunities to still be able to learn that so you can better integrate with your culture. Another thing, and I think this I have to admit that I stole this from yesterday, is history favors the brave. I think if RPF had not crossed the border in 1994, we would not be standing here as we stand today. No one remembers that Uhuru Kenyatta lost the election in 2002, but still served 2 years in government in Kenya. In 2002, sorry, yes. Raila Odinga lost several elections in Kenya, but still died one of the most celebrated heroes that we've ever had. And so if you're going to take your L, you take your L and you move on. It takes a degree of madness to move, and you just have to keep pushing. And someone also mentioned this yesterday, you can reinvent yourself as many times as you can. If His Excellency Thabo Mbeki has been in the ANC for 70 years, and we use that to calculate, it takes approximately 10 years to 15 years for you to become an expert in your field. You can become a doctor, you can become a lawyer, you can become a businessman, you can go into tech, you can become an influencer, and you can still do that around 5 to 6 times in your lifetime and still achieve your greatest goal. So if you stop and you never keep moving, you really then will never fully achieve your potential. And sometimes it's really hard, especially I know most of us, when you take that L and you just want to give up. I think it's important that we keep going. And finally, it's cool, right? It's not an ick to be political. It's not an ick to run for office. We need young voices, we need young people present in governments to be able to reflect the needs that we have. And therefore, if you sit here and you're like, no, I'm just going to go this traditional path, and you have certain skills, I think I read a study that said that we tend to elect people who are more outspoken, who tend to be performers, but what happens to the people who have the technical capacity? They tend to shy away from those political seats. And I think we had here yesterday, we are, from His Excellency Honorable Kagame, the leadership problem is part of us because we are the people who vote. And as well, we are the people who do not stand when we do have the capacity. And so I'll close by saying in my mother tongue, And it's one my mom used to use when you don't take her for errands on Saturday and you don't get ice cream at the end of the day. She used to use it to justify you not getting that ice cream. And she used to say, Mote ogwagera oria eha kuhe. And it means the tree falls on the one who's close. So that means, one, it can mean that you're in danger if the tree falls on you. But two, if the tree is a tree of opportunity, it falls on the one who's standing close. And so how close do you want to be if you don't take that step, if you don't take that chance? And it takes a degree of madness to be able to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Irimo. That was a full W. Like, she ate with that, right? She left no crumbs. And thank you for redefining what is cool. It's cool to vote. There's a bunch of elections coming up in the next 1 year. How many elections in your countries? How many countries have elections in the next 1 year? I know there's local government elections in South Africa soon, Nigeria at the beginning of the year. Where else? Kenya in August. The Gambia. Burundi is coming up. Mozambique. Elections the next 1 year. Come on. Zimbabwe. Morocco. Fantastic. So are you guys all registered voters? I think we talked about this yesterday, right? About why it is that young people keep getting directed to other fields but not politics. And I think Wairimu reinforced that you have to get involved and it's cool to be political. So I hope the message is home. Right now for our keynote, please welcome my friend Acheleke, President, Chairman for Africa at McKinsey.
Good morning. Sorry, can I have the clicker? It was supposed to be up here. You know, you can't have a consultant and he doesn't bring slides. So if I could have the clicker, that'd be great. But while waiting for that and for the presentation to come up, just wanted to first congratulate Francis and the team for the amazing work they've done and Your Excellency as well. I remember it probably was 4 years ago, I got a WhatsApp call from Your Excellency talk about how they had this idea for the school and wondered, and it was just an idea on paper at the time, and wondered if McKinsey could help. And I'm very excited and proud that we're able to support you over 2-3 years to actually put the business plan together and to get the school off the ground, and to see what you've built has been incredibly amazing. So congratulations again. All right, so I don't see the clicker. Oh, it's here, sorry. Oh, my bad. There we go. All right, so what I thought I would do, we've had many conversations about different topics. I thought as a good consultant, I'll bring some numbers and some facts to the discussion to really bring it to life, why this mindset change is hugely important. And I thought I'll take 2 examples. One, we'll start with natural resources, and that actually builds on what the last speaker was talking about. But it's just mind-boggling the resources we have that the world needs that sit on the continent. So I just gave a few examples. Look at the platinum group metals. Of all the PGM produced in the world today, 90% comes from Africa, 90. And that's used to make, hydrogen, it's used to make some electronics. You look at cobalt. Of all the cobalt produced in the world today, 75% comes from the continent, right? And that's used, as you know, to make EV, to make batteries. And you go down the chain, right? You look at cocoa. Of all the cocoa produced, 70% of all cocoa, and that's used for chocolate. Chrome, 70% of all the chrome is produced here, and that's used for steel. Phosphate, which we absolutely need for fertilizers, between 70 and 80% of all of it is produced here. And you can see the list, right? Look at unused arable land to cultivation and for farming. 60% of all the unused arable land in the world is in Africa, right? So look at what we're sitting on as a continent, right? And how do we not use that to really make a difference to our lives? So we're sitting on most of the resources the world needs. That's the first point. The second, however, is we know that we've not been able to use this to benefit our people. And why is that? And the real reason is because We mine it, but we don't refine it, right? So remember manganese, remember it was about 50 to 70% of all the manganese in the world comes from Africa. We only process 9%, right? Cobalt, remember 70% of all the cobalt in the world comes from Africa. We only process 3%. You go down the list, chrome, at least we're at 24% processing of chromium and about 40% of phosphate into fertilizer. Right? So the first thing is we process very little of those resources locally. But what's even staggering is look at China. Right? China has no manganese. It has 4% manganese in the world, but it processes 70% of all the manganese in the world today. Right? China has no cobalt, right? But it processes over 80% of all the cobalt in the world. And you go down the list, chromium processes about 50% and phosphate about 60%. Right? So what is the mindset that the Chinese had, which is, I actually don't have these resources. And the natural answer is to say, well, I don't have it, so I won't do anything about it. But what they said is, no, I don't have it, but that shouldn't stop me, right? So let me think about how I put together an ecosystem to make sure I get those resources from wherever they are, bring them into my country, process it, refine it, turn it into an end product, and export that again, right? And they're saying, I'm not going to get 10% of the world's cobalt or 20%. I'm going to get 80%, right? So they think about this at scale, real scale. And I think that is a challenge for us as a continent. How do we replicate that? Now, let me tell you again why this is important. So we took two examples. We just wanted to bring this to life. Let's take electric vehicles and think about the entire value chain, right? From you have to first mine the cobalt, and then you refine it, right? Then you turn it into battery cells, and then you put it into an EV car, right? So that's the chain. Imagine there's $100 of value across that chain. So you can make $100 across those 4 steps. Now we try to understand how much money can you make in each step. So the mining step will give you $3. Of the $100, you make 3 from mining, right? From the refining, you'll make 16, right? But most of the value, more than $80 of the $100, sits in the last 2 steps, right? The people doing the battery and then building the car. Now look at how much value we as Africa get, right? So we said mining, of the $3, we do most of the mining. So we get 80% of that, right? Then of the $16 in the refining, we do a bit of refining, so we get 20% of that. But of where the value really sits, that 80% plus, we make nothing, right? No value at all. In a context where we know we need the revenue for our governments to drive growth and to fund the growth. And that's just from a value perspective. What I didn't put on here is jobs created across the value chain. The further down you go in the value chain, the more jobs you create, right? So we're missing that. We're missing out on a huge portion of the value and of the jobs that we could create on the back of actually having the resources. So that's on electric vehicles. Let's take chocolate. Same thing, right? You take the value chain, right? You farm the cocoa, you process it, you make chocolate, and you sell it, right? Again, let's assume you have $100 of value across the chain. So at least in this case, $20 comes from the farming, right? Then about 6 from the processing. But honestly, again, 75% of the $100 comes from the manufacturing and the selling of the chocolate, right? Again, in the farming, we'll make most of it, make 80% of it. In the processing, we make a bit of it as well. But when it comes to the last 2 steps of the value chain, where that $75 sit, we only capture about, call it 6.5% between the 8% and the 5%, right? So we're leaving tremendous value on the table as a continent. And the question is, what are we going to do to address that? And again, across this, again, from a jobs perspective, we're also not creating the jobs that our people need. So that's on natural resources. Let's then take a look at jobs. And we did a very simple analysis here, which is we just looked at population growth, right? Between now and 2050, how much more population are we going to see in each of these regions in the world, right? And it's, again, staggering, right? China is going to lose 200 million people over the next 25 years. They're going to lose it. It's going to actually decline, right? Europe is declining. Australia, North America, is adding a bit. The next big one to Africa is India. India, in the next 25 years, is going to add 200 million people to the workforce. Look at the continent. We're going to add over 1 billion, right? Over 1 billion. So 5 times more than the next biggest. Right? And I always say, whether we have AI or no AI, the world is going to need nurses. The world is going to need carpenters. The world is going to need plumbers. The world is going to need electricians. Right? And so the imperative to prepare the workforce for us in Africa is not an African imperative anymore. It's a global imperative, right? And the question is, what are we going to do? How are we going to change our mindsets to say, let's prepare our people, of course, to fill those jobs on the continent, but also to fill the jobs around the world, whether they're in Africa providing those services, or maybe some will leave, right, to go and fill those jobs around the world. But the world is going to turn to us, right? And by the way, if we don't do that, and if this population is not skilled and equipped, it's a double-edged sword, right? Imagine another billion people that are not educated, right? We know what the issues we're having already on the continent today. Imagine how much more bigger issues we're going to have if the population is not skilled and equipped. So we have the resources, right? We have the people. What's missing? And that's where I think this conference comes in, which is we absolutely need to reset our mindsets, right? We need to reset the mindsets. We need to go from, today it's all about how do we maximize the value from our resources, right? How do we maximize the value? And we need to move to how do we leverage these resources to really drive economic growth and job creation, right? So when we talk about maximizing the value from the resources, what do we then think about? We think about extraction, how we're going to extract these resources. We think about commodity prices, you know, what's the gold price today? What's the oil price going to be? What's the copper price? Because that's how we make our money, right? It's how much, you know, we extract and how much we sell it for. We think about exports, which markets are we going to export these raw materials to? You know, what's happening in China, because you can see most of it goes to China, what's happening in China. We think about just our country, right? The one country, if I'm the one doing it, if Ghana doing gold or South Africa doing diamonds, that's what we think about. And it's quite narrow in our mindset, right? But when you start to think about, again, from the new mindset, is very much about, you know, how much value addition am I going to create, right? Which steps of the value chain do I want to go into over time? You know, how many more jobs am I going to create across the board? You then think about, of course, your country is going to be too small anyhow. So let's think about the region. Where am I going to get inputs from other parts of the region, right? And what am I going to provide for the continent? And it's a much bigger scale. It's a much bigger scale, right? So that's what we need to do. Now, we heard many examples over the last 2 days, or yesterday, we're going to hear more today, of where we've done this. And I just wanted to bring one to bring this to life. And I decided to bring one from outside Africa. Let's look at Indonesia and nickel, right? So Indonesia used to be like us, right? They had a ton of nickel. They had a quarter of the global nickel reserves in the world, but they were not refining any, right? They were just mining it and shipping it out. And about 10 years ago, they said, we're going to stop it, right? And somebody just talked about how Zimbabwe banned exports of lithium. That's what Indonesia did. They said, we're going to ban exports of raw nickel. But we're not just going to ban exports of raw nickel. Now we need to make sure, as the last presenter spoke about, we have the conditions in place to actually process it, right? So they set up, there's 2 nickel processing hubs. They made sure they had the right set of infrastructure, the power, the roads to get there. They then attracted private sector investments, because private sector is really going to drive this. Built about over 60 smelters. And today what they've done, they've created 100,000 plus jobs, almost 100,000 jobs. They have, again, more than 60 smelters. They've exported over $40 billion of processed nickel. Right? And if you look at, you know, the chart, sort of the before and after, again, like I showed for the other value chains, you know, they still have about 25% of the nickel reserves in the world. But they went from, you know, refining 5% to refining 40%. That's an 8x difference, and that's in a decade, right? And then they went from, you know, they still have work to do on sort of going all the way down to stainless steel. They went from 2 to 4 to 8%, which is a 4x difference, right? But still work to do. So it's possible, and they did that in a decade. So it's possible to do. And just my last slide is about what's it going to take then for us to get there? And I was thinking, you know, for me, it's actually quite simple. The 4 things we need to do, right? There are 2 that in my mind that are linked to mindset, right? So first, we need to have the desire to actually go down the value chain, right? Do we want to do it? And I'm hoping that through this, we'll all come out of here with the desire to do that, but how do we imbibe that across everybody on the continent? We need to have the desire to say, we want to go down the value chain. We don't just want to export our raw materials. The second is we also then need to believe that we can do it. I remember talking to President Kagame and his example, and the Prime Minister, and some of the examples yesterday, and President Thabo Mbeki and their examples, to show us that if they can do it, we can do it, right? So we need to believe that this is possible for us to do, and not just for us in the room, but across the continent, we need to really believe it. And that for me is the mindset. then we need to actually make it happen, right? And it's possible. It's not easy, but it's possible, right? So put in place the right strategy and plan, everything from the business plan to thinking about where the financing is going to come from, how you're going to raise the money, how you're going to make sure you partner with the different stakeholders, how you're going to attract the private sector, how much money does the private sector need to bring in, how much money does the public sector need to bring in, what are the kind of returns on investments, what incentives may you need to give as a government, when do you ban, when do you not ban? So all of that needs to be done, but it's possible to do, and it's been done many times. And then the fourth is, I think, where in general as Africa, is in many cases we fall flat is on execution. How do we just drive execution, right? And within that, it's also, if people are not delivering, how do you make sure they may have to be fired, and we make the tough call. So just to say, hopefully I just wanted to add, a bit of fact base to the discussion we're having, and to say, look, this is absolutely possible to do. We're going to hear more examples of folks, of colleagues around the world, around the continent who've done this. And the question for me is, how do we make sure coming out of this, we see many more of these programs happening? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Acha, for those sobering statistics about the state of things and framing the second day of conversation. So to handle the second two parts of this morning is the founder of Voice of Africa by Africans. Please welcome Femi Lazarus.
Good morning, Africa. Wow, the energy is low. Good morning, Africa. Wow. Good morning, Your Excellencies, and everyone here seated. Sitting in this room this morning, I've been close to tears twice. First, looking at the energy from 54 African countries converged in one room. Nothing beats this. Nothing beats this. Let's give ourselves a big, big, big hand. Also, watching the traditional presentation from our dance group here in Rwanda this morning, look at the energy. Africa is beautiful. And I make bold to say this, that culture is not demonic. Culture is powerful. It's the language that we speak. I feel so connected. Like the practice they have, the dance, the song, and everything feels engraved in my DNA, even though this is my first time in Rwanda. It's beautiful to see. Recently, I heard some young people airing their opinions that we can't just keep on talking about the problems. We've got to move from conversations to practical solutions. But I make bold to say that there will be no solution until we we sit down to have the most important conversations. This is what will form the foundation for mindset shift that we need to have as Africans. In the very words of the legendary Ngugi wa Thiong'o, talking about the decolonization of the African minds, I believe it begins with the necessary conversations we need to have as a people. First, not just about looking at the problems that we have, but the solutions that we already have. Yesterday, I was sitting with Julie at the dining. A Ghanaian woman approached us and gave us a pack of chocolate. Now, this morning also, I sat at the dining. A Ghanaian friend came and gave me a pack of chocolate. And I've been asking myself, I think Ghanaians are deliberate about the stories around the chocolate. Because there was a time we used to believe that the best chocolate are from Switzerland. But now we see that Africa is solving our problems. And we are also moving from just producing raw materials to also solving these practical problems by refining these things ourselves. So this morning, again, we're going to have conversations, and we'll keep having these conversations till we can see what is right in front of us and how well we can navigate the route in front of us. And I also feel that we're in the beginning of the days that our fathers long to see. I can almost feel the spirit of Dedan Kemati in the house, Nelson Mandela, Secretary Fumilayo Ransom Kuti. If you look around, you can tell that the future is not just promising, the future is here. Look at the bright, young minds in this room. It shows that we are no longer leaving these conversations for the elderly and those who have done their part, but we are also ready to participate, and this is starting right now. So let's give ourselves a big, big hand this morning. Still, as we proceed having these conversations, I'd like to bring some distinguished individuals. We are going to be having some presentations from them, and I like to also add this: don't sleep. You've got to be awake. If we sleep in these rooms, then we'll be asleep when the world is moving behind our backs. And with so much joy, excitement, honor, I'd like for you to help me bring forward this set of individuals. First, I'd like to invite Dr. Doris Uwichiza Pika. Did I pronounce it well? Thank you. Let's give her a round of ovation, please. Also, please, you may. Yeah, thank you. I'd like to also bring forward Ms. Zuhera Yusufu. Make those hands bigger and better. Keep the energy in the room. Also, I'd like for you to help me bring forward His Excellency, Dr. Ibrahim Hassan Meyaki. Please, I'd like for you to also help me bring forward Ms. Clara Akamanzi. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Let's give her a big hand, please. Thank you. Please help me bring forward Ms. Moki Makura. I think something is really obvious. I think women are taking over. We are no longer in those days where we feel women are left behind and things are changing. Thank you. Okay, so to bring us certain conversations this morning, I'd like us to understand that these conversations are focused on the things that are already happening. Not just some rhetorics, but the things that we're already doing as a people and as a continent. I'd like to introduce and to bring forward Dr. Doris Uwichiza, who is the CEO of Rwanda Board of Governance, Governance Board. And I'd like to give some quick cues about the things that we'll be discussing here. As Dr. Doris, let's give her a big hand, please.
Sorry?
Okay, I'll be bringing you up now. I'd like to throw a few things so we can have perspective to this session. Now, you sit in the heart of Rwanda's governance system, where your work focuses on strong institutions, accountability, citizens' participation. You have spoken about Rwanda's development through indigenous solutions, about moving citizens from simply being beneficiaries of government programs to becoming active partners in development. So I want to ask you a few questions, and I'd like for you to please, you speak about some of these things. Rwanda has shown that many solutions can come from within, from community health workers to other indigenous approaches. What does this tell us about Africa's stability to solve our own problems and trust in our own capabilities? Thank you. Let's make our welcome, please.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to also thank all these distinguished guests here and fellow Africans. It's such an honor to be here. I think your question here is about, really, it goes to the core of the mindset reset that we've been discussing over the past 2 days. You know, for decades, our continent has been plagued by these narratives of deficit. We're constantly told what we lack capacity, we lack technology, and in some instances, we lack the intellect to advance. And the mindset reset and what we've been doing with the Rwandan experience, it's about pushing back against these narratives and pushing back against this perception that Africa has a million problems, when at its very core, we have a mindset problems. And true breakthroughs in
Dr. Doris, if I may interrupt, I'd like to bring you forward,
yes.
just to also present what you have also. Let's give her a big hand.
Oh,
please.
you want me to?
Oh, I'd like
Okay.
for you
All
to
right,
come.
perfect.
Please. Let's give her a big hand.
Thank you very much. So as I was saying, you know, when we're pushing back against these narratives, we look at the success stories across Africa, and they're not few and far between as these narratives of deficit will have you believe. But if you look closely at these breakthroughs in development, you realize that they do not occur when we import foreign models, or that when we just sit complacent and fatalistic about everything that we lack. True changes occur when we become true authors of our own futures. And this is the Rwandan experience. You're currently sitting in a country that 32 years ago was utterly and completely destroyed. The genocide against the Tutsis devastated this country. Institutions had collapsed, infrastructures were non-existent, demolished, and more critically, the social contract, the social fabric had been completely torn. Every aspect of life had been disrupted to a serious degree. And yet we had to rise and we had to have these big ambitions. So Rwanda was not dealing with abstract issues. We were dealing with very many challenges that to anyone else seemed insurmountable. So what happens when you have this big ambition and the scarcity of resources? And that's this gap that created the concept of homegrown solutions, this development philosophy. And I will quote His Excellency, President Paul Kagame, when reflecting on the journey of Rwanda and homegrown solutions. He said that we have very high ambitions and scarce resources. Before we go out begging for things that we might not even get, we have to ask ourselves, have we exhausted the resources that we have? And by resources, we do not mean that you have to have rich minerals, or resources are the conviction that before looking elsewhere, we need to look inwards into our own institutions, our own ideas, our culture, and our tradition. And that is about the capabilities within our own societies. Have we tapped into this? So that's, it's not about romanticizing our traditions and culture, or a wholesale rejection of foreign ideas, right? It's about ownership, it's about mindset sovereignty. And homegrown solutions draws on these local knowledge and cultural practices. And we take ideas from them and where they're useful to resolve real lived problems that we're experiencing. I'll give you a few examples, if we could get them on the screen. A few examples of the homegrown solutions that were adapted. And so for instance, I'll give you an example of Gachacha, which is the most known homegrown solutions in Rwanda. Oh, I have this. So this is homegrown solution. It's locally inspired, nationally owned initiatives that involve citizen participation, solve real problems, and are institutionalized. And how it is made operational is, I will give you a few examples, and then I invite you to as researchers, to look further into these homegrown solutions. We have the Gachacha. After the genocide against the Tutsis, we were confronted with enormous problems, especially in accountability and justice. And through Gachacha, which is inspired from our own culture, we were able to try as many as 2 million cases and turn people, citizens, turn from spectators to actors in justice system. There is Umuganda, which we do every last Sunday, and ranges from cleaning your neighborhood to building houses and schools for the vulnerable. And that one has turned community responsibility into collective actions. We have also Abunzi, which localized dispute resolution. There is also Girinka, which is a process whereby vulnerable families were given a cow, thereby turning social protection with assets, with productive assets. So the defining characteristics are the same. We solve from contexts, you mobilize citizens, and you institutionalize, and you constantly measure and adapt. And I want to speak specifically now to the community-based health insurance, which is a homegrown solution. Health insurance is not unheard of, not unprecedented. Many of your countries have that. But it's in the way we've done it that is homegrown solution. It's about, you can import foreign models, but it's about, crucially, about adapting them. And if you're thinking in meta-Africanism, there's no better example than CBHI. And we're talking from 94, and for many years before that, the health system was destroyed, and access was very, very limited, which meant that if you are sick or your loved one is sick, you would have to make the very difficult choice to sell your assets to be able to afford healthcare. And with that, we could have waited for donors, we could have waited for other people to come and solve this problem for us, but instead we built this solidarity-based health financing that is rooted in our culture of collective ownership and collective responsibility. And these numbers that you see here tell an incredible story. It tells a story of ownership and agency. 92.9% of households report that they pay their own contribution. That is not a donor-funded handout. It is citizen-funded solidarity. And this reminds me of, on a bigger scale, the example yesterday from His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn was talking about the dam and how it has transformed Ethiopia, and it ended up being self-funded. It also talks about, these numbers talk about proactive behavior. We have 99.7 members who report that they now seek healthcare promptly when ill instead of waiting. It talks about financial protection. 84.1% of households say that CBHI shields them from selling essential items, essential assets during medical emergencies. And it has also had wider impacts on human outcomes. Maternal mortality has completely plummeted from 1,071 per 100,000 women in 2000 to 149 in 2025. And life expectancy rose from 46 years to 70 years. It's not just solely attributable to CBHI, but to all the wider reforms that were done. And it doesn't just change the health metrics. There's one number that I want to speak about mostly. 99.1% of citizens say that having health insurance gives them confidence in the future. And that to me is the true wealth of a nation, because it's measured, it's the true development, because it's the development of the mindset. More than GDP, you look into the mindset of people. If now you have the confidence that when your child gets ill, when you get ill, you do not have to choose between selling whatever, your livelihood, the means of your livelihood to get care, when you know that your loved ones, your child will be able to have access to healthcare in an affordable manner, it changes how you invest, it changes how you farm, it changes how you build your future, because a hospital bill will not mean erasing years of work for the farmer when they have to sell their plot of land. And it makes you more innovative. And if you look at the funding base, the people, the social energy that came from that, 61% use informal saving groups that we call Ibimina, and I think the French-speaking here call them tontines, to finance their premium, and 30.5% report that they help with the most vulnerable to pay the premiums. So it just shows how it's a proof of the meta-Africanism model, transformed ideas that lead individuals to create resilient institutions and create this nexus where new narratives can be forged, new narratives of dignity, and norms of solidarity. So I just want to end this by asking ourselves, do you think this is something that you can replicate in your own countries? And 100% it is. And it's not about copy-pasting the various homegrown solutions that Rwanda has implemented, but it's about the underlying principles. Every country has institutions that they trust. Every society has cultural practices that they can rely on. As Africans, collective responsibility is something that is inherent to, that is common to all of our societies. So, and that gives the state, the government, opportunity to connect this indigenous knowledge with this indigenous capability with global knowledge. So I think, yes, the transferable principles, completely exportable. Let's start with your lived realities. You know your communities, you know the problems that you're facing. Let's build domestic ownership over the solutions. Let's mobilize the communities so that they can be part of the inception of the solutions and the implementation, from beneficiaries to stakeholders and actors and active participants. And let's keep protecting vulnerables in whatever measures. And if we are importing models, it's very crucial to adapt them to your lived realities. We need to institutionalize what works, and we need to constantly measure and adapt. And we need to constantly measure, we need to adapt. For instance, with CBHI, it has been so successful that now people, when you do more, people start expecting more from you. And within this study that our Rwanda Governance Board has done, people were reporting, well, we're very happy with the access, but now we expect more. There are too many long queues at the hospital, access to medicine is still a challenge. So you have to continuously learn and adapt and course correct where you need to. We, as Africa, have the youngest population on Earth, and that's something that they were speaking about earlier. And we have so much potential that we need the courage to tap into. And we need the radical courage to change our mind and understand that our future will not be built in foreign capitals. It'll be built here. By us, we can fund our own solidarity. We can organize our own access. And the best time to reset your mindset is today. And for the youth here, I know you can do it. And as His Excellency, President Paul Kagame was saying yesterday, do your very best within your things that are within your control. And you can do that. So thank you very much.
Wow. Let's give her a big hand. Please, you may be seated. Let's give her a big hand, please. One of the things that you will constantly hear in this conversation is that we're going to be emphasizing on homegrown solutions. That is, African problems solved by Africans. Now, to go up next, I want to bring Ms. Yusufu Zuera, the CEO of Aliko Dangote Foundation. She's going to be emphasizing and talking about how we can solve our problems, looking at how Aliko Dangote has used African wealth to solve African problems. What then begins to change when Africans begin to develop the mindset to solve our own problem? Please, a round of applause for Ms. Zuera. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know what's going on with the slides. I know George is around here somewhere. But thank you very much, Prime Minister Desalegn, for inviting us. Dr. Francis, thank you for having us here. What I'll start off by saying is we're all philanthropists. Philanthropy in Africa is just how we live. If you think about, I think some of the young people have either started work or not, but I remember from the moment I had a paycheck when I was 21, there was an expectation that I would support people around me that needed help. And as we get older, we all have families and neighbors, and everybody needs help, and to whom much is given, much is required. And so that's the principle by which our foundation works. And I think, just to put it in perspective, philanthropy is just a word, I think, that we've come up with to formalize this giving. So I was asked to talk about the my mind-shifting intervention was Alhaji Aliko Dangote's pledge to give away 25% of his wealth. And what does that mean? And for me, you know, the first question, and I'll try to answer it by questions because, you know, we worked on the slides. And the picture that I'm looking at now was when Time had recognized Alhaji as the titan of philanthropy. It's really unfair in that picture that you see me more than you see him, given that it's his money. But you know, the first question that I was asked was, how does this intervention increase African confidence, capability, and sovereignty to shape our own future and redefine what Africans believe is possible within our own resources and means? And so for me, the answer to that is the real mindset shift is not the percentage that Alhaji Aliko Dangote pledged. Rather, it is converting private African wealth into patient, institutionally governed, and intergenerational capital that enables African to set priorities, build delivery capability, and act collectively. So we believe that ADF can shift the center of gravity of African development from dependency into African agency. And how do we move beyond relief to lasting capability? Is by investing in local professionals, institutions such as the African School of Governance, which we'll get to soon, research delivery systems. We can strengthen capacity that remains and compounds on the continent for us. How do we turn ambition into proof? By scaling interventions in education, in health, in agriculture, and economic empowerment. When we see the results, it makes it harder to say that Africa can't do it, because we can. And each success expands what we know is possible and what we believe can be possible. And then also modeling sovereignty into action. So Aliko Dangote Foundation provides flexible, patient African capital aligned with African and national owned priorities while leveraging the expertise and reach of strong partners. This is African wealth funding African ambition on African terms. The second question, I think I was supposed to move these, right? There you go. So the idea is, how do we move from personal generosity, right, to an enduring African institution? So this is what I had just said, you know, converting private African capital into patient. So now how does this intervention strengthen a broader sense of shared African purpose, collective action, and interconnected destiny? Well, we're rooted in Nigeria, but increasingly regional in solidarity, partnership, and public health action. So by working across African countries, Aliko Dangote Foundation shows that challenges like vaccine-preventable diseases, malnutrition, and unemployment don't just stop at borders, right? And neither should African solutions. Progress in one country strengthens the continent as a whole. We have, for instance, we have a program that we work on, immunization. We started in Nigeria, expanded into Chad, and to Niger Republic. Why? Because those borders are just an artificial construct, and people move between the borders, and a solution in one country a problem in Nigeria doesn't just stay in Nigeria, because, you know, disease and poverty and people move from border to border. So what is good for one country is actually applicable to all of us. Also, local ownership is really key. Through community health workers, farmer cooperatives, local entrepreneurs, we put agency in African hands and shift the narrative from being helped into building together. So we never approach anything as we're bringing you a solution. Oh, we have money, we're Aliko Dangote Foundation, we're coming to help you. No, what we need to do is build together with the people that we're aiming to support. And this is what we need to do as a whole. Again, human and economic development are linked. Health, education, food security, infrastructure all reinforce one another, making Africa's shared destiny tangible in people's daily lives. And we know that institution building multiplies impact. If we invest in systems and skills, supply chains, rather than one-off giving, we can create platforms that government, philanthropies, and communities can build on. So that's what this slide you were looking at There you go. Now, the last question, which is where I'm going to end, is how does this intervention change how people, organizations, and institutions think, behave, and act over time? Well, a commitment of this scale, right, a living African billionaire pledging a quarter of his wealth, changes behavior beyond the money itself and over years, not months. So for individuals, organizations, governments, and institutions, philanthropy can fundamentally change how we work, right? So whether it's by creating a demonstration effect for peers or proving what is possible to accomplish when we collaborate with others. We've done this many times. We've done things that nobody thought we could do. For instance, when COVID hit and the world had ground to a halt, Alhaji Aliko Dangote and late Herbert Wigwe of Access Bank created CACOVID, the private sector coalition against COVID-19. And we were all shocked and amazed that within 2 weeks, banks and private companies in Nigeria had contributed over $120 million for us to go and get the solutions that we needed. Where do we get PPE? There was no PPE, so people had to start making PPEs in Nigeria. Even saline solution and hand sanitizer, we couldn't get. So companies pivoted and started making those in Nigeria, which we bought. So the point that I'm making here is when we put our minds together, we can do anything. We've also worked with organizations that were a lot bigger than us. Like today, Aliko Dangote Foundation is, seen as a donor. I remember when I started 11 years ago, we were always kind of on the side, and the bigger players, the Gates Foundations and the MasterCard Foundations were the ones that were at the table. But 2 days ago, I was in Addis, and I was the one setting the African scene on what Africans should do, and then Gavi Global Fund and the Gates Foundation were then, talking about what they did. So this belief that we can do for ourselves is very powerful and very strong. So we know that what works is clear. We know that it requires, patient capital. We have to be able to invest in ourselves and this, but what we still have to prove, right, is what kind of governance, what kind of succession planning, what kind of accountability models do we have to put in place? Because right now, Alhaji Aliko is very alive. He's organizing his succession. His daughters are in place. We're running the company. They're all trustees of the foundation. But then how do we make sure that we really make the investments that allow this gigantic gift of 25% of $38 billion, that actually makes the impact that we wanted to make in Africa? And that, I think, is the only way that African wealth can truly become transformative, is when we build things that outlast the funder, the founder, the giver. And so this is what we are trying to do at the Aliko Dangote Foundation, and thank you very much for listening.
Wow, thank you. Let's give her a big, big, big hand. I mean, if the richest man in Africa is giving out quarter of his wealth, that shows us the real definition of Ubuntu. I am because we are. Let's give them a big hand. The next guest I'm going to bring up has spent quality time looking at Africa's food problems. Now, one of the things we've discussed, among other things, we talk about potentials that Africa has, potential of young population, lands, minerals, and all that. But we're in the days where we are moving from potential to real practical results. Now, we believe that Africa must feed ourselves. We have the potential, we have the land, we have everything that we need. And we want to discuss some of the most important mindset shift that we must have in the coming years if Africa must feed ourselves. Please, with so much honor, I'd like for you to please help me welcome His Excellency Dr. Ibrahim Hassan Meyaki, among other things, as he brings us some of these practical solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony.
Please, we have just 5 minutes for each guest, so we have a timer. Thank you, sir.
5 minutes. Okay. Yeah. Good. I'll try to stick to it. It's an honor to be here, really. Let me recognize His Excellency Prime Minister Haile Mariam and Francis Gattari. We have known each other for quite a long time, and warm congratulations for what you're doing. I will go through 5 points. The first one, when we talk about food security, agri-food systems transformation in the continent, and we look back in order to frame a historical contextualization, we see that strong progresses have been made through the African Union strategic frameworks like CAADP. Worker productivity has been multiplied by 5 in the last 20 years. Land productivity has been multiplied by 3 to 4. Intra-African trade of agri products has been multiplied by 3 in the last 12 years. So strong progresses have been made. The key issue we do not integrate sufficiently in the analysis is our demographic growth rate, which is between 3.8 and 4.2. And as Ashaleke was saying, between now and 2050, we'll add 1 billion Africans to the continent. So the question is, how will we be able to feed 2.x billion Africans? So that demographic challenge is eating the gains we make in terms of productivity. So if we keep with the same solutions, we'll not be able to feed these 2 billion Africans. So the first reset in terms of mindset is acceleration. And if there is a point that I want really to be taken and enhanced, is that point of acceleration. If we do not accelerate in terms of implementing the solutions, we will not be able to feed 2.5 billion Africans. So acceleration is going to be necessarily an integral part of all our public policy design and our implementation processes. Point number 2, agriculture is not a sector. We have tended to look at agriculture as, a sector, education as a sector, transport as a sector, energy as a sector. We are used to that. But the complexity is multi-sectoral. And the challenge we need to tackle is multi-sectorality. It's not sectorality. When you talk about agriculture, you need to talk about transport, infrastructure, nutrition, etc. So we cannot tackle agri-food systems transformation, and that's where the concept comes from, systems and multi-sectorality. So second reset is multi-sectorality, which means systems thinking. So our institutions and our processes need to integrate multi-sectorality and not think about sectors in a mono-sectoral dimension. And that's critical. If we do not think in terms of multi-sectorality, we will not be able to accelerate. So that's the second reset. Third reset, when we go into planning processes, we think about the macro dimension, the sectoral dimension again, but we forget about the space dimension. And space and territories are extremely important. And currently, we are living one of the most complex urbanization process in the history of the science of urbanization. I cannot tell you what is the boundary between urban and rural. In many of our countries, the administrative definition of a village no longer reflects the reality of a village. Why? Because our urbanization is made of a continuum of intermediary cities. So the space has changed. So we cannot plan as if the space hadn't changed. So sometimes we have ruralization of cities and we have urbanization of rural areas. So that boundary no longer exists really. It exists in our mind, but it doesn't exist on the ground. So when we think about agricultural transformation, the space needs to be integrated. So when we say rural communities, we need to be very clear about what we mean. Because these rural communities can also be in urban settings. So you see, in terms of clarity in the concepts, we need to have that highly precise definition if we want to plan correctly. So the spatial dimension is important. Fourth point, in terms of reset. If you imagine a mapping of a continent without borders, you will see natural basins which can be considered as food baskets. And these food baskets produce all over the continent, from the north to the east, to the south, to the west, different type of, manage different type of agri-food systems, from cassava to maize to rice, etc. So the way we framed the strategic frameworks of agri-food systems in the continent, in the AU, was to have the countries as unit of design. Now, when I go back to the spatial dimension, the unit of design shouldn't be anymore the countries. It should be the food baskets. And these food baskets, once they are linked with corridors, and we know we are mineral corridors, then can constitute development spaces with a density of development. And this is another reset in terms of mindset. Not to have the countries as unit of design, but to have the corridors, the food baskets, and all the basins we have, the Nile basins, the Senegal basins, the Limpopo basins, to have them as unit of design. And that can allow a significant increase, not only in productivity, but also a significant increase in terms of trade. And then I end by the last point in terms of reset. I started with the challenges, demographic challenges, the issue of multisectorality, the systems thinking, and the fact that we need to look at the space differently. Once we do that, how do we integrate all of that? Well, we integrate it by having a different type of public policy design. Because whatever we do, the state will be at the driving seat of development. But the state need to rethink the public policy design. We are used to designing policies in a top-down manner. It doesn't work. It has to be a combination of top-down and bottom-up, so that all the actors all along the chains are active actors, and then they can own what is a long-term perspective. We talk about Agenda 2063, but for the youngsters who are here, they will tell you it's very far. The only way to have them own the agenda is to make them part of a process where they feel they are actors of implementation. So then they can see what the agenda means. I thank you.
Wow. Let's celebrate His Excellency Dr. Ibrahim Beyaki. Please put that up again. A big hand, please. I've never heard this concept better explained like you've done. I want to really say a big thank you on behalf of Africa. Thank you, sir. Now, in the world of sports, one of the biggest names you must have heard is Claire Akamanzi. But before I bring her up, since maybe not so many of us are quite familiar with sports, some of you do, some don't. So we'd like to give you a little video presentation, just something for you to see. Then she comes up. Let's tune in now.
The Denver Nuggets select Dikembe Mutombo from Georgetown University.
And I think what I can tell the youngest back home that I'm thinking about them and thinking what I did here, if they can follow the example that I did, because it's that one of the big examples that I show to the kids back home. I hope they can follow my example.
The new kings of Africa.
The Houston Rockets select Kaman Malawach, Rumbek, South Sudan, the NBA Academy Africa in Senegal.
Like me being delusional about my dreams, believing in myself that I'm going to make it to the NBA one day, and now I'm here in the NBA draft. Just got there.
To make dreams real, you need vision, and the NBA chose to think big.
We will be announcing a basketball league in Africa beginning roughly a year from now, next January, with 12 clubs. So thank you to all of you.
In 2021, during a global pandemic, the BAL was born.
It makes us feel like we can dream while being in Africa.
A bold idea.
On peut faire du basket notre job.
A global sports property built for the fastest growing continent on Earth. All around Africa, from Rwanda to Senegal, Egypt, South Africa, Morocco, and beyond, the movement kept growing.
La balle nous a offert une opportunité, c'est quoi? De pouvoir vivre le basket comme les joueurs NBA le vivent.
What began as ambition became momentum. What began as possibility became proof. Fans showed up. Brands leaned in. The world tuned in. And this is only the beginning. The BAL is the launchpad for African talent. From local courts to BAL arenas to NBA draft night. The next global superstar is already here.
NBA Academy Africa and the BAL played a very big role in my development.
The BAL creates more than highlights. It creates jobs, creates experiences, builds passion for the game, develops youth, empowers women, strengthens local economies. It is sport. It is culture. It is entertainment. It is business.
We're getting different countries now investing because they see the potential and they all want to be a part of the BAL.
Africa is not waiting for opportunity. Africa is creating it. The youngest population in the world, a generation connected, ambitious, unstoppable.
Sports is a way to give young people opportunity, and sports is big business.
The next billion fans, the next global icons, the next great sports business story. And years from now, when the world asks who believed first, will your name be part of the answer?
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, isn't this beautiful? Africa is not just waiting for opportunities, we are creating it. Please, Claire Akamanzi.
Thank you. I was trying to walk here slowly because if anything happens, Prime Minister Mayaki is not too near to save me. But then again, how many times do you get a whole former Prime Minister save you? Some of you might never get that chance in your lifetime. But thank you very much, Prime Minister Haile Mariam, Mr. Francis Gatare. It's really, really a pleasure to be here and to bring sports in the discussion. What you just saw in the video is a story of the Basketball Africa League and the NBA in Africa. It is more than a basketball league. It shows you what is possible when you bring African ambition together with world-class standards, such as those brought by the NBA, and when you invest in the long-term opportunities, what you get, what you see is extraordinary, and that's what we've seen in the video today. One of my favorite people in that video is Kaman Malwach, a very beautiful story. Some of you may have heard about him. How many of you have heard about Kaman Malwach? Quite a number. A young man who at the age of 13 had never played basketball. He was a refugee from South Sudan in Uganda. And one day he's spotted, and then he's interested in playing basketball. At the age of 14, he goes to the NBA Academy in Senegal. 4 years later, having never played basketball, he is number 10 NBA draft pick, which is a very phenomenal performance globally. So the question is, how many Kaman Malwachs are walking around unnoticed? How many more extraordinary talent do we have that have not been discovered? And what needs to be done to make sure that all those dreams that are valid to begin with, all those dreams can actually be realized because there is an intentional pathway and systems that made that possible. The reason Kaman Malwach was spotted was because, one, there was a scout in Uganda that works with the NBA. Number two, there's an NBA Academy in Senegal. Number three, there's a Basketball Africa League that allowed Kaman Malwach to play and show his talent and eventually go to Duke and then get drafted in the NBA, and he plays in the NBA. So that is the story of so many opportunities that we think are out there that we want to open up. But I think I have some slides, but if they're not on, I can do without them. So what is the biggest mindset shift that we need to achieve to get there, to see more Kaman Malwachs here? In my view, the biggest mindset shift is how we see and think about sports in Africa. Sports is not just talent. Sports is not just recreation. Sports is actually an economy. Sports is a big business. Look at just having the Basketball Africa League here on the continent, the jobs that we've created. Yes, you have the athletes, because for a basketball game, you need the athletes. But around the athletes, you have coaches, you have referees, you have table officials, you have a lot of officials that help these athletes to really thrive. But in addition to that, you have a lot of economic opportunities around the athletes. You have sports medicine specialists, you have physiotherapists, you have sports journalists, you have content creators, you have broadcasters, you have marketing, sales officials. Almost every industry can find itself in the sports industry. Secondly, it's also a bigger than just a sports economy. Look at aviation. When we have 300 people that we move around every time we have a basketball game in a country, the air tickets that we buy, the hotels that we consume, the restaurants, the food, the data, because you need a lot of content to broadcast and to really share. It's a whole economic opportunity that we open up when we have these leagues creating what they should be creating. And so it should no longer be left to chance, but it should be intentional, deliberate, and we can actually see the impact. Now, the impact we've seen with the BAL, just in the first 4 seasons of BAL being here in Africa and playing in only 4 countries, because by the way, not every country can host a BAL game today. We need arenas that have world-class standards, and just about 5 countries have ready to play in arenas, but it's changing. The couple of countries that are building arenas today. We created $250 million, we contributed $250 million to GDP in just 4 years in 4 countries. Imagine how much more we can do if we're playing in 20 countries. You're talking about billions of dollars in economic impact. Look at jobs. Just the first 4 seasons of being around, we created 37,000 jobs on the African continent in just those countries. We estimate that we could easily reach about 650,000 jobs and $5 billion GDP contribution within a decade. So that is the opportunity that BAL has, and it's actually going to grow. It's just going to go bigger and bigger, because what we're moving from today is the open caravan model to a home and away permanent model, where you have 12 teams in 12 countries play against each other. That means more games, that means the longer season, that means more economic opportunity and hubs in those countries. And what you have is simply economic opportunity and impact that you're producing. So just to conclude, what are the mindset shifts that we need to see? I think the first one is how we think about sports. Sports is an economic opportunity. Sports is not something that is in the peripheral or on the sidelines. It should be at the center of development strategies. When the Minister of Finance and Economic Planning of your country is presenting what they're looking at, please make sure that sports is part of that, because the opportunity is really there. It's at the center of economic opportunity. So that is the first mindset shift. It is not just recreation, it is big business. The second is how we think about, advising our children to take careers in sports. I've had parents who say, no, first go to school, first finish school, and then you can think about sports. First go to class, and then you can think, it's something you do after school. No, sports is part of education. You see, we teach kids, we insist on separating sports and education, and then they become leaders, and then we're like, let's take them to a leadership course. Let's go and teach them teamwork. Let's teach them discipline. But sports teaches you all those things. And so if our children are embracing sports at a young age, they're learning leadership. They're learning how to win and lose, because that's what you do in sports every day. They're learning resilience. They're learning teamwork and discipline. All these things that you end up investing later because they're trying to create leadership. Let's invest education and sports, because sports is education. And sports creates a wholesome person that is ready to tackle the world when we produce them. So parents, children, let's support our children to really embrace sports at a very young age. Private sector. Sports is not just something that you sponsor with your corporate social responsibility. Yes, that's important, because sponsorship rights are critical and central to part of our sports economy. But sports is a business. The media opportunities that come, the content creation that come, you can monetize those. The arenas that you build. Today we have Beka Arena, for example, in Rwanda, that hosts basketball games. But a lot of times, Rema is coming to perform. We've had UB40 perform. It's a venue that can actually be monetized beyond sports and beyond basketball. So you can own teams and monetize teams. We're going to be selling franchises in the BAL that allows you to actually make money from franchises and from owning teams. So beyond sponsorship, it's actually a big opportunity for investing as well. And lastly, we would like governments to shift their thinking about sports being a social, program, to sports being an infrastructure. Just like you think about a road, what a road does, what electricity does, what all these things does. Think about sports the same way. It's an infrastructure that once you've built it, opens up a lot more opportunities in aviation, in hospitality, in events, in marketing, in many other parts of the sector. And once we think about it that way and invest in it, the opportunity becomes huge. And it changes something. It changes what we think, or many people think today, that if you're talented as a sports person, you have to leave the continent to live your dream. Yes, some people will be very good and they'll leave the continent. In the NBA, 10% of our players are from Africa or have a connection with Africa, 10%. That's about 50 out of 500 players that we have on the continent in the NBA. And these are from all over the world. Imagine how many more can actually live those dreams here on the continent, because we're adding value on the continent. We're building an ecosystem in the continent. We're not exporting talent, because when you export talent, you export the value that comes with the talent. We need to capture that value here on the continent, and that's what the BL is doing. So sports does matter. Let's think about it as a strategic asset for our development. Thank you.
Wow. Please, let's give a big, big, big hand. Thank you, Ms. Clara Akamanzi. Only one set of people in the world have a very difficult times when they hear about sport. Do you know them? Arsenal fans. Sorry, guys.
We're not going to start that now.
Now, we are going to a very important part of this conversation. One of the things we know is that storytelling is very powerful, very important. I believe as Africans, we must know how to tell our stories by ourselves. It is our duty to show the world what we want the world to see. And this is a very critical aspect of us as a continent. And we have a very important figure that has manned this aspect, Africa No Filter, Ms. Moki Mokura. Let's give her a big hand as we look at the mindset shift we need to have as we tell African stories by Africans.
Great. I've had to change my mindset because being the last person on the panel, I have to believe that they saved the best for last. So can we have the opening slide? Right. The story of Africa is actually killing us right now. And it's a story of dependency, of a continent that is broken because everybody is trying to fix us, and a continent, and this is the bit that annoys me the most, that lacks the agency to create the change that we want to see. I run an organization called Africa No Filter, and every day I wake up thinking about story. I think about these stories and the impact they have on the young people who want to leave the continent, on the cost of money because of the risk premium our countries pay because of the perception of risk. But this is what I believe we do. I really think we are a superhero. Our weapon of mass destruction is story. And we believe that story is everything. And if you think about some of the speakers today, they use story. Actually used the story of China, Indonesia. The lady used Carol used the story of the basketball player. Story informs how we see the world, the decisions we make, the actions we take. Story is so important. The most important thing for me is that stories inspire. We want to move from these stories, poverty, corruption, conflict, to stories of opportunity. And that's why I believe Aliko Dangote is my poster child for opportunity. Innovation. Why can't we see more stories about African innovation? I mean, we talked about the things that Rwanda is doing that are innovative, they're unique, they're culturally placed in this country. And the most important one for me is Africa has made more progress than we often believe. So what have we done about it? And how do we harness stories? We've created something called the Opportunity Africa Initiative, which is really a platform for collaboration, for all the initiatives, all the things that are going on in the continent, because there are so many. But it's for us to come together and do something so that it looks like, instead of individual players pushing a ball, it looks like a team. So essentially, one big part of it, of Opportunity Africa, is a campaign to shine a spotlight on all these things, on the people. It's more than just Aliko Dangote. There are many smaller versions of him, on the places. I mean, Rwanda has really shown the continent what efficiency, what excellence can look like, but there are other places, there are other pockets of excellence. There are policies that are happening across the continent we don't really shine a spotlight on. The initiatives, like the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, that is an amazing initiative. But if we've analyzed the media around it, there's very few stories about how people can engage with it. It's really about the initiative itself. But there are a lot of them, and we've got to shine a spotlight on it, because that is how we show, not tell, we show people that we are moving the continent forward. So how do you turn an initiative into a movement? You do it deliberately and consistently. And that's why we've turned this campaign, which we're calling the Not Waiting campaign, because it's about the young people, the policies, the people, the places who are not waiting. They're not waiting for anything. Every month on the 25th, because we started on the 25th of May, which was Africa Day this year, every month we want people to post a story of progress, of somebody you know. Last night I met a bunch of young entrepreneurs. They're sitting over there. One of them sold me shoes in the restaurant dinner. That is somebody who is not waiting. She wasn't waiting for the right time, the right moment. That's the kind of people who move this continent forward. We need more people. We need to showcase them. We need to tell their stories. So I'm going to ask something that I don't like people doing. Please pick up your phones, follow the Not Waiting, or check out the hashtag Not Waiting. See the kind of stories we're posting. Put your story, because every month we're going to discover the great stories that are happening here, and we're going to shine a light on them, and we're going to show them to media and try and get more visibility around our stories. The hardest thing we have to do as Africans is collaborate. It's far easier to just do what we do, showcase our own companies, our own initiatives. The hardest thing is to come together and do it collectively. It's the only way we can actually create impact. And that's what I'm asking everyone to do today, because there is an ask. First is to join the coalition. If you're an institution or an organization, Join the coalition because what you are committing to is to showcasing the progress this continent is making, either through the work that you are doing or the work from the vendors, the suppliers, the staff, the people in your organization. Join it. And it's on Opportunity Africa, that's the website, or notwaitingafrica.africa. The second thing I'm asking every single person in this room is to share your contribution. And it's not just to say, oh, I'm the CEO of Africa No Filter. It's that I'm changing narrative. Every day I get up and I push a story, I am changing narrative. That is my contribution. And the third thing that every single person can use right now, and do it now, is to use the hashtag #NotWaiting, because that's what we're doing. And I'm going to end, I think I've used up my time, with this video, which is a very short video that kind of explains the campaign. Can you guys play?
No spotlight, no applause, just the quiet rhythm of people building. Across the continent, work begins long before recognition does. In workshops, on crowded streets, inside small rooms with big ideas. Someone is solving. Someone is creating.
Yes!
Someone is trying again. Not for attention, not for permission, just because the work matters. This is not struggle. This is construction. One person at a time, one day at a time. And then, something shifts. Someone sees what you've been building. The long nights, the invisible effort, the belief it would become something. A small moment, a quiet recognition. And suddenly, the work no longer feels unseen. From village roads to crowded cities, across the 54 countries that make up the continent, millions of ordinary people doing extraordinary things every day. Not waiting to be discovered, not waiting to be chosen. We've been building all along. We are on a global wave. Not waiting. We see you. Be counted.
Wow. Isn't that beautiful? One thing is standing out this morning. We must not leave African stories to be told by those who don't know our history. It's our duty to show the world what we want the world to see about us. And before I let the guests go this morning, I'd like to please bring forward Mr. Francis Gattari as he say a word before the guests will move. Let's give him a big, big hand, please, as he comes.
Thank you. I will save time. I needed a mic. First to thank the speakers for the work they do and the contribution they are making to our continent. But I wanted to single out Alhaji Aliko Dangote and his foundation. He's not here. He had wanted to be here, but he sent Zuela and his chief economist who are here representing him. But let me say the work that Alhaji Aliko Dangote does through the Africa Renaissance Group, an initiative, a personal initiative that he took himself to assemble some of the high net worth thought leaders on our continent to champion the kind of ideas that we are handling here since yesterday. A good partner, thought partner, really who cares about the continent. In addition to being Africa's wealthiest man and biggest investor on the continent, also trying to solve governance problems that are hindering development on our continent. I wanted to make sure that we recognize his work and the alignment that it has with what we do at the African School of Governance, and echoing exactly what we are doing here at the Africa Mindset Reset Forum. Please take our message back to him, Zuela, and a great man of Africa. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you. With the spirit of honor, may I request that we please give them a big standing ovation as we allow them. Go back while we invite Larry to the microphone. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. That was fantastic. And just to put a bow on that, His Excellency Klavega Tete would like to add to something the former Prime Minister Mayaki said. So this is a good chance to wrap this up nicely, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to add one small thing to what the greatest panel has really given us, and especially Prime Minister Mayaki. The point he made in terms of the implementation, sector-wide, which in the case of this country we call the whole government approach to the implementation. And I just wanted to give one example that is happening here in Rwanda that has happened from before. Let me take the example of food security. In terms of implementation, the planning and also planning for implementation, the planning for implementation becomes very important. You don't just simply say the wish, but what has happened before is that for the food security, for example, the Ministry of Agriculture focuses on actually what concerns them, which is the land consolidation, the inputs, which is fertilizer and seeds, focuses on irrigation, and focuses on post-harvest management and the rest of it. But then, if you have to add value, there has to be the industries. And the industries are in a separate ministry, Ministry of Trade and Industry. So that one also has to be involved in the planning for execution. At the same time, you have to move those products. That means the roads, the energy, and other things are also very important. They have to be part of the planning. And what happened is that the Minister of Infrastructure gets involved into that. But you have different chains of farmers, including those that are not even well educated. So the Minister of Local Government also organizes them in terms of cooperatives so that they could be assisted. And everybody along the chain requires financing. The farmers, the SMEs, the big companies. And that means the Minister of Finance, together with the Development Bank, they get involved in structuring a financing mechanism that can support all of them. So when you are planning for execution, you have to bring all of them together. You cannot say because it is food security, it has to be the Ministry of Agriculture. It has to be the whole house coming together and planning and then sequencing. What should be done first? What should follow? And that's when you can measure results. That's when you can see the final output. And these kinds of models or other innovations that have been said by the team here, by the panel, is what we are now compiling in the Economic Commission for Africa. Because each country has something it has done best. And what we are trying to do is get everything that has been done, put them on the website for all the countries to see, and they can now be able to link with other countries which are doing it, and then from there they can see how to customize it to their own needs in their own countries. So I thought that point you made was very important. That's why I wanted just to compliment and also elaborate on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it. We appreciate the extra context for that. Listen, we're going to have the next intergenerational dialogue, and I'm getting into the crowd because I want to hear from you guys. Do you feel like you have not been heard enough? You have thoughts, right? The next bit of this is about our natural resources. We've been hearing a lot about critical minerals, and it's going to be about human capital, from ambition to execution. How do we do that effectively? But before we do, I'm sure you have a lot of thoughts. We have some speakers who are going to come up there. Each of them, their brief is to give us one strong idea, one great idea, but I want it to be a true dialogue between you guys and the people on the stage. That's why I'm standing back here. But I think we need a little icebreaker before we do that, right? Just to get you guys excited for this session. Let's do it.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of entrenching the messages that we just had this morning from the panel, collaboration and community, I'll ask you, as our team comes forward, to do one thing. Kindly take your phone, hold it by your hand, and then stand up with it. Stand up with your phone. And then make sure you're in a community of at least 3 to 5 people. A community of 3 to 5 people. Come together as a community of 3 to 5 people. 3 minimum, 5 maximum. So come together as a community. Oh, wonderful. There's a community here already. Mr. His Excellency Thabo Mbeki already has a community. Wonderful. Come together. Now, decide amongst your community the best phone, the phone that you will use for this selfie. Decide amongst yourself. Choose one phone. The best phone, only one phone for this selfie. Okay, and then get ready. Okay, where is our community? Where is our community? Get ready to take that selfie. Now, this is the selfie of selfies, okay? At the Africa Mindset Reset Forum. Okay, at the count of 1, 2, 3, we are smiling for that selfie. Wonderful, His Excellency. Yeah. Wonderful, selfie of selfies. And then finally, finally, I think we're done. Finally, the most important aspect. Let's give ourselves a hand for that selfie of selfies. Wonderful. Now, the most important thing, before you leave your community, make sure that you have the phone contact or the email of all the 5 of you, because you are going to share that photo online and make it trend with the hashtag Mindset Reset. With the hashtag Africa Mindset Reset 2020. Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, before we sit down, we're going to invite the influencers from Africa, all of them coming forward. Come together. Come together. Let's come forward, the influencers from Africa, and then they're going to lead us into something very beautiful. Come together. Let's come. Oh, yes, keep taking the contact. Make sure the 5 of you, the 3 of you, have your Instagram, Facebook contacts, and you post that photo before lunchtime. Mindset Reset, hashtag. And then next year, you're here. Yep. Wonderful. The influencers are coming. They're going to take the stage here, and they're going to lead us into something very beautiful. Now, oh, His Excellency, wonderful selfie. His Excellency, wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Now,
you guys are most welcome on the stage.
Let's line up. Let's line up. Let's line up. Now, we will try to be very orderly. We will try to be very orderly. Thank you. Now, influencers from all over Africa. The influencers are going to lead us into one thing. One thing. Now, we will start with Tanzania. Influencer from Tanzania.
Franklin, as we agreed, like, what we're gonna do, everyone here, pick up your phone, make sure that you have your own selfie that you will post after this performance. So the content creators, make sure you have your phone, and every dance stroke that you will make, we'll love you to post it and make sure that we have the handle for this year's what? Forum. So without wasting time, we're gonna have the team. So which country is ready? And DJ, please, we're gonna be calling them one by one to show us their dance move. But you who is there, please pick your phone. Let me see people with their phones. Hold your phones up. Hold your phones up. Aha, nice. And remember to post your performance. We have free internet here.
Okay, now Kenya is ready?
Yep. DJ, are you ready?
Kenya is ready?
Kenya is ready?
Yes, to show
us.
So
DJ, let's go. Hold 1, 2, 3 with the...
Hold on. So the Kenyan influencer, let's look here. DJ, hold on the music a little. Now, we will start with Kenya. The influencer will teach us a simple dance move from Kenya, and we will all learn it, okay? So here we go.
DJ. DJ, give us Anguka Nayo. Okay. So this is how we are going to do it. From the Kenyan side. From the Kenyan side. Kenyans, hello. Kenyans, hello. Okay, now we are going to do it like 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's go.
DJ, it's the same song.
No, DJ, please, DJ. We are using our song for the ASG, but they can dance their own stroke.
SG.
ASG, play for us the music. We show them.
Hello Africa, it's a new day today. Our motherland.
Okay, let's see Kenya.
Hello Africa, it's a new day today. Our motherland, making it great.
Hey.
Africa, our motherland, and new
Okay. Kenya.
South Africa, make it greater. The vision, and it's so clear.
Okay, let's have Nigeria in the building. Kenya, give space for Nigeria. Hey. Nigeria. Let's go, Nigeria. Let's give space for Nigeria. Let's give space for Nigeria. Nigeria, please.
This one is easy. Everybody listen.
Let's have space for Nigeria. Give space for Nigeria.
Nigeria. We are moving forward.
Okay. We're almost done. Nigeria. Okay, Nigeria, that's good. Let's go. Okay, next. Let's go.
Nigeria, so we do like this.
Okay, let's go together. Nigeria, let's go.
Too much. Exactly.
We have 30 seconds to go. 30 seconds. Nigeria is giving us.
Go down.
Let's go. Nigeria is giving us the
Come on. Nigeria.
Okay, thank you, Nigeria. Now we go to Morocco. Yeah.
Let's have Morocco in the building. This is for Morocco.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's have our seats.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Because of time.
Wait.
We are short of time. Kindly let's have our seats. Thank you. Thank you, content creators.
All right, everyone.
Let us remember to share the selfie.
4, 5, 6. Sure. Oh, fantastic. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. All right, everybody, please get back to your seats. I'm going to need for you guys to clear the stage so we can go back to our seats. I think that was a good little break in there. If you're still here, I need you to go back and to your seats. South Sudan, Wode, everybody, back to your seats, please. No more pictures here. I'm afraid you got to go back to your seats. No more pictures here. Please go back to your seats. If you're still here on the stage, I need you to clear this area so we can go back into it. The longer we spend out here, you're sitting between us and lunch. Ladies, please go back to your seats over here. We got to clear this front area. Yeah, sir. Thank you. All right, like I mentioned, we're going to get into a session, another one of our intergenerational dialogues. This is about natural resources, human capital, from ambition to execution as we work toward transforming Africa. And this session, we have 6 great speakers. We have agreed, I've been hearing from you, your feedback. You want to contribute more in these discussions, you want to push back, you want to give feedback, you want to ask questions, and this is the chance for you to do that. If you're still standing, I'm going to need for you to please sit over here. There's a whole lot of people still standing here. Please take your seats so we can get moving. I'm talking to you guys. I apologize. If you're still standing in this section, please take your seats. Over the right. On the right of the stage, there's a whole lot of people still kind of milling around there. Please clear that section so we can get started and we can go back into it. Okay, before I introduce the speakers, I'm sure there's been a lot of debate around natural resources, critical minerals, human capital. You keep getting told the youth are resource of Africa. Who has some strong thoughts that wants to help frame this before we even get started? I saw a hand here, so because I'm here, please turn on this microphone I'm holding, introduce yourself, get into it.
Hello guys, so my name is Kali J from Ghana. I'm a social media influencer.
Hang on 1 second. Everyone, please give him the respect to listen to him. I hear so much noise around here, it's very disrespectful. I'm going to need for us to pay attention. Please introduce yourself again and make your point.
Hello guys, so my name is Kali J. I'm a social media influencer from Ghana. You can find me on X.
All right, Ghana in the house.
Yeah, and I think I've been listening to the conversations from yesterday to now, and it's all about gold, diamond, bauxite, but I've not been hearing about the mineral resources. So when I heard this, I was very happy. But then I think I looked through the program lineup today, and I didn't see anything about content creation and creatives. So I'm looking forward to hearing that as well, because I believe it's a very big economy. Most of us started with our phones, but now we are flying around the world. A lot of us have teams that we work with, that we are indirectly creating employment.
Right.
I've seen people saying, let's use the hashtags, let's go viral. You can see that everybody's on their phones, everybody uses their phone. It is a big economy, and we shouldn't be left out. The Meta-Africanism, influencers and creators also play a very big part. Over here, over thousands of creators here, we have more than 20 million followers, 30 million followers combined.
Oh, wow.
Which is crazy. And we can also champion the cause. So we are looking forward to hearing what our panel has and what our investors also have to empower their creators so we can join the cause. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. It's your chance. Okay, he clocked it, right? He
Thank you, Larry.
Yes.
Thank you, Larry. I think I noticed something after
What's your name, Sarah?
Hi, my name is Sarah Murunji Sarah. I'm a content creator, entrepreneur, and youth advocate into youth advisory as well. So I noticed after the AI video of not waiting and asking content creators to post every 25th, none of this section was clapping for a reason. Because African storytelling is essential to who we are, and it's essential to the work that we do. So please, 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 please work with content creators as opposed to using a fully AI video to ask us to do storytelling.
I love it. You're very enthusiastic. I feel like you have to say something.
Hello, my name is Mariam and I'm from Morocco, and I have spent the last 3 years cycling around Africa, crossing 33 African countries.
How many? 38?
33.
33 African countries.
36,000 kilometers by my own, and only for one reason, is to explore the continent, to share and to change the stereotypes that they are sharing in the West countries, and to show how Africa and Africans is amazing, beautiful, and you can travel by your own as a woman, because yes, as a woman, everyone said you can't, but we can. We did it, I cycled, and yes, and also I climbed the 3 highest peaks in Africa, Kilimanjaro, Kenya, and Rwenzori.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I feel like the influencers are getting a lot of love here. Okay, fine. I'm standing right next to you, my man.
Yeah, this is a big chance. Everyone, I'm from Ethiopia, a tech content creator. Here, I found one thing very interesting. You actually raised it. The Mindset Reset Forum really stands in the mind. That starts with what we all are phones. that is a communication channel. And our narratives to be, we need our narratives to be by ourselves. If we see AI, like if you give it a good data, which it will give us a good thing, but our narratives were not told by us. And African creators here, we have more than 30 million combined followers, which is bigger than some nations. But when we travel around, it's very difficult to even make it outside. Woody Maya here is present today. I would like to really appreciate the Ghanaians who gave him a diplomatic passport by appreciating what he's doing for the continent. And from edition 1 to edition 2, there needs to be a result. What kind of result? Something that it could be tangible. We don't need a diplomatic passport as an influencers, but recognition and showing narratives of African could just have something the UAE did for the 1 billion summit, which they recognized influencers, and African countries could do so to increase their narratives for a positive way. And that I really ask this for narratives, and influencers need media pass, or like we don't need to invent new thing, just what others are doing good, what is working for them, we need to copy it.
All right, I'm a second Alan. Thank you so much. Shout out to Wodemai in the building. One of my favorite creators. All my favorite creators are in the house. The other one, I'm biased, Crazy Kena. Is Crazy Kena in the building? Okay, now I can't mention everyone. Okay, I'm biased too. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Damaris Nzala. I'm from Zambia. I'm a food researcher and a culture engineer by profession. And just echoing the words of Ms. Wawurimu, she said, what is cool? And I want to tell the young people, agriculture is cool. Agriculture is the backbone of so many economic activities in our African countries. And please, let's get together. I remember when I was going to study agriculture, people telling me, no, that's not something you study with these good grades. But if we can't have a mindset reset without food in our stomach, so let's go for agriculture. Thank you.
I have to keep moving. I'll come back to you in a second one. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I feel like, fine. Okay, Liberia, I see you. These are the final 2 comments before I introduce my speakers.
Wow, thank you for the opportunity. Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Priscilla Godwin from Liberia. I see mental Africanism or mental African to be creating value and taking action that produces measurable results. And this is where implementation comes in. The question is, are we ready to implement and take positive action as youth of Africa? And this led me to creating a slogan, which you are going to learn. It says, when I ask the question, or when I call you or African youth or youth of Africa, you guys will answer me and say, we are the change.
Okay.
The time is now.
Okay. So
Youth of Africa, we are the change and the time is now. Youth of Africa, we are the change and the time is now. Thank you so much.
Ooh, okay, I like it. Listen. I gotta start the panel. We will have more thoughts, more of your comments in the middle of this, but right now, please help me welcome for this intergenerational dialogue. From vision and ambition to execution on sovereign stewardship of Africa's natural resources and human capital for Africa's inclusive growth and transformation. Coming on stage one more time, Dr. Kofi Obasanjo, author and African policy writer. Please join us on the front of the stage. Also joining us here today, Samantha Mwezi Kasani, Chief Operating Officer, Uganda National Oil Company. Dr. Dorothy Nyambi, President and CEO, Mennonite Economic Development Associates. She's from the diaspora, Africa's 5th region. Dr. Mahmoud Hassan, Chief Economist, Dangote Group of Industries. Diana Paul Chando, Head of Governance, Peace and Security, Southern Africa Youth Forum. And Tenny Agana, founder, Lozil Initiative. I'm almost certain I'm not saying that correctly. Please forgive me. All right. Samantha, we haven't heard from you since the conference began, so I'm going to give you the first chance. one great idea. There's a lot of thoughts, a lot of opinions about our natural resources and the human capital that we have on the continent, over 1 billion people. I'm coming from over here if you're wondering where my voice is from. Yes, so you go first. Again, we agreed these people don't want to hear long speeches. They want to hear great ideas, succinct and to the point.
Thank you, Larry. And let me first start by introducing myself. I know there's a strong Ugandan contingent who is aware of the work we do, but maybe others in the room don't know. So I'm Samantha Muwezi Kasami. I serve our nation, Uganda, as the Chief Operating Officer of Uganda's National Oil Company. Uganda is headed towards first oil this year. We are going to join the ranks of oil-producing nations, and our National Oil Company has stewarded that journey. We serve as a vertically integrated company, and we've heard a lot today about the need to go in and really take over the entire supply chain. So UNOC was set up by His Excellency Kaguta Museveni with exactly that in mind. We operate across the entire petroleum value chain. In the upstream, we are leading with our joint venture partners, TotalEnergies and CNOOC, the development of our oil fields, being the Telenga and Kingfisher projects. We're also continuing to explore our oil basin, titled the Albertine Graben, and leading that under the Kasurban license area. We have constructed, in the spirit of the Pan-Africanism spoken about diligently this forum, we have constructed a 1,443-kilometer pipeline. It starts in Hoima in the north of Uganda, and it ends in Tanga off the coast of Tanzania, where it is housed in a state-of-the-art marine storage terminal. Our Lake Albert projects, which are leading us to first oil, have generated, and so far, $12 billion has been invested in the country to develop those oil projects. We account for 75% of all foreign direct investment into the country. On the human capital front, we have generated over 150,000 jobs for Ugandans and Tanzanians, direct and indirect jobs. And hearing from so many people today, I was struck by, and some of the questions shared, about what we've done as a nation to steward our resources and ensure that we create value, not just monetary value, but jobs, but training, but capacity building. Now, Uganda discovered its oil in 2003. So those of you can calculate that journey. We discovered our recoverable reserves in 2006 after some initial exploration activities, and we discovered that we have 1.4 billion barrels of oil that can be recovered from our basin. Now, what His Excellency did wasn't immediately invite every investor to crowd into our country, to take over and start drilling. He sent his institutions to train all over the world. He set up all the legal frameworks. He established the 3 branches that have stewarded our country's resources: the Petroleum Authority, Uganda National Oil Company, and of course our Ministry of Energy. He enacted the Petroleum Development Act. He enacted national content regulations. And through this 20-year-plus journey, we have come as a nation to appreciate that the goal is indeed the journey. When our institutions have been respected, have been allowed to develop, to disagree, to engage in a genuine process that can yield experience, so that when we took a final investment decision in 2022, a few things had happened. Our investors, TotalEnergies and CNOOC, understood the nation's strategic priorities. 1, national content, the development of our people, their employment, the development of our Ugandan companies, and that we would not accept our oil to be developed without our participation. Right. The results, $2.2 billion of contracts awarded to Ugandan companies, 140,000 Ugandans trained, ECOP academies, Telenga Academy, all set up to ensure that when we turn on our tap, there's no foreigner who's turning on our tap. It will be Ugandans and Tanzanians turning on our tap as oil flows.
All right. I want to address two elephants in the room. A lot of Africans are familiar with the resource curse. As soon as you get oil, a lot of challenges seem to accompany it. And I know there's been some concerns, environmental and otherwise, about the East African crude oil pipeline. So what are the concrete, tangible steps that Uganda is taking to make sure that the communities where this oil is coming from benefit from it, and not Total Energies, a French company, or Sinuk, the Chinese, that the people from where this oil comes actually get to reap the benefits?
Thank you, Larry. And like with most things in life, what is initially a challenge always ends up being a blessing. So when we faced the extraordinary activism, as soon as we took our final investment decision, the extraordinary activism that occurred globally, where people who had never even visited the continent said, no, 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 you can't. I care about those Ugandans. I can't find Uganda on a map, but I care about that country. You can't build your pipeline. You can't build your resource. I remember telling a lady from Oxfam, wherever we crossed in our development activities, Oxfam would follow us. And I remember telling her, saying, I only see you when I'm here. Huh? When are the other times you're in the country or in our communities? But to that end, the ECOP project, which generated so much climate activism and so much controversy, yielded tangible results for our country. Firstly, we had anticipated and we expected to project finance around 70% of the costs of that pipeline through European debt, through export credit agencies and other parts of the world. But when they turned their backs to us, given the activism, Africa rose to the challenge. And we had our African development banks, our local banks, Standard Bank, EcoBank, all these banks stepped in to finance an African project. When they challenged us that we were destroying our communities and our environments, we challenged them back. We explained that the East African crude oil pipeline achieved something strategically. In order to not disturb the most densely populated areas of the two countries, Uganda and Tanzania, we deliberately chose a route that had the least populated areas of the two countries. And that resulted in an incredible gain for our two countries. Because the pipeline was in these far-flung areas, the state, the investors, the investment as a whole was driven towards our most vulnerable communities. So the areas we reached, the pipeline crosses 11 districts in Uganda and 25 in Tanzania. The areas we reached in the two nations were the most remote. As we have planted 500,000 trees as part of our sustainability efforts. We have constructed over 1,000 replacement houses, taking our citizens from rudimentary houses to houses that are now powered by solar energy, water systems. We have repaired and rehabilitated over 5,000 different health centers across the two countries. We've employed state-of-the-art technology in all the areas of our operations that has actually seen a resurgence and a growth in wildlife. So the answer to the ECOP project and how we've managed to address all of that is, first of all, we spend time in developing our people. 85% of the workforce on the Ugandan projects are Ugandans and Tanzanians, over 18,000 people. The majority of the suppliers to the two projects are Ugandans and Tanzanians. The institutions that have been built are Ugandan and Tanzanian training and vocational institutions. Those are effects and value that will far outweigh and outlast all of the initial friction we faced when we started our development.
All right, thank you. I'm sure the Ugandans and Tanzanians here will have some questions. We can get to that later. Tenny, I'm sure I didn't pronounce it right. Is it Lozile or Lozele?
Lozile.
Lozile.
Yeah.
Like I said, English is my third language. I apologize.
All right.
Your chance.
All right. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. My name is Tenny Agana, and I'm from Ghana. Yes. Yes, so I am a community developer. So what I do in northern Ghana is that we run an initiative called Lozil. And basically what we do is that young girls in Ghana migrate, especially northern part of Ghana, migrate from northern Ghana to southern Ghana to work. And usually we call them kayayes. And growing up in the Upper East region of Ghana, in Seroko, I saw a lot of young girls migrating to Accra, Kumasi to work. And eventually, when I completed junior high school, I had to move because I needed money to pay for my high school education, right? And going through that, I did that for 4 years before I eventually completed senior high school. And then did that 2 years for me to go to training college, to be able to get money to go to training college, before I finally met MasterCard Foundation. That gave me a full scholarship to study at Ashesi University. Yes, so for me, coming from the north and getting the golden opportunity to be at Ashesi, whenever I go home, I will ask, where is Mary? And they'll tell, oh, Mary went to Kumasi to work. Mary went to this. This person went to work here. And so that means the problem already existed. And before me, my mother worked as a kayaye. My grandmother worked as a kayaye. So that's a problem that exists. So at Ashesi, I did my research. I piloted, and we started the Lozile initiative, which means there is hope. It's a Fafra word that means there is hope. And basically, we take young girls, kayayes, we take them back home, and then they create products. Looking at northern Ghana, we are blessed with shea butter. We have the shea nuts in northern Ghana. So instead of just picking them up, they process it, not just the raw shea butter, but into other finished products. And then we also have the skills, like this beautiful dress. They have to do it from scratch, making the fabric, sewing it, everything. So I run, yeah, so we've been running Lozile since 2018, and so far we've been able to support over 500 women. And in running, not 500 women, 500 girls, Kayaye girls, to go back home. And this is the situation, right? As young people, I believe that we need to believe that we can solve the continent's biggest problem. For me, my problem in my community, the problem was that young people don't have access to economic opportunities, and so they are motivated to migrate. And when you go to Accra or Kumasi, you don't know where your next meal will come from. At night, to prevent men from raping us, we tie our legs to sleep. You know, you go through all this, and so as young people, what are some of the problems that we can solve in our community, as Africans, in our communities, using the resources available to us? So for me, I looked at my community and I realized that there are natural resources, like shea nuts. We have the shea nut trees. So instead of the women picking them up, there is a way that we can process it and create jobs within that for young people. And running Lozile for 8 years, we've been able to support the women. And in doing that, see, trust me, as a young person, you need to start. I have so much to tell you guys. I don't know where to start, but you need to start. When we started Lozile, of course, we had to go to the drawing board so many times. But of course, we are here. We've made the impact. And in running that, we realized that some of the girls were raped. They have children. They've taken their children back home. So we created a center, and currently we have over 800 children that are in the school. We've created an academy for the school. And in doing that, we wanted it to be one of the best. And Ashesi was the first place that I personally touched the computer. So children coming from the rural areas that I find myself don't have access. And right now, we are talking about tech, right? Right now, we are talking about AI. People in my community have never touched a computer before. Right, so we have set up an edtech firm. So yes, right. For me, I think the role that young people play is to believe in ourselves and believe that we just need to start and look around our communities and see the problems that we face and be able to solve that. Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. This is fascinating because I've traveled a little bit in Ghana, in the Western region, in the Ashanti region, and one of the problems is galamsey. Artisanal illegal mining, and a lot of people who don't have economic opportunity like what you're talking about are driven to this. It damages the environment, they get exploited, they don't make a lot of money. So it's great to see you're doing something with what you have. And that takes me to Dr. Nyambi, because a lot of people have, in Africa, form NGOs, hoping to fundraise, and hopefully that solves the problem. Sometimes it just creates new problems.
No, thank you so much, Larry, and thank you to the organizers of this forum and all protocols observed. I cannot sit here without recognizing former President Becky. For me and my generation and everything that we learned as young Africans growing up and understanding the apartheid war, it is such a privilege to be in the same room as you. So I just want to recognize that before I start. And I would like to say, I come to this conversation, and I'll be really brief, with really mixed feelings. I've heard so much today. Everything I prepared is all out the door. Nothing that I prepared is what I'm going to say right now, because I've just heard so much from yesterday. President Kagame talked about the urgency of execution. We need to act. And I think when it was Mackenzie Achanke who put up something here, he talked about execution. And I think, as Larry said, I represent the 6th region. I'm coming from the diaspora. I was born in Cameroon. If there are any Cameroonians in the house, please, shout a shout out to you all. And I know it is a difficult season, politically for the country, but the fact that it is not just that one country, there's 53 other countries that are standing beside you. We're hoping that the change is going to come. So with that, I think I sit here to say, aid is not what is going to shift Africa. So I see lots of people, they have civil society organizations. We need them. We need civil society. But what we really need is a strong private sector. We need a strong private sector on the African continent, because all content creators are private people. The young girl who talked about agriculture and doing agriculture in Zambia, that's private sector. When I listen to Claire talk about the opportunities in sports and everything that can come out of that, for me it was so inspiring, because if we look at the whole ecosystem and all the possibilities and things that can come, and we look at private sector as a key driver of what's going to move the continent, I strongly, strongly believe that that's where the mindset shift will come. And where does governance come in? The private sector cannot succeed unless there's good governance. Good governance is beyond government. It's your legal system, your taxation system everywhere. And I won't go into the data, because I'm hoping that the young people in this audience, you will all ask us questions on this panel to say that the investors are going to those countries where they feel like there is systems and processes that are going to be able to support their investments. So I just want to end very quickly by saying that I think for me, the big next mindset shift that the African continent will need, and that all of you young people need, is this idea about collaboration. We must collaborate. People must come together. There's so much fragmentation. Everybody is doing something different. I'm so happy to hear that, Aliko Dangote Foundation is talking to Gates Foundation, to MasterCard Foundation. We have to talk to each other. Otherwise, there's so much fragmentation. And the opportunity that all of you as young people have in here is going to slip out the window. And I don't know, 10, 20 years from now, we'll be having the same conversation. So I think mine is really to encourage that as young people, let's go into execution. My co-panelists here in Northern Ghana, you start something and then let us build on it. Let us not wait. I think who said it from Liberia, the time is now. So thank you.
Okay, she's down to say that the time is now. Thank you so much. And speaking of governance, Diana, from the Southern Africa Youth Forum, you're head of governance, peace, and security. So I suppose this is right up in your wheelhouse. What's a mindset reset that you're asking of, one, the leadership, but also the young people of the continent?
Thank you so much. I stand on the protocol before me from my previous speakers. My name is Diana Chando. And before I start, I want to share a brief story of how media is really powerful, especially in the space where we are right now. After graduating from uni in 2020, I had applied for an opportunity in the African Union. And at that time, I remember in 2021, there were certain issues happening in Ethiopia. So when I got an email that I'm shortlisted for an interview, I clearly remember when I went through Google, all I could see was a different picture of how Africa is being portrayed. And looking at the present life right now, when I see content creators posting on social media, showing the real life story of how Africa is, I'm saying I wish that was there at that time. Because I remember my mom was a sort of skeptical, saying that, but if you go for that interview, what about your safety? And I can understand from a mother perspective. But then here I am living in this moment whereby if I hadn't gone for that opportunity, I would have never become the AU Youth Ambassador, leading me to working in the foreign affairs and also serving in the SIOF institution. So content creation is something that before I want to share my perspectives, I really want to credit it. It's something that really saves a lot of the narrative of Africa. Because the way we are narrated out there, it's not what is really inside. We are so happy, we are full of so many resources, but we are limited in terms of who can show it. So people who can really come forward and showcase what we have, I really applaud them for that. Having an opportunity to serve with SIOF, with the AU, with where I am right now in everything that I'm doing, when I received an invitation about attending and getting to a panel about Africa Mindset Reset, and I said, what's gonna be different? I've attended so many panels that to the point where I'm like, I have a quick and short observation. Africa is not short of youth conversations. It's short of outcomes that are supposed to be governed after their conversation. And I think it's time we take that into credibility, because we have so much access in the governance space, especially young people. Like we can see how the government of Rwanda, I really applaud how from the airport to the venue, I see only young people in black suits and white shirts serving people to be able to get to where they are going with detailed behavior. That shows the trust they have impacted on the young people. But again, when we get in these rooms, there's so much conversations that take place. But who governs the change after the conversations? What are the key take-homes that we take when we're done in these rooms? I'll give a short brief about what you asked me, Larry, about mindset and governance. I think it's a head and tail in terms of coin. For the tail, which are the young people. For us, mostly, there are things that we have to accept. In South Africa, I'm from Tanzania, by the way, but in South Africa, there's a saying, they say, Ndiko hile bawo, lead me, Father. It's a statement of weakness and acknowledging that you need guidance in whatever you are doing, in terms of spiritual, but in terms of real life as well. When we're having these intergenerational dialogues right here, we are sitting in rooms full of so many potentials, former presidents, former prime ministers, business people. And as youth, the biggest takeout for us should not just be photos with these leaders, but should be a lifelong investment. When we are clocking in the picture, we're clocking the work as well. So we secure everything. When you meet former president, former first ladies, from everybody, they have things going on. My mom always tells me, study the greats to become greater. When you walk in a room, read their CVs. When you walk to them, you only have 2 minutes to talk to those people. They are high-level people and they have earned those spaces. So those 2 minutes, either you choose to just get a photo or you choose to get a photo in a lifelong investment. Hello, former President Thabo Mbeki. My name is Diana Chando. I have my own NGO and I'm aware you have an NGO as well. How can we work together? That's the conversation that can change the narrative of young people in these spaces. And that will boost our respect in the governance space. Because sometimes we really want to be hard, but what are we doing? How are we portraying ourselves? Behavior, that really counts.
Right.
But for the heads, sorry, Larry, just 1 minute.
Sawa.
And for the heads, which are now our forefathers, there's a very good quote that people say, chess players are always having a piece they're willing to sacrifice. And I'm here seated on the of the young people, asking you, may we not be the pieces that are willing to be sacrificed? The young people are not the leaders of tomorrow. We are the leaders of today. As we can see in this Africa Mindset Reset, there are so many youth taking the panels, speaking their minds, showcasing their work, and imagine how much we can change the narrative if we trust young people from now onwards. So that's all my take in terms of governance and changing the mindset. Because in the end of the day, there's nothing like the future. I believe we are the future. This is the future. I'm seated here, I'm witnessing former President Thabo Mbeki, whom I used to read in my books. How can you tell me I'm not the leader of today? I'm witnessing the change that I'm witnessing right now. Under the SIOF institution, I was given an opportunity to attend, members of parliament had a governing, I can say, program or meeting whereby they are going to sit down and do some sort of law creation and everything. And I was the only young people in that meeting under the SIOF umbrella, which I really acknowledge. But that shows, imagine how many young people, if they are trusted to such spaces to witness such things, what change it can bring. So my take in terms of mindset and governance, it starts with where we are right now and not tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diana. Dr. Hassan, in terms of the vision and the ambition to industrialize Africa, I think there's no better example than Dangote Group, and whether it's cement or manufacturing or the refinery, the one that's in Nigeria already, the one that's coming up eventually in East Africa. But why aren't there so many more examples like this? We know what the ambition should be, we know where we should be, but there's just not enough execution.
Thank you very much, Larry. And I'll also stand on existing protocol and recognize the excellencies that are here. I will start with something very fundamental, and I will come to your question, Larry. When I was growing up, I don't know, I was said to be gentle, but very stubborn. My mother used to say, I don't listen, I don't hear, I don't know how to translate it in English, but it's like, Baya Jim Magana, he doesn't hear words. That means he doesn't follow instructions. What I want to convey with this knowledge is, my dad also added that as you grow, through life, there's nothing you will see in life that has not happened before. It is very important the young guys here understand that. Everything you are doing now, all agitations you are doing now, all struggles you are doing now for space has happened several times. The Thabo Mbekis did it. The Nkrumahs did it. Everything you are doing now, it was a revolt against a generation. It was a revolt against an institutional process. So as you do this, you do it on the fact that you understand what happened before, what were the mistakes, how were they done, and then how are you going to transform yours to be better. And one channel I will want to also advise here is, the mindset reset is very important, but the mindset reset transformation is the most important. What is key is, we had yesterday, some young guys came in, old guys, you have done your best, you have failed us, we have the space, we're here, we're ready. The Thabo Mbekis did the same thing before, 40, 50 years ago. They told the system that the system has failed them and they need to make a revolt. The President Kagame, they all did that before. The correspondent senator asked them, what were you 20 when you were 20? That was a very important question that the young ones should listen to. And Kagame also said that, I hope we're telling you these are our stories. I hope you are listening. It didn't say, I hope you are hearing me, but you are listening. Listening is different from hearing. Listening is to digest it and then deploy it for what you want to achieve. And I'm emphasizing this point because, just like you said, everything I wanted to, convey here it was changing every 1 hour. As one person talks, that perception changes. As another person talks, that person, and I was telling myself, are you sure you are not confused? And I said, I'm not confused. What is important is, definitely there must be humility in intergenerational aspirations. What is that humility? The humility is to understand that those that did it before you, and you think they failed or they don't, what they are using now cannot achieve the objectives of the future, also had brains, also had agitations, also had things they learned from the people before them. So learn a few from them, the ones that you can pick, and then develop yours so that you'll be able to solve your own present problem. But while doing that, you should also be mindful of transcending those skills and agitations and whatever institutional setup that you want to get are also useful for the next generation after you. All you young guys here now that are in their 30s and 40s, in the next 20 years, the next generation of your children will tell you guys that you have failed them. That the things you are doing is, I used to tell my mom when I wanted to get married that I don't believe in this idea that ethnicity, somebody must come from this region, from this. I say, Hassan, go, you will come back here. And I did. So there is a lesson in those oldies. Also not deliver Nigeria in the 2063 that they're going to talk about. So those guys will also challenge you. What you need to do so that you don't make mistake of those of before is that the structural systems and arrangements you are going to evolve should be such that it is going to be adaptive to the future generation. That's what we call Pareto optimality. So that what you do to improve the livelihoods of today does not necessarily disadvantage the future generation. So what you are going to be doing now to solve to this problem for the kind of Africa you are looking for should also be flexible, adaptive enough to deal with the kind of Africa that will be after you. What is important here, and I'm an economist, but I'm trying to be a bit philosophical here.
Right, yes.
Yes, what is important here is you know now, and you know the African you look for. The fundamentals when the Mbekis and co-president Mbeki and all others were doing this is that they didn't envisage the kind of problems we have today. And what we are looking at now, what will happen in the next 20 years, you don't envisage it. So systems must change. Generation aspirations must change. What is important is that underlying institutional arrangement must be so robust that they can transit those changes. So your fight or your agitation is to build, not create institutions. Here I had so many presentations yesterday, youth, parliament, youth, whatever, NGA, climate, all creations, many. Those things existed. I used to tell my colleagues in the office, we have what we call the ECOWAS single currency zone. When I was a director of Monetary Central Bank, I would say, oh, this is a very good novel thing. And this deputy governor told me that this has been existing for 30 years. I said, 30 years. Yes, so just go slowly. I know you are coming fresh from school, but this is the reality of it. What is important is that let us create that underlying subsystem that ensure that we build institutions, we build systems after we create them.
Okay.
Because we create, lastly, Larry, we create institutions, but we don't build them. And they live and survive and prosper in our generation. After our generation, they die out. In Nigeria now, we have a president that is trying to make things happen. But the only way he can make things happen is by giving executive orders. Presidential executive orders means leave the public sector or institutional arrangements or all of that so that things can go fast. What that means is that the existing institutions in that environment are failed. And I told those that called me to a panel that it is an indication that the system has failed. Because you don't need an executive order if your institutions are working very well. Your public service, your judiciary, or whatever are working fine. Lastly, we said yesterday that we should create systems or institutional arrangements that enable us evolve new leaders or competent leaders or leaders that can deliver the tomorrow or enable the young ones prosper and develop the African continent to the African institutions outlook that we want to see. But what we forget is these institutions were also created before. But the same leaders use those institutions for their own benefit. We had leaders that fought for democracy. Okay. And after winning elections, are staying there for 30 years. Using the same institution that they used to fight for democracy. So young guys, be mindful of that, be watchful, and ensure that institutions are not just created to solve problems of today for the future anticipating, but that those institutions are built to outlive those that created them and you guys that are going to use them. Okay. That transition is the transformation in mindset reset that I'm talking about. Thank you.
Dr. Hassan, thank you so much. And finally, Dr. Basanjo, we had heard from you yesterday, but I wonder what your thoughts are as you've heard from the young people here, their frustrations and therefore their urgency, which I think Dr. Hassan was, asking them to kind of temper some of that a little bit. Your thoughts?
So thank you very much. And I also, a bit like my fellow panelists, before I go into my answer, I want to mention that as I approached my seat, I noticed that the photo of me that was put up was not me. It's actually the lovely Karen. As lovely as she is, it's not me. She's a fantastic dance partner too, but it's not me. So just pointing out that this is me. I don't look like that. So to your question, I also came kind of thinking ahead and having prepared, looking at the agenda and the resume of this panel. And I'm going to borrow from some of my experience, but also build on what I heard this morning, because there were some fabulous examples that were shared this morning, which made me not change what I had planned to say, but adapt it. And I think the gentleman was just talking about adaptive institutions. So one of the things that I heard this morning was around transformation. And Dr. Acha presented the whole piece around resources. So transformation, to me, is an ecosystem problem. So we're talking about, how we're going from Pan-Africanism to Meta-Africanism. One of the things that President Mbeki mentioned yesterday was that Pan-Africanism, I feel that my understanding from what I heard from you, sir, the interpretation is Meta-Africanism should be a complementary concept to Pan-Africanism. We don't abandon it. So we're not saying we're leaving this because Pan-Africanism has not finished its work. There's concepts around solidarity, but we're still in a place today where one nation in Africa is driving out other members of Africa from that nation. We haven't even finished that work of solidarity. So complementarity is what I see that Meta-Africanism can bring to the Pan-African project to advance it. So when we're talking about transformation as an ecosystem problem, I want to borrow from one of my experiences in global industry. I was involved in leading the UK's transition to the E10 fuel, and that transition affected millions of vehicles and involved a huge global retail network, a huge retail network in the country. And the lesson for me was that even when the technical solution exists, you still need implementation that requires a coalition. So somebody mentioned on the panel just now about collaboration. So vision and ambition live and die on the altar of execution. And this morning, Dr. Acha mentioned, using the example from Indonesia, he used the word execution 3 times. Execution, execution, execution. And we've heard that so many times because vision is great. Resources and assets themselves don't turn into value. We need to build those systems. So my learning from my experience is that you need a coalition. So for the E10 example I'm talking about, we needed government. We needed policy advocacy groups. We needed customers. We needed infrastructure. We needed the private sector. We needed a coalition to deliver that transition. And for Africa, we're also going to need an ecosystem, a collaborative, collective coalition that's going to build the power to lead this transformation. One of the aspects that I heard Prime Minister Haile Mariam mention yesterday was also about critical mass. Because for transformation to happen, you can't have a single actor. For anything to change, no individual, not just the youth or even the older, somebody used the expression head or tail, is going to do it. We're going to need that nexus. And the knowledge paper that accompanied this forum describes the nexus. You're again talking about coalition, collaboration, collective effort that's going to help us towards this transformation. So that's one example I wanted to borrow.
Right.
And everything that I heard this morning, there were so many things. When Francois spoke, he talked about assets, not automatically meaning value. The same thing that Dr. Acha talks about. We have all these resources. We're endowed with so many assets, human capital. The assets in the ground don't automatically become prosperity. We need to build institutions. We need to create those systems and those capabilities that will enable the transformation. And so on. So we have supply chains as well. I think it was yourself that mentioned about supply chains. We need to build those robust supply chains. So Ultimately, the nexus, the capabilities, the institutional capabilities that will support the transformation have to be what we all work towards. This meta-Africanism needs to mean that something changes, and that something, from my perspective, really is about how we turn vision and assets into execution and value that impacts people and really transforms lived experience of those people that we're talking about.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Obasanjo. I have maybe 3 or 4 more minutes. Oh, wow, a lot of hands going up here. I have a lot of, yes, I haven't heard from people on this side, so let's hear from you because your hand was first to go up. Please turn on my other mic.
Thank you so much. My name is Zua Mutesi. I am a Rwandan content creator and MC moderator. So part of my lifelong investment, Mr. Gatare, I hope that at the next forum, I can take over for Mr. Mado. But my question is tailored around Africa's greatest resource, which is its people. And one aspect that we do not talk about enough is mental health. A lot of the conversation around mental health is barely existent, and because even our culture has not structured its language to be friendly to those conversations. So my question is, can we build an Africa that is resilient because its people are supported rather than people that are resilient simply because they have to suffer in silence?
Right.
Thank you.
So not just resilience for resilience's sake. Okay, I see all of you. I can only take a few.
Oh, thank you, all your excellencies. Thank you to be here. It is what opportunity. My name is Ryan Abubakar, medical student, former operation USA Beyond Company. I'm also here to be glad to be one of the African that be leading the student all around the continent. What I want to say, what always we saying back in our country, Sudan, we are saying this convention that we have to believe ourselves that like a mountains, the mountain that never fall down, and we have to be like them in ourselves and believe what we can do. And also, I can believe and I can say that every African young youth leader, they're gonna change this continent, and you will see that very soon. Thank you very much.
All right, I like it. The mountain never falls down, he says.
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, and thank you for this opportunity to talk in front of the on my super role models. My name is Lisieni Jena. I'm the Mastercard Foundation Scholar at University of Rwanda. Also, I want to serve as the Minister in charge of students with disabilities at University of Rwanda headquarters. On myself, I don't have question, but it's a compliment. I would like to appreciate the good leadership of our country, which puts people with disabilities at the forefront. Our slogan says that disability is not inability. As the young people with disabilities, we have brilliant minds full of ideas. So we must use those ideas to contribute to the development of Africa. We are transformative leaders, and I believe that as we are capital of our continent, and we have to accept that spirit. Your Excellencies, young people with disabilities are ready to contribute to the development of Africa in one way or another. But we have to ask ourselves that why can't we transform our continent into USA? United States of Africa. Thank you so much.
Okay. How do you say? For a moment there, I thought you said, why can't we transform Africa into the United States of America? We were going to have a lot of questions. So thank you. Appreciate it. Short and sweet. As you see, there's a lot of hands, no speeches. If you can give one thought quickly, I'll try and include as many voices as possible. I'm coming to you, sir.
Thank you so much. My name is Mulisa Melissa from Rwanda. And yesterday, His Excellency President Paul Kagame told us to be selective, and I quote, to not pick fights just for the sake of it, but only the ones worth the sacrifice. And looking around here, almost 80% of the people here are youths and young leaders. So being selective assumes we already have access to choose from. But most of us are still struggling and being judged by our age before we even show what we know and what we can do. You enter an office, an interview, and you are capable of doing that thing, but you're being judged just because you're young. So how are we actually given access to select battles, not after we have proven ourselves by someone's timeline, but starting from based on what we know and what we're capable of doing, not just our age, just because we're young. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. I want to mix and match over here. I want to also make, please go all the way to the top. Go all the way to the top. Go all the way to the top. Okay, you were enthusiastic for a moment. Real quick, I want to get as many voices as possible.
Okay, thank you indeed for giving me this chance to speak here. Yusuf Abdurrahim Yusuf from Sudan, and I'm a student at Ines Institute through Hungary for Applied Science. And really, there is a problem that I want to talk about because of, like, we are here gathered as Africans, okay? But there's something when the people that are coming from Europe, America, or something like this, we used to tease them that they are better than us, but they are not. They are not better than us. Previously, they were, but nowadays they are not.
They never were.
Our mindset, they are never, or they are not better than us nowadays, because we have our content creator there. Yesterday, even they used to tell that they are used to tell about stories, but it's time we as Africans, we have to tell our stories.
And we are telling our stories.
We have to tell our stories. Even we have to tell them, retell them that we have our content creators over there. They have to take the lead. Just we want a chance as youth or young leaders to tell our stories or to retell our stories.
Okay.
Just give us a chance to tell our stories.
Yusuf, I hear you. Thank you. Okay, she's literally on her feet. Then I'll get to some of those people at the back. We have to wrap this up in the next 5 minutes because we have 2 more things to do before lunch. The longer you speak, the longer we delay lunch. Do you guys want that?
Please.
Okay, let's make a deal. The longer you speak, the longer you delay lunch. What do you want to do? I can give everybody a mic. Do you want me to do that?
Waiting to talk.
Or do you want to eat? Okay. I think we have a good medium here. Yes.
Hi everyone, my name is Tashea Naidu, as you know from yesterday. Thank you.
Okay, your fan club. Your
I
fan club
have
is
a very
active.
important perspective, but it's incredibly controversial. I've heard everybody speak between the last 2 days, but I think something that's missing is an economic perspective with regard to the shift from Pan-Africanism to Meta-Africanism. I, as a PhD candidate, have had the opportunity to travel the world and attend all of these conferences, summits, and forums. But in Africa, we spend a significant amount of our budget on hosting Western individuals to come and show them our countries. But the question then becomes, we pay for their planes, their accommodation, and hosting in these massive, wonderful, but probably very expensive venues. So the question then becomes, why are we discussing individuals in rooms where these individuals will probably never even have access to planes or running waters? This is not hypothetical. In South Africa, less than 50% of individuals have access to running waters.
Right.
So I ask you to please consider, when you go back to your countries, we are here in this room at a very expensive cost. So we need to look past the clocking it and the vibing and the selfies, because in our countries, our women are still being killed and our kids are learning under trees. So let's move past, and I'm saying this as a content creator, let's move past the social media trends to actual practical, tangible, and measurable impact.
Thank you, Tashaya. I appreciate that. You should be aware of your privilege. There's 2 people at the back there. I want to hear your thoughts. Please give them a microphone at the back. Yes. The gentleman in black, yes. Short and sweet. At the end. At the end, at the very back.
Thank you.
Not a speech, sir. I see you on your phone. Not a speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Mohsin and I'm from Uganda. So my question is particularly in regards to economics and in regards to our minerals, yeah? So I just had to note down a little figures in a minute. So we've had a lot of conversation about Uganda's oil and the mineral resources, but when you take the idea from moving away from Pan-Africanism and in regards to Meta-Africanism, one thing clearly stands out, and that is, in Uganda's oil sector, for example, UNOC has only 15%, and then when you look at the other participating interests, Total Energies and CNOOC get to have over 85%. And in regards to the investment, or when you talk about the billion worth of sector oil contracts, as reviewed in 2023, you get to understand that about 7.16 billion of those contracts, only about 25% of them were given to the local companies. So if you're talking about Meta-Africanism and us having charge over the Africa that you want, don't you think it is only in proper, or it's only in order that these monies that are from Africa are invested back into the African companies?
Right. So Sebo, your point is that the foreigners have the Africa we want?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
We'll get back tomorrow.
Thank you so much. My name is David Kaihura from Rwanda. I'll go direct to the questions that I have. And I was making sure I ask them when His Excellency Abumbeki is here, because he made a point that we need to hold presidents accountable. And I need to ask, do you think the African Union is designed to protect African people or to protect African governments? Is it really serving African citizens? And do you think in the way it is designed, is it protecting African citizens from bad governance or African governments from external interventions? Is it really, can I as a citizen of Africa see it as a body that protects my benefits or government's benefits? And if as a citizen I don't view it as something serving me, then I do not belong there. And the last question is, how do presidents of Africans hold each other accountable, yet they're on the table supposed to hold them accountable? Do we have mechanisms in place doing that? Thank you.
All right. Can I do a straw poll here? How many of you think the African Union is effective? How many of you think the African Union is somewhat effective? How many of you think the African Union is a failure? President Mbeki, do you see what the people think? Let me say that again. How many of you are disappointed in the African Union? There is your answer. I have nothing more to say. The final two questions before we go to the next. All right, I will take the final one from this corner.
Okay, my name is Ashley and I am from Zimbabwe and also a beneficiary of the MasterCard Foundation and an Umuholiwe Africa Fellow. So my question is to Dr. Hassan specifically. You spoke about building institutions that transcend generations. But then throughout the conference, we've also talked about not wasting time building committees, being too bureaucratic, going to execute. So how do we execute, but also at the same time think of a system? I need one or two things that builders in the room like myself and governance aspirations can walk away with to actually implement from this conference.
All right. Remember what I said. The more questions you ask, the further away we get from lunch. So I can only take the final two from... You guys have a joint question? Okay. Do you see these Africans? You cannot trust these Africans. Okay, fine. My sister.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mariama Masakwe from Liberia. So based on what I have heard so far from the Pan-Africanism to the Meta-Africanism, I came up with a question that I want to understand better, which is how can African turn its young population into an economical growth and a development progress?
Okay, he literally grabbed it from my hand. Final thoughts.
Thank you. My name is Felix. I'm Rwandan. My question is, Africa has a very young population, but many young people face unemployment and the lack of opportunities. What practical change should African governments, universities, and young people make now to turn this large youth population into Africa's greatest strength?
Guys, I have to leave it there unless... Do you have a microphone? Where's that microphone up there? Do you have a microphone around there? If you're near a microphone, take it as I go back to the stage.
They're gonna take it.
Okay. I'm going to give my panelists each just 30 seconds as you wrap up here, just because we want to get people to lunch and we have 2 more things to do. Thank you for your contributions. We wanted to make sure we have good geographic representation, and I think we've covered that. We even had from Zimbabwe for the first time. That was very nice. Okay, who's got a microphone? Who has the microphone?
This middle.
No.
Dr. Hassan, there was a specific question for you. I think you
Yes.
can take that real quick as they get a microphone to somebody.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I think I will commend, I was looking at the camera, so I don't know the direction of the guy. The guy that asked the question around African Union.
Right.
Guys, those are the kind of questions you should ask. You should hold leadership responsible so that the policies and institutions they enact or evolve is also applicable to them.
Right.
So you can't be a president and say, okay, let's build a very effective electoral system that will produce the best president, let's elections count, and then elections are done, and a leader is announced, which is not you. And then you go to the judiciary, announce that that election was technically default. So the judiciary, which is not the electoral body that you set up, is now deciding at the Supreme Court that that election is null and void, and you sit down there as a president. You should be able to call that president to account that you must obey this institutional requirement, and you must get out of that seat. So if you sit down and allow that's what I call building institutions, not creating them. We have, we have issue of corruption everywhere in Africa.
Right.
You know, leaders in my country, they created a very robust, efficient, very transparent institution called the Economic Financial Crime, something EFCC. They are supposed to deal with criminals, financial crime, corruption, state fund embezzlement, and all that. But that same institution is a property of the president. So the president decides who should be prosecuted.
So it's been weaponized.
It's been weaponized. So that institution does not even look at the president's books. No, that is an abomination. You guys are supposed to challenge that president, that this is what the EFCC says.
Right.
And this is what should be done. Your energy and your vibrance, your bravery, your risk appetite should go into ensuring that the things that have been said to be done are seen to be done rightly.
Okay, when you started to say, in my country they created, I thought he was going to end that sentence with saying, in my country they created 2 fake agencies that were getting money from the government. But you went a different direction. Nigerians know what I'm talking about. Giants of Africa, they fall our hands now. All right, who's got the microphone? There was somebody who had a really burning question there at the top that I want to give a chance to. Okay, the gentleman in brown. Sir, short and sweet.
Thank you very much, Larry, for the opportunity. Again, my name is Fode Bangura, and I'm from Sierra Leone. I think quick one, it's not a question, it's actually to respond to my peers with regards to, they believe the African Union is ineffective.
Right.
But I can tell you 100%, the African Union is the most effective institution in the continent.
Really?
The contradiction here is, I can bet 99% of young people here don't know the processes it takes to really implement programs at the African Union. They don't know. In fact, I can bet 99% have not even read the Constitutive Act that created the African Union. So they don't even know those processes, so they make it sound like the African Union is not effective.
Right.
The problems are in our countries. Remember, our countries are sovereign states, so they are not forced to follow, to sign, or to ratify policies at the African Union level. They have to do it by choice. So our problems are in our own countries. Thank you.
Ode, thank you. I feel like if we open that debate about the African Union, that's an entirely different session that we cannot begin to interrogate right now. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to close that discussion. Did the African Union write that? You had specific questions, Samantha, about the percentages in this oil project, and the Ugandan had some serious concerns. You remember?
Yes, the gentleman at the top.
Yes.
Yes, I presume you picked those facts maybe from a website, and of course they don't paint the complete picture. So the government's share of the oil is 60 to 70%. So the stake, the 15% that's being touted, that's UNOX, okay, that's UNOX. That's what we contribute to, that's what we operate from, but the government, the lion's share of the money comes from the sale of the crude oil, and the government takes 70% of that share. The 7.7 billion you're referring to that has largely gone to contractors who are foreign, yes, they had the technical capabilities. We took them through a rigorous program. They have to also do national content programs, but equally, they must pay tax. And to date, they have paid over $500 million in tax directly to our treasury. So that's more of the complete picture.
Okay, fantastic. I'm afraid I have to wrap it up there, unless you want to say something in 15 seconds. I got to get people to lunch.
No, I think just 15 seconds, because the first question that was asked had to do with mental health.
Right.
And I don't want us to neglect that issue, because culturally in Africa, we have this thing about pushing mental health under the carpet. And when I heard it, I might not be able to answer it, but I think it's a question we need to answer. The next one I think that came up was around jobs. I go for an interview, I'm too young. What do we need to get jobs? When I leave from this conference, what's the first thing I can do and everything? But I think I just want to say, jobs really, we need to build those strong systems. And so when people go back, if they can go back, wherever the sphere of influence is, we need to build the system. Those corridors, the speaker before talked about the corridors of agriculture and the real industrialization.
Right.
Yes, I think we need our content creators, but we need real solid mortar and bricks industry on this continent so that we can have all those direct jobs, indirect jobs, and induced jobs.
Awesome. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much, ladies and
Larry,
gentlemen.
sorry, before we leave it there, there's one thing really actually
quickly,
burning.
because I really
I
have to
actually
wrap
wrote
this up.
it down because
Yes.
somebody mentioned it and I wanted to address it. Somebody on the floor mentioned it. And I wrote it down because I feel it's really important about, the conversations we're having here and how they can then be transferred to people that are not in this room. So
Yes,
who's not?
Desire mentioned that
Right,
we're in a
exactly.
privileged room
Correct.
and we're not aware of the real
Correct.
reality of the
So it's
concept.
not an answer, it's more of a question and a reflection for us to take away. So I've written it down. As we develop a vision for Africa's future in rooms like this one, how do we ensure that the priorities and lived experiences of people who aren't in the room
Right.
shape both the agenda and the implementation? Whose experience should ultimately tell us whether this mindset reset has succeeded? Let's take that away as we go to lunch. Thank you.
Fantastic. Please give them a big round of applause. They've been great sports. Thank you so much. And thank you for such an enthusiastic contribution. We have one more session in the afternoon that will kind of include more of your voices. But right now, we want to give you two quick provocations. What if everything you know about Africa's mineral wealth was wrong? Think about that. What if everything you know about Africa's mineral wealth was wrong? Okay, to kick us off, please welcome Bright Simmons, public policy analyst and honorable VP at Imani Africa, Sankori, and M Pedigree. Bright, oh yeah, he's there at the back. Give him a big round of applause as he comes up. I think he's got some slides, and then we're going to have, right after that, Mr. Andrew Mwenda, who calls himself a grandfather. He was born in 1912. When you see him here, you'll confirm if he was born in 1912, if he looks like it.
Thank you very much, my brother Larry. First of all, gratitude to ASG for inviting us, to Dr. Gattari in particular, but also His Excellency, and obviously to all excellencies for spending time with us and allowing us to bring this provocation to you. So this is the part of the conference where we make you very angry. So initially, you're going to be extremely angry. Then you're going to realize that there are actually some facts in here and some truth. And as you all know, the truth will set us free because they will pave the way for the mindset shifts that are needed. Also, it's going to demonstrate in real terms how ASG is going to be a very different kind of platform. Just an hour or so ago, a few hours ago, you heard someone from McKinsey, actually the chairman of McKinsey Africa, give you a set of numbers, which I'm now going to completely dispute. And then we'll solve it all on ASG's platform as the months and the years proceed. So here we go. I want to convince you that when the rest of the world concede to us that we are rich in natural minerals, they are just giving us a consolation prize. These are people that really struggle to accept that we are excellent in any regard. Why are they so eager to tell us that we are rich in natural resources? Because the assumption is that it's not a merit. If you are rich in natural resources because you've got some rocks in your soil, and through those rocks in those soil, you get some money, but it's not really merit. That is why they easily concede this wealth of natural resources, and they don't bother, obviously, to look into because they don't care, even if they have the information. I'm going to try and convince us that hype is not our friend. That this continuous hyping and harping on the fact that we are rich in natural resources hides an extremely dangerous strategic problem for us. Let's start with this number. At the end of this conference, if you really invested in this number, go and do the work, and I'll tell you exactly how to do it. And if you do that work, I'm going to convince you that you're going to discard this number forever and ever. This idea that 30% of all natural resources, particularly mineral resources, often what is said, is in Africa, is not true. It's not true because it's so loosely defined that it's meaningless. There are about 5,000 different mineral species in the world, all the way from graphite and silicon and the rest of it to gold and diamonds and the rest. Whenever they say 30%, they never tell you of which minerals. It's always an arbitrary selection of minerals. And that arbitrary selection of minerals can let you say anything. I can start with 3 minerals and claim that Africa has 30%. Or I can go with all the 5,000. Or you do what I did some time ago, where I took 38 of the most traded minerals, look at it from a volumes perspective and a value perspective, but they are not the same thing. How much the mineral cost and how much quantity is produced in is different. And I looked at the share of Africa in each regard for 3 levels. Resources, which is what you know is there, but you're not sure whether it's profitable to produce. Reserves and production. And upon calculating that, you get different numbers depending on which minerals you select. But for the 38 most interesting minerals, for the mean, you are around 5%. And for the median, which is another statistical calculation that tries to compensate for the skewness, you get about 1.8%. It's that frightening. But bear with me, because in that wisdom, in that knowledge, is actually our redemption. And I'll come to that soon. One UN agency actually used the 30% number. And of course, I've traced it all the way back to when it was first used in the early 90s. But more recently, a UN agency used the number. And as usual, they don't give you a footnote where they tell you which minerals they are talking about and the rest of it. But in the course of the conversation, in that publication, they mentioned which minerals they were talking about. And then when you actually take those minerals and you size them by median, you get different numbers. And those different numbers that you get depends on, obviously, the 7 minerals that they are choosing out of the hundreds of minerals that we have on the continent, and obviously of the thousands of minerals we have in the rest of the world. Yes, some African countries are very rich in minerals. So the point is not that Africa is uniformly poor in minerals. That is not the point being made. You have African countries that are very rich in certain minerals. We've talked about platinum group minerals. The reason why the number there differs from Arches is because my number, the 83% versus 90%, reflects Russia's recent discoveries that have been put into stream, and now USGS and BSGS recognizes it, which is why that number is different. Yes, Morocco is very rich, DR Congo is very rich, and they are very rich in certain minerals, but we are extremely dominant. The point is that on average, Africa is not as rich as claimed, but that doesn't matter because there's a more important point which I'll make very soon. The real critical fact is that when it comes to a certain group of minerals that are fundamental to our industrialization, those are the ones we haven't looked well enough for, we don't currently produce enough of, and it's going to be really problematic unless we fix it. With the exception of South Africa and a few countries, we're almost uniformly not producing enough of these minerals, which is the one that you see in red. These are minerals such as iron ore, such as coal, such as lithium. Nickel is not there, zinc is not there, tin is not there, but they are very similar. The fascinating thing about these minerals is that they are also used in massive quantities. So I'll give you a practical example. If you went to Tanzania today, almost all the Tanzanite in the world is produced in Tanzania. But Tanzanite is used in very small quantities. In fact, the total value of all the Tanzanite in the world sold by Tanzania in a year is probably $20 million or so. Brazil, on the other hand, has only 16% of the world's iron ore, but the amount that they earn from that amount of iron ore is about $30 billion a year, compared to $20 million or so for Tanzania. If you do your analysis and you look at, for instance, what it takes to build a new railroad or a power plant, and look at the mass of minerals that you need, it becomes very clear to you that small quantity, high value minerals, while important, cannot industrialize your country. I'll give you another practical example. If you took all the amount of rare earth metals, we give you a lot about rare earth metals nowadays, that are in a car, and you went and tripled the price of all those rare earth metals in the car, the increase in the overall price of the car is still just 0.1% because of the tiny quantities in which they're used. In fact, total rare earth metals production and sale in the world is less than $10 billion. That's less than how much Ghana produces in gold alone. This raises fundamental issues about if we were to industrialize at the pace of the world, basically if we were to consume these resources at just the world average, we need 14 times more steel than we are currently producing, which means obviously 14 times more iron ore. 5.5 million tons of copper is what we produce in terms of smelter ore. But the funny point is that we export almost all of it. And if we were to consume everything that we currently produce in copper, we will be 1 million metric tons short. These are devastating numbers. And I don't want to go into potash because I don't have time, but we really have only about 1% of global potash reserves, and we absolutely need it for our agriculture. This confusion often extends also into beneficiation when it comes to deriving more value from our minerals. The same confusion around the numbers persists. And I will show you in a minute that almost everyone that I often hear of talking about it casually, of course, I'm not talking about experts here, but casually, policymakers and the like, think of value addition in terms of refining. And by that, they mean incremental refining. So turning gold dory into gold. The problem is that the world's largest gold refinery, the largest is in Australia, it's a city called Perth, makes a net margin of 0.17%. It's literally unprofitable. In fact, Ghana recently decided that all the artisanal and small-scale mining of gold in that country will now be processed in that country. But what they meant by processing was refining. It turns out that we do about $10 billion of small-scale mining gold. If we were to refine everything in Ghana, the extra value addition, if it's only refining, is $32 million. $10 billion, you add $32 million. How is that truly transformative? It's not. In fact, in copper, there are times when it's negative if you only focus on refining. So what should you do? We'll come back to that in a minute. But the point is that everyone is building refineries for metals and metals of different kinds. And those refineries are often not taking into account the broader chemistry, which is where the real opportunity lies. You need a 360-degree view. And that 360-degree view means that you have to look beyond incremental refining. So think of, for instance, iron ball bearings, which every gold mine, every solid mineral mine needs in order to be able to mine the minerals. Many countries in Africa never made them. In Ghana, despite 120 years or so of gold production, we don't produce simple iron ball bearings. And these are $100 million opportunities all over the place. Sulfuric acid, billions of dollars. So don't only think of the incremental refining, think of all the adjacent linkages, think of all the other opportunities around the mineral. But when you think it's about value addition around incremental step refining, you often close your eye to that specific point. which relates us to 5 quick points. The first point is that when it comes to so-called critical minerals and critical mineral lists, ask yourself a very simple question: critical to whom? Because a lot of the lists that you hear, sometimes chromium, cobalt, and the rest, is often based on national security interests of specific countries in the world, not necessarily African criticality, which I define as purely about industrialization. So you have to use the African mining vision and then Agenda 2063, cross and transpose, and then based on that, select minerals that are critical to the achievement of those goals, not the minerals that Americans or the Russians or the Chinese claim are critical. So that's the first insight. The second insight is stay focused on where the real industrial value lies, which means minerals that are critical for industrial transformation. And that means that even when it comes to the critical minerals that are related to energy transition, we often make a big mistake. Imagine you wanted to build a 200 megawatt windmill or wind power station. And you say, what are the critical minerals for that? It turns out that over 245,000 tons of materials are required for that plant. Most of that is not critical minerals. The critical minerals element there is about 80 to 32 tons, depending on the mix of that power plant. So even for the critical energy transition that they tell us about, the solar panels and the likes, the bulk of the minerals in them are not the so-called critical minerals. Because when you think of a solar panel, the bulk of the minerals in there is silica. So think like that. Don't let somebody use their list of minerals and claim that certain minerals are important for you when your focus is on manufacturing. Third, boost exploration for industrial minerals above everything else. We used to dominate we need to control about 16% of the world's exploration dollars. It's gone down to 10% and it's fallen. We are not finding enough minerals. That happened to us in cocoa. Acha was telling you earlier that Africa produces 70% of the world's cocoa. Well, that was a couple of years ago. A country called Peru decided to enter the market and they've shrunk us to 50% because our trees got old. And because our trees got old and we're not replacing them, this is creating really fundamental problems in agriculture, and we're going to see the same in minerals if we don't boost exploration. How are we going to do that? My argument for boosting exploration requires us to look carefully at what we are doing with data. Right now, the only people who look for exploration data to find out how much gold is there, how much iron ore is there, etc., are the people who intend to mine. And because mining is a multi-billion-dollar industry, you don't go looking for the data unless you have billions of dollars to spend. We are asking that you unbundle it. You create a new category of rights purely in the information and the data rights. And if we don't do it, others have come to this country, in our countries, and using technology from America, they are collecting that data. A company called Cobalt is an example. They are building artificial intelligence models. They are taking those artificial intelligence models to Australia to find more minerals there. So what am I proposing? Simple. Make sure that the mineral rights themselves become an asset. Enable people to create artificial intelligence models on the mineral information data. And then through that effort, create conditions in which finding the minerals become as valuable as producing the minerals. This is very straightforward support. And the last point I will make, obviously I've already made it, is that think much harder about value addition beyond incremental refining. Things like sulfur, sulfuric acid, etc., and all of these things are critical inputs we don't produce at the continent in enough range. I'll give a very little example to wrap up in respect of that. If you think of palladium, which is one of the platinum group minerals, today, Russia has overtaken South Africa in palladium, even though South Africa is a world-dominant power in platinum group minerals. Now, the problem is that the chemistries around all of these are still being imported, which is why when you build a refinery in Africa or a smelter in Africa, your Aqua Regia, all of these complexes are still being brought in overseas, and the money is still being, in a sense, externalized. We should go in and build capacity across the entire value chain, even when we are thinking about value addition. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Bright. And my grandfather, Andrew Mwenda. Again, the topic is everything the world has told you about Africa's mineral wealth is wrong. Andrew.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Larry for accepting that I'm his, not grandfather, actually, I'm his great-great-grandfather. I am the grandfather of his grandfather. And then where has my other great-grandson, Francis, disappeared. So I want to first blame Francis for inviting a man from the Jurassic age with ideas fossilized in amber to speak to very young people like you. About minerals in Africa, first, I want to give a broad perspective about what I think the problem we face is. The process of development takes place in the context of international trade. Now, international trade is a value chain. Some countries like Congo will produce coltan, others will make microchips, others will design smartphones. Some countries will mine iron ore, others make steel, others will market automobiles. How much you earn from international trade depends on your position in that value chain. The challenge of Africa is not the presence or absence of minerals, really. It is absence of two things. What I would call human capital and technology to convert the minerals that we don't have, rather we have, into high value products, or for that matter, to be able to trade minerals that we don't have, to buy minerals that we don't have and convert them into high value. Please remember that South Korea and Japan are some of the most industrialized countries in the world. They don't have these minerals. So the lie about Africa is that our development will entirely depend or largely depend on the presence of minerals under our feet. The second thing we don't understand about minerals in Africa, actually Africa is the most underexplored continent in the world when it comes to minerals. The United States and Canada occupy 13% of the land surface. Africa occupies, I think, 22 or 21%. The total value of all minerals in Africa is about 30 trillion. Between the United States and Canada is 78. What is the lie there? The lie is that North America has been thoroughly explored with modern technology. Africa's mineral wealth, that the information we have, is from maps and the explorations that were done in the colonial period, and they have not been updated. Outside of South Africa and Morocco, and maybe recently Uganda, African countries do not know what is under our feet. So we are fighting over something we don't even know. So, if we are to think about Africa, our greatest mine is not in gold, it is in human capital. To generate the technology, to build trade links that can allow us either to exploit the minerals we have or to exploit minerals from other countries to create most advanced products. I'll give you an example. I think the total revenue from minerals in Africa is how much? About 508 billion a year. About 500 billion. Of that, total royalties and taxes is 20 billion. The good mathematicians, how much is that? 3% is what we get. Why? Because outside of South Africa and maybe Morocco, the control of the exploration, mining, processing, and whatever you can add in Africa is not controlled by us. So we need to take control of our own wealth. The second part, the United States actually, if you remove fuel, oil, products, non-fuel minerals in America are only 112 billion a year compared to Africa's 5 billion. But because what they mean is processed into what you could say the aerospace industry, electronics, and so many other advanced technologies, the total value created by the mining industry at the end of the day in the United States is 4.1 trillion. From 112 billion, you have $4.1 trillion worth of economic value. I think that is what Africa should be discussing. How can we convert the little that we have into high value? I'm carrying an iPhone here. The design and marketing of this iPhone is 64% of its value. Please find out. The rest, you can compact it in 36%. So, if Africa does not go into the high value end of the product cycle, you can mine minerals, you can process them, you can sell, as long as you're not at the highest end of the product cycle in terms of value, you can never benefit. And why are we stuck? Because 81% of all mining concessions are in Africa. 80% of all mining in Africa is not done by Africans, it's done by multinational capital. And why is foreign direct investment stroke multinational capital not a vehicle for our future transformation? As a rule, multinational companies do not transfer the most innovative components of their business to their subsidiaries. Apple is not going to transfer the design and marketing of the iPhone, which is 64% of the value, to Uganda or to Rwanda. It will remain in California. In fact, what we call multinational companies are not multinational companies. They are national companies with multinational operations. Apple is in the United States. It's not going to leave California. It can do assembly of the iPhone in China, but it will design and market it in the United States. That's where the value is. So my conclusion is that we are fighting over the wrong issue of how much minerals do we have. What we should be discussing is, with the minerals that we have, what can we do with them using our human skill? So the greatest mind we have is our human capital. Thank you.
Oh, wow. I think that is a great place to end it, unless you have follow-up questions before we take you to lunch. I feel like they've covered it so succinctly. Do you agree with everything he said? Right?
I agree with most of what he said.
Except what do you disagree?
Never disagree with your grandfather, especially in front of other people.
Charlie, we're ready there now. Just go for it.
The only caveat is that when you look at the world's, the country that's benefited most from minerals, Australia, 30 million people, when it comes to non-fuel minerals, they produce as much as Africa.
Right.
Then I did a count of all the major mining projects in Australia in the last 5 years.
Right.
All of it was by foreign companies.
Even in Australia.
So what does that mean? That doesn't mean that I'm disputing what he says about MNCs. What I'm saying, it means though is that once you've created a platform in your own country, you can then be safe enough to allow MNCs to come in. So it's not that you don't need MNCs at all, but you need to have a foundation in your own country, a strategic foundation, and then let MNCs come in. Because otherwise you lose technology and other skills over time because you can't do everything in your own country.
But the point he makes is that they're not really multinational companies anyway. They're national companies with international operations.
That's what I mean.
The benefit is where they're from.
But the technology, see, the way the technology is not uniform because of the discovery process accidental.
Right.
So some smart person sitting in Korea discovers something. Let's say somebody sitting in Mongolia discovers a way to get more gold out of your soil 4 times what your current technology can do.
Right.
Because they're in Mongolia and they build a big corporation, you can license the technology. True.
Right.
But what if they are not willing to license? And the only way you get that technology is to allow them to invest in your country. That's what China did with Foxconn from Taiwan.
Right.
And then Apple came in and built the technology from in China. They realized that they were not going to license the technology to them. So the only way they could learn themselves was to let the Americans come in, which is why Chinese technology sector, until recently, was almost dominated entirely by the West. It only got the Chinese were stupid, but they built the foundational platform, allowed MNC to come in, and then they could take over. So that is the only slight caveat that I will add.
Your response, finally, great-great-grandfather.
Yes, I agree with my great-grandson in the sense that foreign direct investment is absolutely necessary for Africa. It's simple that we understand how to use it. It should not be the driver of our transformation. It should be a complement to it. Right. If you look at companies like Kia, Hyundai, and Samsung, LG, they become successful by attracting international partners. They will bring you technology, capital, skills, and the international operations. But you should give them maybe 20 or 15% stake in your businesses. The problem, of course, for us, we give them 100% control, and then we get nothing. So they should be complements, not supplements to our national efforts.
Right, 30 seconds. If you go to my blog, you'll find a story about Saudi Arabia versus Nigeria and the trajectory of oil discovery and production. One of the first things you discover that Nigeria moves too rapidly from producing, a couple of 100,000 to millions. Saudi Arabia took 40 years to become a major oil producer. In that process, it allowed Saudi Arabia to bring in MNCs, control the chain, but then learning throughout the process. And when they were willing to really produce large scale, they were ready to do it through Aramco. So one of the lessons also is that sometimes what we do is we overmilk our assets too rapidly, which is why we don't learn enough to take over from the multinationals. But everywhere in the world you go, including the Gulf, it started with foreigners coming in and then leaving the technology behind because the countries were smart.
Bright, Andrew, thank you so much. Please give them a big round of applause. You've been fantastic. We told you yesterday that we had satellite hubs where people were watching and contributing to this as well. We want to show you some of the pictures. I think the first one is from Nigeria. This is Abuja, right? And just thank them for being a part of this conversation and contributing and I guess joining us. We're going to have Nigeria come up and then Zimbabwe, Harare, any moment now. They told me it was ready. And then now that I'm pointing to it, it's not ready. So anybody have any stories to tell me while we're waiting? Listen, Julie is going to be here in the afternoon. Can we get a microphone to His Excellency Gatete here in a second? Julie is going to be back here in the afternoon for the afternoon session. We have a few more opportunities for you to speak and contribute and to wrap it up. All right, yes, that's the Youth Hub in Abuja, Nigeria. Thank you so much for being a part of this. It's real, for real. They are, in fact, watching this. And that's more from the Youth Hub. While we have those pictures up, they will have the locations. Sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe add something to what Andrew Mwenda and his colleague just mentioned, which I really completely agree. And you can go to any conference and they are saying the right things. Value addition to the final end is what we need. But what is lacking is how do we get there? Because for example, for minerals, agriculture, and so many other areas, you need a value chain at the national level or at the regional level. To do that, you need like a special economic zone or industrial park where you can have so many industries that are related. And then you provide what you call really providing the incentives for the companies to come in who are going to invest. So the de-risking part becomes easier when they are all together in the same area and by creating that value chain. And we have organizations, Africans and non-Africans, that do that. Africa Development Bank,
right.
The World Bank, where we have 3 vice presidents that are Africans, the IFC, where we have Makta, who is from Senegal. They all have de-risking facilities. Now, how to do it and bring everything together and de-risk so that investors can find it cheap is where the problem is. Because we all know what we want. We have identified 94 regional value chains, but without including even the national value chains which can work.
Right.
We have identified, for example, the one between Zambia and Zimbabwe for agriculture for the entire Southern Africa. But the how is the most important. Because what they are saying is true, we all agree with it, but how do we move forward? And that's why you need to negotiate with governments, agree, and then bring in these other institutions that are going to help in terms of the risking so that people can come in and invest their own money and then get exactly what we want so that can be realized. And that's the missing link, because we know the ideally this is what we need, but how is the most challenging thing. Thank you so much.
And the how is sort of the heart of this. Yes, former Vice President Fatoumata from the Gambia.
Hello. As a woman, we always look inwardly before we look outwardly. We are talking about transforming the mindset at the continental level. But we are not talking about the roots. You cannot go up when the roots are not really strong. You have to water the roots to have good roots, which will, of course, represent the foundation, and then you go globally. The issues that we have is moving towards sustainable development. And sustainable development does require that you have at the national level a good system of governance,
right,
including good systems, including the infrastructure, communication, of course, including the human capital. So I believe that some of the things that we are yet to master is what do we have at the national level? How do we strategically bring up that value system to ensure that the national level is, the lives of the people are transformed, economic systems, political systems, everything is in place, whereby I do agree with Brother Hassan that you have to build systems, because if you build just institutions or you create institutions, you cannot really transfer that to the young generation. We have to now transform our mentality transform our minds in ensuring that the resources we have for instance, in the Gambia, we know how much it is, we value them, we make it affects the impacts on the lives of the people, and then we look globally as to how we can use that to bring in foreign investors.
Right.
So that they don't only take, but they leave something behind. Thank you.
These young people are saying that they're frustrated, that we talk too much and do too little. And they've heard this conversation since they were kids, and now they're of this age. And that's why you see the frustration of the African Union with their governments. They just feel that not enough is done. We have committees, we have frameworks, we have plans, we have visions, but not enough implementation.
Yeah, it's the implementation. The implementation starts from the political will. The political will to ensure that not only after elections, because our problem is after elections is it. We need to go beyond elections.
Right.
And deliver the campaign promises or the development plans that we develop for the people. And most of the development plans are top bottom.
Yeah.
Because and that's why they don't make impact.
Okay.
So for the young people, my advice is for you to start working, not looking up and complaining, but rather working in your communities, knowing what your communities have,
okay,
advocating, and also petitioning, rather than just going all the time protesting in the streets. You have to read the intellect, the ingenuity that you have, so that you participate and contribute towards changing the systems of governance that do not favor you.
But sometimes the protesting works. Ask NSARS. The Nigerians don't agree. Sometimes the protesting works. Ask the Kenyans. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but
for this life na balance.
For us in the Gambia,
right?
For 20 years we suffered. For 22 years we were under dictatorship, and we were able to change the system not by protesting, but working from the bottom, understanding, sensitizing our people, and strategically thinking and coming together, creating coalitions that have the same understanding and the same commitment to bring the change. So yes, I do agree sometimes the protest works, but the modality, the strategies of the protest that I see with the young children is something as a mother that I wouldn't like to advise.
Right.
We need to sit, create coalitions, and also what we need to do, the civil society is truncated. Some of them are politicized.
Right.
I have been in governance for many years. I know some people, they say today they can criticize sometimes, but tomorrow they are politicized. So they have to build coalitions, civil society. They have to speak with one voice. And they strategically should also institutionalize their programs so that they can be more effective.
All right, thank you so much. And that is going to be the final thought from this session. This is where I leave you. My name is Larry Madowo. Please watch my show on CNN. It's called African Voices. It highlights your voices. There's one person who's going to applaud. Please watch my show on CNN. It's called African Voices. Oh, you guys are so kind. You're very kind. Julie's back in the afternoon for the final session. This is your chance to go to lunch. Enjoy, and thank you. Please come back in an hour.
Than the Mona Lisa, honey, like a legendary movie. Nkwa gala jambo movie. It's a jingle, baby, the dimension. Oh, baby, 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 you're beauty.
gave us guidance yesterday, but what is the message that you want everybody here to leave with in terms of how they can transform the way they think and build a better future for themselves in Africa?
Okay. Thank you so much. I also salute you for your leadership. And I think we women, we need to really be giving each other solidarity and particularly networking. I'm happy that I was able to inspire most of the young people, not only the girls, but also men, because we have to now start working with our sons and daughters. I am favored by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala by being gender equality. I have 4 boys, 4 young men and 4 young women, so that's gender equality.
Absolutely.
So, and I also have hosts of children all over Africa. All of you are now going to be in my data bank as my children and grandchildren. So, but, well, the reflection is, one, you have to have faith. You have to believe in yourself, and you don't have to limit yourself. The horizon is the limit. What you need to do as young people is to ensure that you have a goal, because without a goal, you wouldn't have sense of direction. And then you need to look at what obtains around you. You network, you learn from each other. I'm a grandmother, but I'm still learning. My grandchildren will say, "Oh, Grandma, what are you learning?" The world is learning from the cradle to the grave. In Islam, in the holy religion, God says we have to learn from the cradle to the grave, and also Christianity does require it. So you have to continue learning and unlearning, and be committed. You have to fight for a stand for a cause. All my life, I have stood for a cause. And this is why I'm still relevant to my country. Regardless of no longer being a vice president, I stand for the cause of the country. When there is crisis, I don't wait to be called, because they call me mother, so I intervene. So, and because of the respect, because as leadership, you also have to have the integrity, and you also have the legitimacy. The legitimacy is people trusting you as a leader. What happened, for instance, in our country for 22 years, we had a difficult political situation, and I decided to leave my UN job and come. I put together 7 political parties, 3 civil society organizations, and we built a coalition. If you Google today, Coalition 2016 is what brought the democratic change in our country. But because we had the change, and things are not we have not been able to manage the change, I continue to advocate that we manage the change. And the change is, we had adopted a national reform agenda, constitutional, judiciary, legislative, security, land reform, and civil service. We are yet to implement those reforms. So I stand again to keep my voice instrumental, influential, so that we can continue to move the country. My message is, don't see yourself as Rwandans or Ugandans or Africans, and see yourself as Africans and see how much you can work. My next advice is for you to work in your communities. Try to contribute to empowering the people who can't have a voice in everything. Help them, give them the aspirations, and give them the hope that if they believe in themselves and if they work hard, you have to work hard. You have to work hard. Nothing is easy in life. And doing business as usual will never give you a difference. So the mindset we are now trying to transform here is for us to continue in believing in ourselves, believing in the African School of Governance. You have really operationalized part of the vision of the African agenda, which is building the capacity of young people so that they can go out to the world. My advice and recommendation for the African School of Governance, maybe my humble recommendation, would be for you to create a data bank, a talent bank, where you can have a database of all the experts you have in Africa, so that whatever you need, you can just press the button, call on the experts. We need to depend on our capability, our confidence, our integrity, because no one is going to do it for us. And my second recommendation is for you to build systems that can outlive the African School of Governance, that can permeate into the communities, last communities of Africa. On that note, I thank you, and I pray that God continues to bless all of you. I love you all.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much. You gave us, the day-to-day practical applications of how we can live our life in a way that contributes, but you've also given incredible advice to the Africa School of Governance, which is heard. Phuthuma, let me come to you next. And, just looking at your career, your life, your experiences, there is a lot that you for sure have learned. But let's start with the reflections that you put into your book. Tell us about the book. It is about mindset shift. What are some of the key reflections that you want people in this room to know? And then please take us to some of the key lessons you learned in your corporate life and experiences. Over to you, please.
Well, thank you very much, Julie. And it's
A little bit closer to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to take the opportunity, first and foremost, to recognize our elders. President Mbeki, I don't think is in the room, and the Prime Minister, Haile Mariam of Ethiopia. And also to thank ASG, in particular Francis, to have invited me to this panel. I think the bulk of what I discuss in that book, Julie, is, I guess, informed by my own professional career, most of which was as Group CEO of MTN Group, which is the largest mobile telephone company on this continent. Today, with, I think, in excess of 320 million subscribers. So they talk to a third of Africa online 24/7 every day, and in over 22 countries. And what began to germinate in my head was the fact that if we are going to be a quarter of humanity in 20 years, 25 years, I mean, the number has been thrown around 2.5 billion people. Also, almost half of the 2.5 billion being youth below the 20 years of age. We have to do something absolutely radical to meet the demands and needs of that youth. Because if we don't, we've got a socioeconomic time bomb on our hands. I think you can even sense the restlessness here already. So this is really what informed me in looking at the book. And I sort of divided it into three parts. First part is about identity, which is sort of the umbrella for mindset. And then the second part is economics, and then the third part is geopolitics. And if I try to, review the discussions of the last 2 days, the task is so enormous. And, you start off with a bit of excitement, then you get a little bit depressed when the enormity of the task hits you. And like any business or country, you've got limited time, you have limited capital, and you've got limited capacity. So you have to prioritize. And what I came to from an economics perspective is that I call it the 80-20 rule that applies to most things, is that probably the biggest or highest priority we have is to get a borderless Africa. Free movement of people, free movement of capital, intellectual and financial. And I think the ex-Prime Minister of Niger touched on it. Economic corridors and agricultural basins. If we don't do that, and I'm not saying it's easy, it's highly political, sensitive issues, it has to be done responsibly and so on. But if we don't do that, Africa will never have scale. If you don't have scale, you don't have leverage. If you don't have leverage, you don't have power. So I think that's really what I would say probably is the largest and most important one. Maybe just to close and say, just this morning, Bill Gates wrote a huge article warning the US government that they're not taking AI seriously. There should be some jobs reserved for humans. This is just this morning, right? So a country as developed as the US in 36 months is going to lose 30% of its workforce.
Wow, that is
What does that mean for us? So we need to think outside the box on how we can start addressing the economies of the futures and not the past. Maybe I should end on that note.
Thank you. Just before we go to the next speaker, I believe you were at the helm of MTN when that, spread happened across the continent, right? You really drove a lot of that. If I remember that period, there were a lot of naysayers about, Africa and this, idea of building companies that traverse the continent. And there was a lot of policy blocks. So tell us, how did you confront them and achieve what you achieved, please?
Well, I think the short version of the answer is that it's a mindset issue. MTN is one of probably the 3 largest publicly listed companies on this continent. And when a lot of South African companies took their capital offshore and re-domiciled, listed in London, listed in New York, and so on, we decided, because the management team was primarily an African team, that we're going to stay on this continent, we're going to remain listed on this continent, and raise the capital. The rest is history. Thank you.
Wow. So please, let's give that a round of applause, because that was a choice. That was a decision. And then, then the strategic focus on getting it done. Benning, let me come to you. One of the things that we can feel clearly is we don't have to preach to young Africans. We can help equip each other. They can equip us, and we can equip them with knowledge and insights in how we do things. What would your advice be? We feel the energy in the room. We see the commitment in the room. Young Africans who are going back to make a difference. Can I hear from you? Yeah, you sound tentative. It's like you didn't have lunch. Young Africans who are going to make a difference for Africa. Can I hear from you? Better. I see somebody doing this. Now, what message do you have for all the young Africans in the room and outside the room in terms of where you sit, your perspective, what you see, and what would be most helpful?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. But before I say anything, I want to specially thank my elder brother, Francis, and the team for pulling together an amazing forum, an amazing set of young people and influencers that I believe post this event will change their own mindsets and the continent for good. I also want to inform him that before I came upstage, a young Algerian walked to me and asked me why we didn't have any North African representation on the speaker list.
Oh, yeah.
I assured them I was going to communicate that, and I hope that maybe in subsequent ones, we have the regional balance in terms of the list of speakers. That tells you that young people by themselves are very conscious and sensitive about how this continent must develop. But having said so, there's a couple of things that we need to recognize. And the first point that I would tell young people is never to lose hope on the possibilities of our continent. Is the first thing that I would tell young people. And the second thing that I would tell young people is that let's not give up on African solidarity, because at the heart of Africa's development is our solidarity. And when I say this, I will still be reminded of what's happening in South Africa. where other Africans are being kicked out, and politicians would do some lazy thinking, trying to attribute xenophobia and Africanism to the element of irregular migration. But our forebears from the 60s, when they started speaking about regional integration and the need for us to build common markets, break down the barriers, eliminate the visa regimes. And I'm glad that my other brother here mentioned that this continent, for us to develop, we need to open up the continent. And young people, when I move around, when I engage with colleagues, the first thing that they speak about is the exigency of breaking down the barriers, removing the visa regimes, and allowing the ingenuity of the African to move around freely on the continent. And so that advocacy must not stop. Young people must continue to hold our government systems accountable and hold the present leadership accountable for enforcing decisions that they collectively undertook to break down the barriers, open up our economies. The next point that I would touch on in saying this is that we've had this conversation about the need to decolonize our educational system. But it has become a slogan of decolonizing Africa's educational system without real evidence of action. And why do I say so? If we look at from yesterday, we talk about skills development. We talk about the human capital. We talk about the need for this continent to be able to mobilize adequate resources. Look, quick statistics. Africa has a development financing deficit of $1.6 trillion. We need about $2.4 trillion to be at par with our colleagues in Asia. We have about $4 trillion of African money sitting in reserves outside. The question we ask ourselves, is it lack of the sense of ingenuity to apply the simple things that we say every day? And who better to advocate for this than young people? The young people need to pick these data and confront leadership with that. And that mindset is what's going to drive industrialization. That's what's going to drive investment in agriculture, drive investment in technology, and create the Africa that we really want. And probably just my final point would be, what should young people really be doing? It's been 20 years since the Africa Youth Charter was adopted in 2006. There's a decision to review that charter this year. Who is taking action? Where are the young people? Do they understand the power that the Africa Youth Charter entrusts to them? Are they able to pick that document to hold governments and systems accountable? And these are things that we need to begin to hold on to. And then we come to the political authority on the continent. Larry asked a simple question before the break, whether young people had confidence in the continental political authority. And the answer was very clear. Why don't we have confidence in the political authority? Because the African continent is focused too much on an election cycle other than real tangible development. And that's why when President Traore speaks, he's more popular than any democratically elected president on the continent. He's not a democratically elected president. He came by the gun. But he's the single most popular African politician today. Does that translate to mean that young people on the continent have lost confidence in the democratic dispensation that we currently practice? And if there's any question that we need to really respond to, the young people in this room must begin to do a self-introspection. Because the two leaders, when they spoke yesterday, in their younger ages, they stood up for themselves. And if we recognize that the political system is weak, that the political authority on the continent is non-performing, and that all the frameworks and architectures that have been adopted have become dormant on the shelves, then we need to do something. Look, His Excellency Gatete said something yesterday, and he summed everything out to say, what we need is implementation. Who is responsible for the implementation and execution? What does it take to do the implementation? We are speaking now about domestic resource mobilization. The young people in this room are the foremost domestic resource that needs to be mobilized and harnessed.
Excellent.
And until we do that, we're going to be in the same cycle of blaming each other, moving one step forward, 10 steps backward, and we will not truly achieve the Africa we want. So I encourage the young people in this room,
Thank you.
rise up to the occasion and act. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, you said so much there. You spoke of the advocacy, and I think part of what I'm hearing is, you know, what does advocacy mean? You know, and the need to go on a journey with young people on advocacy, and the need for you to know the facts, everything you're learning here today, and how can you get more information, because that empowers you when you go into rooms. You know, when you were speaking, Benny, Professor Tade was smiling, because you touched on two things that I think for him will be important. Number one is education, and Tade, I know you've been at the forefront over many decades of looking at what we teach, where we teach it, why we teach it. You've been in the development space. I also know you're very interested in this idea of Africa being able to raise domestic funds to finance the things that we need to do. Give us now a view on where must we go. What do you see? And what would it be helpful for this whole room to know about action, next steps, way forward?
Thank you very much, Julie. Let me begin by recognizing your excellencies that are here, particularly Your Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, and I think former President of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, and all other excellencies and people who are here, all protocols observed. I also want to thank the authorities, Francis Gattari and the group from the African School of Governance, for actually creating this space for us. I want to follow you up on two things. I want to address first the question of resource mobilization. And then I'll come to the other point about youth and political leadership, going back to history on this continent. First, with resource mobilization, you talked about $4 trillion trapped somewhere. I thought this is the opportunity for us. Every crisis has an opportunity. We have a funding and financing, development financing crisis in the world today with DOGE and what happened in the United States of America. But I think this is the opportunity for us to begin to look inwards, to be looking at different kinds of financial instruments, whether it's debt swap, whether it's a different kind of mobilization that looks at the amount of resources that are actually available across in terms of small amounts of money that we can pull together to use for ourselves, or various kinds of new incentives. And I do know that actually the entrepreneurs who are actually changing the thinking and the mindset about how financial resources are mobilized on this continent are young people, both in the area of tech and in the area of financing. If you look at what's going on with the Nairobi iHub, the Lagos iHub, some of the work going on even here in Kigali and Cape Town, there's a lot of that kind of mobilization, bringing in resources which they mobilize some way or the other, both from outside and inside to the table. So my challenge for us, I should say I stand guilty because I've worked with philanthropies. I've worked with 4 philanthropies as most part of my life. But basically, I think the time has come to break the aid dependency mentality or mindset. I think this is the time for us on this continent to look inwards. And I was so pleased and delighted when I saw the Dangote Foundation here.
And when I saw them, there are high net worth Africans. And the point now is to give them a platform and to mobilize them to put their research. And I know some of them are investing because some of the work we did for CASPI, that's the Center for African Social Investments in Wits University, is actually beginning to identify them. They are the Mosepes, they are the Danjumas, there are all kinds of high net worth individuals who are investing, but the investment is in some cases very narrow areas. So I think we need to begin to find ways of mobilizing the resources that we have on the continent, whether from the perspective of actuarial, the principles of actuarial sciences, or new kinds of philanthropies and raising funds. The second point, if you remember the history of the nationalist movement and the leaders of this continent, they were all young.
Yes.
They were young people. So there's a tradition. Maybe our generation stayed quite a bit in the spaces. But that generation that came, that liberated this continent, most of the leaders of that generation were in their 30s and 40s when they did, except for one or two, maybe Jomo Kenyatta and Awolowo in Nigeria. But a lot of the others were in their 30s, 40s. So they were young, and some of them were in their 20s. There were ministers who were in their 20s. You know, when Patrice Lumumba was being tried, some of the people who went were lawyers in their 20s. So this continent has always been dependent on youth at different times. People might then grow old in the positions and then grow rigid. Some kind of rigor mortis sets in, and there's no creativity, there's no innovation. But the time has come for that. On education, I was thinking that with regards to Mr. Gattari, I thought there was a missing link in the challenge on mindset reset. I think we have to catch our people young now. I think beyond speaking to the postgraduates and the graduates and the senior leaders and things, I think this is the time to see whether we can begin to even influence curriculum further down the pipeline. So that, and we're living in a world that the economists are there, are here, the business people are here. If you look at the nature of industrial revolutions used to take centuries. From the agrarian revolution to the fourth industrial revolution, and then to Fordism, all of those were 100 years, 150 years. The last two industrial revolutions, the fourth industrial revolution, and the one that we're in now, the one with the digital revolution, genetic revolution, and all of that, it's taken a period of about 30 years. So if you are not nimble, if you're not flexible, if you're not quick on your feet, you're not going to make a difference. And the kind of training that we should be having in education should not just be because, like you were saying about AI is going to take up quite a lot of things. I am being forced to use AI in my work now because it does quite a lot of things that are just like routine. But what is the essence of education? The essence of education should be independent thinking, independent action, motivation, critical thinking, and then this whole thing about the mindset to be ready to make a change when it is necessary. Right. So I think we need to address this even beyond ASG. I think ASG should be the ambassador that goes down the pipeline, that helps us to think about how do we influence even curriculum development, civic education, how do we influence socialization of the young people, the true next generation. Because Benny, you are no longer the next generation. And a lot of the young people here, you are no longer the next generation. You are the present generation of change makers. The ones coming behind you, we should be able to create a situation for this kind of mindset change. So that will be and then, of course, in terms of education, I think the most difficult institution for reform and transformation has been the university. It has come basically with medieval thinking, medieval titles, deans, provosts, all of those are inheritances of long forgotten things. I think the time has come to actually rethink the university, reconstructing, and some of it is happening. And ASG is a model, but even here in Kigali, we are seeing experimentation with new kinds of advanced learning. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for that. Thank you, Tade. And you know, I did want to pick up on a point, and it brings me really nicely, Professor Lumumba, to you. I want to pick up on the point of the young people's role over generations that we have seen. And you know, the people who fought for independence of our countries, who died, who bled, were young people. Let's give them a hand. Please, let us reckon. They were young. A lot of them were very, very young. We heard that His Excellency Becky said I was 13 when I joined ANC. 13, but interested, engaged. The people who then brought multi-party democracy into many of our countries, in Kenya, our country, were young people. Again, at the front lines, university students, young people. Now let me say another thing, and this is where history is important. The people who took leadership, and you named a couple, were not necessarily the people who fought for our independence. And therein lies some of the things we need to confront about even how we dream of things and follow through strategically. How we make sure when we have a vision, we don't just do the first part, but we go the whole hog to bringing birth to a vision. PLO, you know what our countries have been. You have been talking to us for a long, long time. I want to fast forward. I've taken us back to the reality of the continent, the young people, the mismatch between the people who struggle and the people who take over power. I want to now take us to Vision 2063. An incredible Africa. I want you to imagine an incredible, wealthy Africa, all right? That protects and conserves, that utilizes its wealth and resources to prosper its own people. Where every person has the choice of where they send their children to school because they can afford to make the choice. Where we are living healthy. We're not going to packaged foods that I see the way the rest of the world is going. We're going more natural. And we are healthy and we are strong. But Professor Lumumba, what does it take where people feel happy? Can I say people feel happy? Families are thriving. We have contentment. Somebody said they landed in Kigali and they said, it's wonderful. Kigali is wonderful. She said, I feel contentment. Wow. I said, wow, if Africa could have contentment, what does it take mindset-wise, Prof, to move us from this pain we encounter within our systems today to that vision that we have of Africa? Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This morning, when I was thinking about mindset reset, and I can't agree more with all who have spoken before me, that the mind will determine what we do going forward. And I looked at Africa as it is today. And let me very quickly give you an assessment of Africa today. As I speak now, there are no less than 16 conflicts going on in Africa. As I speak now. As I speak now, almost 50% of Africans will suffer from famine. There will be a meeting here about food. And many things will be said, many beautiful things will be said. But they'll have no relationship to what is happening in Sudan. They'll just be said. There may possibly be a Kigali resolution. And it will end there. We'll meet again and have an Accra resolution. You've talked about Agenda 2063. It is not new. It is the new name for the Lagos Plan of Action of 1980. We in the continent of Africa, as others have said, are in the business of giving new name to old things, assuming that that will solve our problems. What young people must do is to understand Africa, because you cannot solve that which you do not understand. And I've had the advantage of talking to very many young people since yesterday from different countries, some countries with conflict. I've talked to young people from Sudan, from Chad, from Cameroon. Those are conflict countries. Which then begs the question, if we want to change minds, how do we want to change minds? We are very quick to talk about artificial intelligence, and I normally ask, whose artificial intelligence? I was watching this morning the humanoid competitions in China. Robots racing. And very quickly, I also watched people struggling for water in Chad, refugees. And yet when we are called upon to discuss these things, we issue statistics that this is what Africa is going to be. But I'm suggesting to this audience and to the young people that number one, we must understand what the problem is. In 1950-60, we said our problem was education. We talked about ignorance. We talked about poverty. We talked about disease. I'm talking to you at a point now when there is Ebola in Eastern Congo. Where has the vaccine come from? Europe. Do we know whether it is a vaccine or we are guinea pigs? We don't know. What are our governments doing about it? Very little. A few months ago, we have another vaccine for malaria, which was tested in Kenya. Do we know whether it's a vaccine or we are guinea pigs? We do not know. That is in the area of disease. We are talking about curriculum development. In the East African region, we said we were going to harmonize education. I now want you to look at the curriculum in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Somalia, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. They are as far from each other as the North is from the South. We are not harmonizing education. Yet we say that we want to solve the problems of Africa. You young people, you are living at a time when it is the best of times and the worst of times. It depends on what you do about it. And the mind is what is going to help us resolve this problem. It gladdens my heart that nearly 22 countries are represented here. The question is, after this conference, will you coordinate or you'll wait for another conference? This is the question. When I saw young people moving in from through Morocco into Ceuta, trying to get into Europe, it tells you that there is a problem. And how are we going to resolve it? By beginning to change in our communities. First, can Africa feed herself? And we are going to feed ourselves if we identify how to do it. If you look at many organizations and many initiatives in the continent of Africa, as I conclude, they are funded from outside. Bill Gates, even Africa. Everything is funded from outside. Our friends of goodwill are getting fatigued What will we do when they leave? The young girl from Ghana asked a question which I believe was not satisfactorily answered yesterday. She asked, the next generation of young Africans are being fed on curriculum or curricula which is developed from outside of the continent. Most of you here, the adults, your children are going to British curriculum schools, French, and when they come back, they'll be the leaders, and they'll be holding apartments in Paris, in Portugal. Africa will only be a hunting ground. Then they go back. What are we doing about curriculum? So, Julie, as we go forward, I believe that the mind is the standard that we are going to deal with. And we are going to deal with when we introduce what I call hygiene in our politics. Easier said than done. What are we doing? Because when politics stumbles, the country pays. And lastly, we must remind ourselves that this is an intergenerational task. Professor Tadia said, you are now the present generation. By the year 2063, I think half of this population will be dead. That is a very morbid thing to say. Half of you will be dead.
Wow.
And those of you who will be alive will be so weak and old that you will not be useful either to yourself or the continent of Africa, rather than repositories of experience. So you must hand over the baton to the next generation. Let me rest my case there.
Wow. Wow. Okay, let me come to the floor now to take some comments, but I want you to remember, you've been asked, you're here, you've got to meet each other. Are you going to wait to be convened by somebody else? Or are you connected now? And how are you taking the initiative to make a difference? I see so many hands. Where are the mics? The mics, please choose somebody. Where's the mic? Yes, the person next to you, closest to you. Yes, hand the mic over. Thank you. Introduce yourself, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Peño Marie Machar. I'm a Pan-Africanist from Inez University, originally from South Sudan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me chance. My hand has been up for 3 days.
Okay, you know, we have like 30 seconds each, so we can
It's
go
okay,
around.
it's okay.
Yes, thank you.
My question will go to Professor Fialo about the mind reset of the African leaders or countries, that the countries with resources are the countries that turn out to be the most poorest and the conflict countries. Example is where I came from. We have oil, we have gold, and South Sudan is a totally war zone today. Why? What should we do about that?
Thank
The second question is, what can we do as both leaders and, wait a minute, I'm almost done. What our leaders could do for us to pave the way for us as the young upcoming African leaders in order to stop repeating the mistake being done by the leaders. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Let me take, is there a lady on this side? Where you've got a... Okay, go ahead, thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Mahasin Dahab, I'm from Sudan. Thank you to the panel for the conversation, and thank you for Dr. Lumumba for mentioning Sudan for the first time in 3 days. My question is, I've been in this forum, I've been trying to make sense of the African leadership, African School of Governance, and I understand that in theory, this answers the questions of skilled public servants who are here to uplift the continent. My question comes to methodology, to epistemology, to pedagogy.
Yes.
So I want to understand, how is this African School of Governance creating its own pedagogy and epistemology towards governance?
Great question.
I have another one.
No. Let's also be fair. There's a gentleman right up there. Can someone rush a mic there? Where is the other mic? Please hand it to the lady. Okay, the gentleman is taking it.
Thank you so much. My name is Jabune Nijena. I'm students from Inesro Engeri. So I have the question to direct the professor. So the first, African Union is doing their job. We honestly aspire to one Africa. How can we achieve deeper economic integration when we still have different currencies, different financial system?
Right.
Visa restriction between African countries. Some will remove it, others not. Can we realistic achieve the vision of one united Africa without greater freedom of movement, stronger intra-African trade, financial integration, and shared institution? What specific mechanism will ensure that this new vision from Pan-Africanism to Meta-Africanism move beyond intellectual discussion and becomes practical transformation that ordinary African citizen can experience through peace, security, mobility, economic opportunity, and unity? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can I bookmark that question? Because that's what several of our panel and our discussions have been about. And I'm pretty sure that as we close, we're going to hear what the next steps will be. There's a lady in white there, but can I please ask, where's the mic? There's a gentleman right up there. Let's get to the people at the back, and then there's a lady here in white. Yes, so go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen in all protocols observed. I bring you greetings from the African Leadership University. My name is Regina Kumbature, a Sierra Leonean student and a beneficiary of the MasterCard Foundation, without which I wouldn't be here today. So my focus for being part of the African Mindset Research Forum is to hold our leaders responsible. And I must say, Dr. Julie, I haven't had any commitments to hold anyone responsible for the past 1.5 days in this forum. So now my question is to
Wait.
Okay.
You hold somebody responsible. No, don't ask a question, because you want accountability and responsibility. Please call out. You have a chance now.
Okay.
Hold someone responsible.
Okay, so I would like to call Your Excellency, the President, Paul Kagame, also the President of South Africa, the President of Uganda, the President of Sierra Leone, where I'm coming from, to ask them that if Meta-Africanism depends on a real shift in power, what is one national decision, control or advantage you would be willing to give up within your own presidency to accelerate Africa's collective future beyond your country's immediate interest?
Wow.
Because now, I see that we have been talking about visa, we have been talking about transportation, we have been talking about sending things from one country to another. Now I'm from Sierra Leone, I'm in Rwanda, but it's very difficult. I'm even thinking, how would I go back without sponsorship? Because to go back, I have to pay 1,500 USD. Yeah. So what's the one decision have you made to make sure that we eradicate this? Is it that you are going to remove the visa or limit the money we have to pay to go to each country? Is it that you are willing to sacrifice trade from each country to be free? We haven't heard about that.
Okay.
So please, that is why I'm here, to hold you guys responsible. I haven't had it, and I hope the next Africa Mindset Research Forum wouldn't just be about discussion, but will also be about telling us what you want to do in the future or what you like to do as a next step. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Because you spoke very long, sadly, I'm going to have to come back to the panel. We'll have to cut the people who are going to speak. But let me say this. No, time is really bad, and we're going to lose some of our speakers. Let me say this, and I think this is really important. We're not here to talk. We're not here to talk. None of us. His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn did not cut his schedule and come here. We did not invite all of you. All of you, imagine the time. You left home. You left what you do every day. We are not here, ladies and gentlemen, and Africa, we are not here to talk. We are here to change Africa. And that's why we have private sector in the room, we have government in the room, and we believe that you as young Africans will help us transform Africa. So anybody who thinks we are here talking, you need to just mindset change. And the way you can do that is to ask yourself, what am I going to do? That's it. That is my ask. I'm going to just ask the panel, thank you very much for being here. Does anyone want to respond? We had a great question on the resource curse. We had a few other questions. I do realize time is tight, so I'm going to come to each of you to try and give responses. And Your Excellency, let me begin with you first. Would you like to add anything considering the questions and comments?
Yeah, I like the way your approach. We are here to listen to the young people. Yeah, we are here to listen to you as to what can you do when you leave here, the African School of Governance. What is the next step that you would take to contribute to work for Agenda 2063? We have talked so much, now is action. Implementation is a holistic approach. It's a holistic process. It takes all stakeholders, young people, old people, disabilities, media fraternity, all stakeholders. We have to, each one of us, I would advise that you start thinking of 1 or 3 things that you would do now against a timeline that you would give yourself. For instance, 30th December 2026. What am I going to do as an individual to contribute to working for Africa, for the Africa we deserve?
Thank you.
And what are you going to do in terms of networking? Because you need to be connected. You cannot work as individuals. Start the networking here. What can you do in asking elders for it could be mentoring, it could be advice. So let us be action oriented.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Benning, over to you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. So I probably will just touch on the question from South Sudan and then my sister from Sierra Leone. Yes, you find that most countries with the most natural resources probably are wallowing in abject poverty, and in some cases in unending conflicts and war. Now, when you hold leadership accountable, they will attribute to geopolitics and so on and so forth. But we also then as a continent need to realize that the massification in terms of how we beneficiate our resources is extremely important. You see the Lobito corridor is being constructed. But as it's constructed, most of the communities that it goes through are very poor and underdeveloped communities. How do they become beneficiaries of that corridor? Or are we just simply creating a corridor that is a path to move resources from point A to point B? And I think that that's what we need to really address. So that in terms of how we develop our countries, respective countries, that whether be it infrastructure, be it education, that we are looking beyond the urban centers and we are looking at even the rural community. And that's why somebody here mentioned something. We meet here, we are the most privileged of the privileged within our communities. And we constitute less than 10% of the real young people that we speak about every day. The 90% of them are in very far communities outside the capital cities. They may never have an opportunity to walk into the classroom. They don't have any access to electricity or drinking water. And so those of us in this room are ambassadors. And that's why I started my conversation by saying, we in this room need to start the advocacy. And that advocacy is holding systems accountable. Now I come to my sister
very briefly.
From Sierra Leone. Exactly the reason this meeting is convened. This platform is a platform for ideation and incubation of ideas. But when we leave these platforms, what do? Most of us young people see this as an opportunity to travel and discover Kigali.
either than a platform to pick ideas and do real implementation at the grassroots
Connect and network.
and those are the things that we need to really be addressing. That those of us that are privileged to be in rooms to ideate, when we go back to our communities, how do we translate what we learn and the networks that we build into real tangible action at a grassroots level? And I believe that by doing so, we will be changing our communities, our societies in our own small way, and collectively we build the Africa we want.
Thank you so much. Because, young lady, there's going to be a girl in the village in Sierra Leone who will look at you and say, you got to go. None of us did. What did you do with that? So that's a really big part of it. Tade, please, and as briefly as possible.
I'll follow the position of the former vice president of Gambia. I used to have a friend who was very strong in Pan-African movement, Tajuddin Abdul Rahim. Organize, don't agonize. That was his talk. What are you doing here right now? After this meeting, you can begin to mobilize. The movement begins here in terms of how you reach out to yourselves, how you connect. That's number one. And that's an action point. Don't leave here without putting something in place amongst yourselves. The nature of communication has changed completely. Then the second one about the young people's movements on the continent, the NSAS movement or the Gen Z in Kenya, they were vulnerable because they were limited nationally. How many other young people wrote from Uganda, from Tanzania, from Nigeria, from Ghana, when the Gen Z in Kenya faced what they faced? What is the nature of the clamor to the embassies of Kenya all over Africa? And the same, the embassies of Nigeria all over where we had NSAS. Let's begin to organize, to build coalitions across borders and within our countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Putuma, please, over to you.
Yeah, very quickly. Firstly, we don't have until 2063. The tensions are just too high, what we are facing. Secondly, I'm going to be boring. We can spend 3 days talking about Africa's problems. We need to prioritize what is key. The issue of fragmentation and full free movement of capital and is key. You cannot access $4 trillion if we are 54 fragmented countries. So the 5-6 countries that are 50% of Africa's GDP need to get together and start moving. Last point, ASG has done a fantastic job. But our problem is implementation. One of the things that the Americans and the Europeans have done that is good, there are other bad things, they've got think tanks. The think tanks supplement government who is trying to run the trains, pick up the rubbish, make sure there's water. We don't have think tanks in Africa. That's just maybe a challenge to ASG to say, how do we start establishing those? Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think that focus, that determined focus on the issues is so important to keep coming back to. Prof, you have the final word.
Thank you very much. Did I see Wodemaya here?
Yes.
And Wodemaya is here because I want to be very practical. My suggestion is that as a result of this meeting here, put together a coordination group. I mentioned Wodemaya because Wodemaya and I have been in spaces where we were trying to give meaning, practical meaning to what we are saying. We were with Wodemaya in Malawi, and he may not know, out of that program, there is now a young person below the age of 25 who is running a business of 1 billion kwacha.
Wow.
And what are we saying? We are saying that don't ask people to be good yourself. Wodemaya, when we went with him to Malawi, he interviewed one of the leading farmers there called Napoleon. And as a result, many things are happening. Vice President, Prime Minister Haile Mariam Desalegn will also give testimony how we try to be practical. And I'm answering the young man from South Sudan. And I was one of the pioneering group of lecturers at the African School of Government, and I'll be doing so again in the next 2 months. And I'm saying what you say, do, because there are times when you are accused, but you are saying, do you do? As a result of some of the things that we are saying, through his assistance, we now have one of the largest distributors of cement, Dangote Cement in Africa, courtesy of Haile Mariam Desalegn. He'll also tell you that as a result of coordination, we have something called the Pan-African Investment Group. And in 2 months, it will be opening the largest organic fertilizer company in the continent of Africa, just outside of Addis Ababa. And I'm giving these examples to demonstrate to you that beyond talking, if you are asked, what are you doing on the ground? We'll be able to tell you, this is what we are doing on the ground. Very lastly, by way of coordinating and catching people young, we now have 4 Pan-African institutes dealing with young people in Nairobi, Kenya, in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, in Liberia, and in Zambia. In other words, we are trying to change minds and then irritate heads of state. One of my greatest claims to fame is that I irritate African heads of state. And how do I do it? I do it by writing letters to them on all critical issues. Some respond, some don't, but they are irritated nevertheless. Whether they are irritated in the right direction or in the wrong direction, I do not know. Somebody once asked me, and Julia, I conclude with this, do they always all respond? Then I said, if you are a Christian, you've seen Paul's letter to the Corinthians. Have you ever seen the Corinthians' response to Paul? I said, mine is just to write. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause, please, for the panel. You may take your seats. I want to thank you all for your comments. I want to apologize to the young people who didn't get to speak. We shall still try to get the mic to those two on that end. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a slight change in the schedule. Please, panel, you may take your seats. Thank you so much. Thank you. We are going to get to hear from a speaker who was scheduled a little bit later, but once he comes in, we shall introduce him. It is Dr. Korir Singh-Oei, who is the Principal Secretary, State Department for Foreign Affairs, Republic of Kenya. He's going to be speaking to us about an upcoming activity. But as we wait for him to come and join us in the room, can I welcome somebody who can do exactly what Professor PLO suggested, Influencer Africa's Israel, please come forward, Israel Laria, and look at him in his grand African outfit. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Israel, a warm welcome. You may come up here, please. Thank you.
Okay, so, all right, this is the point where the complication with the cloth, even though it's nice, is where you have to wrap it around you or throw it around you at some point. So I'm going to do just that. But I believe we have our next speaker also coming in. So I'm just going to wrap my cloth around me and then he's just going to come up. So that's the way it goes. So please, I'm going to leave the stage for you so that you come in and get to address us. A round of applause, please.
Excellencies here gathered, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much. Now, my name is Kore Singoe, and I've had the singular fortune of sitting here and partaking of the wisdom of my former professor, Professor Lumumba, as well as Professor Tade and others. And I think I was asked to speak briefly about some of the things that Africa is getting right, some of the models that are demonstrative of mindset reset. And listening to Professor Lumumba, you know, I think one might be tempted to believe that Africa is a bleak case, that there is very little that seems to be happening. But quite to the contrary, my view actually is the contrary, that there is a lot that is happening. And the beginning or the genesis of this transformation, to my mind, is what I'm calling an acute sense of awareness on the part of our leaders with respect to not just the problem, but also what Africa has to offer. Because we are discussing mindset reset, my dear colleagues, we are always looking at physical barriers to entry. But I think there are also conceptual, mental barriers to our engagement. Just like the physical barriers impede progress, my view is that the conceptual, the mental barriers are even a bigger impediment to progress. I want to suggest to us that we have long entertained what I'm calling binaries. Binaries, them versus us, the other versus us. Binaries are mental and conceptual divisions in society that render cooperation impossible and collective action illusory. They weaken the social fabric and undermine the social contract. My view is that in the recent past, Kenya has been central in deconstructing binaries that we believe have held back national and continental growth. I share 3 of these examples. The first example comes from the humanitarian sector. Now, you all know that Kenya is a big host of refugees. For long, we have looked at refugee problem from a security threat lens. We've looked at refugees as others, outside our remit. And we've put them in camps. But the reality is that when Kenya has been hosting 800,000 refugees for almost the last 30 years, are those 800,000, most of whom are Africans, are they really others? Some of them have grown up in these camps. So what Kenya has done, ladies and gentlemen, is to come up with a plan, the Shirika Plan, a plan that brings host communities and refugees together and seeks to integrate refugees into local economies and national public services, providing durable solutions, providing pathways for self-reliance, local integration, and even sometimes voluntary return. This, for me, is an example of what happens when you deconstruct or when you destroy binaries. The second relates to climate finance. Now, for long, again, we've had this dichotomy where we are dealing with the global north and the global south, where we argue that the industrial north is responsible for the problem, and therefore the global south does bear the burden, and therefore should industrialize on the same pathway as the industrial north. Now, this dichotomy doesn't help us in dealing with the problem of climate change. And so in 2023, African leaders gathered in Nairobi at the Africa Climate Summit. And ladies and gentlemen, they broke that binary and came up with financing mechanisms and ideas, including the Africa Green Industrialization Initiative, to transform Africa's resources, renewable energy, and industrial potential into climate-smart growth engines, to accelerate renewable-powered industries, expand regional value chains, and establish Africa as a global hub for sustainable trade. Number 3, and I've had it discussed here as well. A few months ago, Africa, or rather Kenya, was asked to host the French Africa Summit, known as the Africa Forward. Many Africans say that, how can an Anglophone country host a meeting for Francophone Africa? Now, Kenya's view was that there is no Francophone Africa, there is no Anglophone Africa. There is only one Africa. And we must destroy these binaries, because they are the ones responsible for holding us back. They are responsible for the cost of that ticket you're hearing about. They're built and mummify structures and make it impossible for us to make progress. What did the Africa Forward Summit achieve? Many things. But one of the issues that became germane was the issue around financing and the cost of raising capital on the continent. One of the instruments that Africa proposed and put forward at that summit was ATIDI, the Africa Trade, Investment, Development Insurance, as an instrument for de-risking our own capital, not foreign capital, our own pension funds, our own insurance funds, to invest in our own infrastructure. So we are no longer talking about taking on debts. We are talking about investing in our own assets, mobilizing our mature assets, and providing necessary guarantees. Now, ATIDI seeks now to build capital to about $2 billion. It's now at $883 million. The ADB itself has put in $125 million into ATIDI. Cote d'Ivoire, a country in Africa, has provided an additional 50. Kenya has increased her capitation in this institution, amongst others. What am I saying, ladies and gentlemen? I'm saying that Africa is rising to the occasion. And it's not true that the old mindset is what is prevalent. What is prevalent is that African leaders are aware of the demand outside their door, and they're doing something about it. Lastly, the Open Government Partnership as a form of accountability. As a form of accountability, Africa, the Africa Peer Review Mechanism and other mechanisms have been championing for opening up debt registers, opening up budgets, public participation, leveraging on technology, amongst other instruments of accountability. That's what Africa has been trying to do. Now, under the Open Government Partnership, we have realized that one of the challenges we are confronted with is the challenge of widening trust deficit. As I listened to Professor Lumumba and as he got applauded, you can sense the anxiety of young people because of trust. And we must address ourselves to the trust, to the widening trust deficit. The Edelman Trust Index, the Afrobarometer, and other research points to the threat represented by this widening trust deficit, And we are trying to do something as Africa, and we're trying to do something as Kenya. And that's why in October, between the 22nd and 23rd, we are bringing together the continent and maybe the world around the subject of trust. What can we do to deal with trust within countries? But more fundamentally, because mistrust is responsible for slow regional integration, mistrust between countries is responsible for it. What can we do to address that mistrust? What institutions do we need to empower, because the institutions are already there, to address this challenge? And multilaterally, the reason multilateral system is failing today is because of a trust deficit. And that's the reason why, again, we will be working with several multilateral agencies, including the UN system, to see what we can do to rebolster trust. I want to thank you very, very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Correa, Principal Secretary, State Department for Foreign Affairs, Republic of Kenya, and talking about the Global Trust Forum to be hosted by the government of Kenya. So my task here this afternoon is pretty simple. There are some young ones amongst us who are doing some incredible stuff, and we're going to bring them up here one after the other to talk about some of the things that they're doing. Of course, they're already some young people, and I refer to my content creators who have joined us in the auditorium. Wodemaya and the rest who are doing some incredible work. Before I bring up the first speaker, there was some incident that happened yesterday. I call it the chocolate security incident, where I was bringing in chocolates. And I go around each time I travel with a box of chocolate, with lots of chocolates, and I like to give them out. I see it as sharing a piece of Ghana to the rest of the world. And I'd encourage all of us to also want to do the same, where we're carrying a piece of our countries to other African countries. And by that, we're also trying to change that mindset shift that we've been talking about. So I was bringing in the chocolate. It got to security. It was a small bag that had 3 boxes. And I think security wasn't comfortable with what I was carrying. And so they said, open the bag. I opened the bag. I said, what's in there? I said, they're chocolates. So what are you coming to do with the chocolates? I said, I want to give them out. The guy wasn't comfortable. In the end, I had to leave the chocolates. And Professor Lumumba witnessed that encounter. And he made reference to it, that this is one of the mindset, change that we need to have. Because he probably didn't understand why I'm bringing, all these chocolates into the auditorium. But thing is, I succeeded in bringing chocolates today. And I've given out a number of boxes. So let me see those with the boxes. Okay, so you have one. You'd have to move to a place somewhere there so you can distribute them, so we don't keep them all in the same area. And there's one more box where I'm seated. The one to go elsewhere. But let's invite the very first of the speakers that we're having this afternoon to come speak to some of the amazing things that they are doing. The very first one, Awel Uwehanganye from Uganda, who's the founder of the Leo Africa Institute. A round of applause to him. Oh, I know you can do better. In fact, the better you do it, the faster the chocolate is going to come to you.
Good afternoon. Privileged to be here today to speak with you. But most importantly, I think for me, being here on this stage feels like a homecoming of sorts. And you'll soon find out why I'm saying it's a homecoming of sorts in just a bit. I'll just quickly talk to you about the Leo Africa Institute. It's a leadership development organization which we founded about 15 years ago. And what we do is we build capacity for leaders, primarily working on a lot of things that we've already been talking about in this forum. We talked about mindset shaping, we talked about value systems, building character, but most importantly, the capacity to be able to deliver and sustain on the commitments they make. But on a personal level, one of the things we do is to make sure that the leaders we're working with succeed. When they succeed, they also live high impact and fulfilled lives. A lot of times, I think you've been hearing young people talking about quite a number of things which they are not happy about. It's very easy to succeed, but also along the way, building a life that of quality, I think is very central to building good leaders. So in that sense, that's what we do for these leaders. Now, you would ask yourself, why am I here? This is a youth session. At one point, I was young too, like you. And so I want to talk to the young people and just give you one thing you can take from here. So ideas matter. And I think this kind of spaces is primarily to share ideas, build connection, and be able to sort of like meet like-minded people who you're going to take this agenda with. Now, for me, about 16 years ago, I was in a meeting sort of similar to this, and one of our leaders came to speak, and I was privileged to be in the room. And so he shared about a vision, which now we see come to life here in Rwanda. And he talked about the idea of saying their central mission to building Rwanda of the future was to focus on building a certain mindset of the young generation. Now you can imagine 16 years ago, those who were 15 are now 31. And so in a way, I've sort of lived through this process that he talked about. And so he talks about a concept called agaciro, a philosophy. And the way my cultural background is Kinyarwanda, in a way I had never heard of the word agaciro and what it meant. But I think for me, when it described what it was, my life completely transformed from there. And the idea of agaciro is that the individual self, your identity, your self-worth is at the center of the first and foremost being able to know who you are. And if you're aspiring for leadership and you're not yet convinced of your own conviction about identity and self-worth, then you're going to be a very dangerous leader for Africa to have. And so the emphasis for President Kagame, and he shared it then, was their mission was to make sure that the community of Rwanda and the young people in Rwanda were going to grow up with a certain mindset that would have certain key things. One, he talks about self-awareness, who you are. Take pride in your identity as an African, as a black man, and as a person within this world. Number two, that we can work together, Africa working together. That the way of transforming Africa was that we can actually work together. If we don't work together, then in the end, everything we're doing in our silos will not work. And number three, of rejecting stereotypes which have been designed for us. Now, we know about narratives about Africa and how the rest of the world will portray us, whether it's in movies, in the news, and we consume this information. We consume the education, which teaches us that Lake Victoria was founded by a gentleman from Europe called Livingstone, and we've taken these things and we believe them. So rejecting stereotypes which have been defined for us was one of the central pieces. But more importantly, he said that we must be aware of our self-worth and insist on making sure that our dignity is respected and protected. So in that sense, oh yes, thank you. So agaciro became the philosophy that we used to build the Leo Africa Institute. Why do I say this conversation is important to young people who are here? Careful when you ask to be in the space, to be included in a conversation, because it also comes with responsibility. And I think for me, being in this room, being part of this conversation, and then I started sharing all these things I wanted to do, meant that I had to follow through in making sure that I actually do what I promised to do. So, one, we built the Leo Africa Institute through three key programs. So one is Griot, the idea that we must build capacity for us to tell our stories, and understand the importance of making sure that the stories which are being told about Africa are inspiring from an African perspective, they are informing who we are, and also reinforcing our own dignity. So the Leo Africa Talks, which is a griot, inspired by the West African culture of storytelling and story keeping, is designed to build leaders in a way to understand the importance of storytelling and projecting our voices. The second one is the Huduma Public Service Program, which is focusing on the values-based leadership models which inform our public officials, people who aspire to get into the public service. So building capacity and making sure we build a community of public servants and civil servants who think in a particular way and who are committed to the long game of transforming our society. And the third one is the Young and Emerging Leaders Program. We have a lot of fellows from the Leo Africa Institute in the audience from this program. These are entrepreneurs, media personalities, people who are projecting African voice and creating opportunity and innovating. So how do we carry it across Africa? So we built the Africa Champions Network. Now we have about 250 fellows from around 11 different countries in Africa. And so through the Africa Champions Network, we're building this community of this force that we want to project to be able to make sure that they are holding each other to account on the commitments we make and they make in transforming communities where they live. The annual leaders gathering brings us all of us together every year, including friends of the Institute and also those who are champions who support our work. The importance, again, of projecting Africa's voice through the Leo Africa Review, which is more of like an ideas platform as well. So they were asked to say, what was this initiative really trying to shift? What was it trying to do? One is, again, coming from the perspective that our identity is sort of shaped through other lenses which were not defined by us. So we wanted to correct that. The idea that success is just defined by going through the different ranks and attaining title, we wanted to address that as well. And making sure that this meta-Africanism now we're discussing, this renewed of the Pan-African spirit becomes real, especially for young people who are disconnected from this whole story of liberation and political liberation of the continent. So why does this matter today? I think we've had a lot of that being spoken about today. But I think in the end, all these aspirations we've talked about and all the things we want to do will not happen if we're not working together. Going back to what we call the Agaciro Doctrine, which was very well articulated by President Kagame in our conversation with him. And so this idea of collaborative leadership is at the center of us achieving a lot of things that we're working from here. So if we have to take something away from here, is I think collaborative leadership culture needs to be encouraged. But we also understand, though, as Dr. Singoe has mentioned, the reason why integration is not happening is because of very limited trust between ourselves as Africans and African leaders. And so trust is a major currency that we need to really take on and be able to underline most of our aspirations. And in this case, Dr. Singoe, who is my current boss, I don't know what it means me speaking after you, but I have the privilege to serve as the chief executive at the Global Trust Summit with the government of Kenya, which we're spearheading, again, on making sure we're building these trust models to inform our public institutions, informing our multilateral and international cooperation frameworks, the economic elements of trust, what is the cost of it, how do we make sure we mitigate this widening trust gap between countries, between institutions and citizens, and making sure that our social contract is made stronger. So we hope to see you in, so we moved away now from building this community, and now we're going to the real software, building the software through the Trust Summit. So I appreciate your time, and thank you so much for listening to me.
All right, thank you very much. Aweliwe Hanganye from Uganda, who's the founder of the Leo Africa Institute. And our next, and I had indicated that, he's supposed to be young, but yes, another mindset shift we need to take care of is don't just assume that because he has gray, he's old, he's young at heart. Our next speaker is Godsing Nwankwo of Nigeria, and he's from the International Conference of Africa's Democracy, ICAD, and the focus is on governance, intellectual sovereignty, and institution building. You can do better for him, please. You have 4 minutes, Gautam.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, the very distinguished leaders of our great continent, my fellow young people, I stand here today grateful for the opportunity to sit down here. In 2023, the 3 major presidential candidates from my country went to a place called Chatham House to discuss their policy document. I was a bit disappointed because we have an institution in Nigeria called the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, which is a think tank for the country. But they went to Chatham House to discuss their policy. And sometimes some of those people, when you call them for national debate, they do not come. So what this signifies is that our political institutions are not sovereign, right? And that is what informed our initiatives, right? We're thinking about what would democracy look like in Africa's term. When we talk about Africa's democracy, what does democracy look like if we define it for Africa? Right. The democracy that we are practicing in Africa was inherited. We copied it and we pasted it in a continent that does not reflect the realities that designed this democracy. And that's why we started the International Conference on Africa's Democracy. Last year, we convened 1,100 delegates to Abuja from 7 African countries, mostly from West Africa. And we had the honor of having our highly esteemed PLO. He was the keynote speaker. We had the former Prime Minister of Kenya, who was also a speaker, Raila Odinga, who is now late. And we have former ambassador of the African Union to the United States, Ambassador Chihombori. They all spoke at that conference. What we are trying to do is to bring young people together to a space to rethink Africa's democracy on our own terms, to define democracy on our own terms, and then take the ideas to the leadership that have the power to implement it. The last 2 days I've sat here, I've listened to everything that everybody is talking about, but I can tell you as we think about mindset reset, the most important component that is going to determine whether everything we discuss here today is going to materialize is our governance system, because it is what is going to provide the direction that is going to create enabling environment for the private sector and everybody to, to thrive in this economy. So that is why our initiative is very important. I'm sorry, okay, I'm just going to continue speaking because it's not working. So what was the thing that we wanted to change? We came out and we say that the neoliberal, thank you so much, next. Okay, thank you. So what we inherited are neoliberal democratic systems that were imported that do not serve our African realities. So if we want to change our system, if we want to develop our continent, we must redefine democracy on our own terms. History has taught us lessons. There is no compelling example of any country in the world outside of Europe that developed their country without adapting their political institutions to their local and historical realities. And in Africa, we have a lot of rich cultural governance system before the coming of the colonialists. It is something that we need to start thinking about, right? And we are championing homegrown ideas with young people, and we are writing to national governments the conversations we have and the recommendations that was made from the last conference. We are writing to national governments to get audience to pitch our ideas on what they can do. And we are broken down smaller systems to continue these conversations, and we do take our young people to the National Institute where they engage scholars, on the ideas of democracy in the continent. As we live here in this continent today, my one ask to the leadership of our continent is that the young people of this continent that I've met across this country, even as I've been interacting with this forum since the last 2 days, they are eager to partner with the leaders. They are asking for the leaders to listen to them for the ideas. It is important that we make that commitment for them and help them become the partners in the journey of ideas and solutions to the challenges of our continent. The one final thing I want to ask, and through the African School of Governance. I want to ask that we establish a Meta-Africa exchange program that is going to bring young people from across the continent that will serve as a think tank for them to brainstorm, to research local ideas, and to work with the political scholars and economic scholars we have in this continent. I believe that if we do this, we can move our continent forward. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Godson Nwanko from Nigeria. Our next speaker is Akebet Arefanie from Ethiopia, from the African Olympiad Academy, and their focus is on STEM, artificial intelligence, talent pipelines, intellectual sovereignty, and youth capability. A round of applause to Akebet.
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished leaders, executives, fellow young Africans, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to start my presentation by asking one question. Who helped you to get here? Not to Kigali, not to this conference, but to where you are. People invested in you. A lot of people that cross your life invested in you. They mentored you. They teach you. They mentored you. They teach you. They believed in you. They opened a door for you. They share an opportunity for you. Right? That's why we are here. I believe that I am here today because a lot of people invested in me. My parents invested, my family invested, my community invested, my teachers invested in me. That's why I'm still pursuing my master's in AI to make change in Africa. So Pass It Forward Africa is an initiative we start at Carnegie Mellon University Africa with students to push Africa forward in education. So we believe that we have to share what we have now at this point. The mindset shift we need to create is from I made it to who I can bring with me, right? That's why we were talking the whole day about what can I do for Africa rather than saying what Africa can do for me. We gain access and opportunities. We achieve personal milestones. We move forward individuality when we say I made it. Let's celebrate it. But we have to add that who can I bring with me to share the knowledge, the access I have, to open doors for the younger students, to turn the opportunity into a cycle of opportunity, knowledge, opportunity. Someone created opportunity for me to be here. I'm gaining a knowledge, and I need to open another opportunity for someone else. Can we do that to everyone and everyone outside the room, everyone African? Can we do that? What we are doing now in Pass It Forward Africa is empowering the young talents. So we are graduate students. We teach high school students. We mentor them. We prepare them to represent Africa in the world in competitions. And we open door for them to show them that they can do it. Sometimes some people need someone that tell them you can do this because they have been there. Later on, our vision is to expand to Africa. Now we are based in Rwanda. We start last week in Ethiopia. So we want to come each country in Africa. We want you to be part of us. We want to build the global excellence in the world. We want to build the excellence of Africa. Because if we share those opportunities, it will multiply, right? If we share the knowledge, it will multiply. If we share the opportunities, it will multiply. That's what Africa needs now. That's how we can build the capacity of Africa. And as a young Africans, we need to create the giving back cycle. We need to have a culture. We always need to have a culture of giving back to the community. You don't need to be a millionaire to start it. You don't need to be a CEO. You don't need to be, maybe a leader, a minister. You can start with what you have. We start as a student, a graduate student, to mentor other students. So you can start with what you have. To all young Africans here, I have one message. Go everywhere where knowledge exists. Grab it, learn, anywhere in the world, but always remember to be back to Africa and give it back to the community. We have a lot of people in the world, Africans, who are investing their time and their energy in other countries. Who is going to do our job in Africa unless we did it, right? So let's be back here and invest in Africa. And lastly, I'm going to leave you with one quote. Let us build African institutions where gaining knowledge comes with the culture of passing it forward. Let's pass forward what we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akebet. Let's pass forward what we have. Our next speaker is Angela Mutesi from Rwanda, and she's with the Pharmaceutical Sovereignty as Practice, and their focus is on health, sovereignty, African agency, and global governance. A round of applause to Angela.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Ngiriwe. My name is Angela Mutesi, like he mentioned. I'm from Rwanda, and it's a great honor to be speaking in front of all of you today. I like to describe myself as a global public health professional, a scholar, but most importantly, also an educator that is committed to learning in an African-centered manner. And today, I'm here to talk about pharmaceutical sovereignty as practice of African agency and how we can build our material and epistemic agency in global health governance. And I wanted to begin with something that was mentioned yesterday by Her Excellency Vice President of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyemang. I hope I pronounced that last name correctly. She reminded us that we must take agency over our own stories, which for so long we're told by everyone else, and that we must take the same agency over our own expertise. And the idea that sits at the center of everything I want to say today stems from that. So as most research agendas go, it starts with a problem. My research comes from a specific problem that most of us went through during the COVID-19 pandemic, but I know some of us might be tired of talking about COVID. It's not just specific to COVID, it goes back to the HIV pandemic as well in the early 90s when the ARVs came out. It seeks to ask a simple governing question: what can Africa build, govern, and shape with what it already has? This question is not simply about how do we access what others produce, which is a typical tradition in the study of global public health, but also its practice. It seeks to look at what we already possess and what is standing between us using it fully. Yesterday, we also heard from a lot of our leaders, including His Excellency Paul Kagame, talking about Africa not lacking resources. We have the youngest population in the world, as most people keep alluding to. We also have a lot of plans galore. We have policies, we have institutions in place. What's missing, which the first speaker, I believe is a student of ASG, mentioned, is the discipline. But I would also argue is the commitment and the individual ownership of some of these commitments. So I also try to argue that we need two forms of agency: material agency and epistemic agency. Material agency looks at how we can develop the physical capacity to manufacture, regulate and distribute medicines and vaccines we depend on. And this matters very significantly because, again, the lived realities of donor dependency carry real costs. We saw this in COVID-19, whereby the manufacturing and stockpiling of essential medical countermeasures and therapeutics like vaccines and PPE existed outside of the continent, which meant that when we did receive some of these health products that we needed, they were either expired or they were not enough. Or when we came to trying to procure some of these things, we were bidding against fellow African countries for already scarce resources. Material agency, yes, looks at, yes, how can we build these factories to produce these things back home in our continent? And it's already underway. There is commitments to build mRNA facilities in multiple countries on the continent, including South Africa, Rwanda, and Senegal. There is the Partnership for African Vaccine Manufacturing, which creates a framework on how we can actually do this and operationalize it. But as I said, with the committees that talk about what other committees did yesterday, existence of these institutions alone is not enough. So how do we make sure that these institutions are accountable and transparent? And this is what my research hopefully will attempt to answer and offer recommendations. The second agency is epistemic agency, and I'm trying to be cognizant of the time. Epistemic agency requires us to develop authority over our own knowledge systems. For so long, we have been citing researchers and theorists who went to some university in Cambridge, Massachusetts, when there is expertise that we can also refer to on the continent. So, and this, what epistemic agency requires us to do is what Chimamanda termed as a rejection of single narratives of depravity on the continent. So what that means to me is that as an educator and an aspiring higher academic professor, like Professor Lumumba over there, is to be intentional about my choices of the literature that I'm teaching to my students. So if I'm going to be teaching about pharmaceutical sovereignty, instead of citing some philosopher like Michel Foucault, who's a very important theorist of power knowledge, perhaps I could also look at people like Frantz Fanon and Ngugi wa Thiong'o. If I'm going to teach about literature, perhaps I could look at Mariam Abba and Nawal El-Saadawi instead of focusing only on Jane Austen. Studying international material and literature is important, but it shouldn't mean that we're rejecting and removing credibility from our own knowledge systems. I would like to thank all of you for taking time to listen to me. My commitment as Angela is to continue asking the questions and doing the work. And I hope all of us are making individual commitments to the work that we want to see move the continent forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Angela Mutesi. Now we have Najet Bemabrouk from Tunisia, and the organization is She Leads Oasis, focusing locally, impact globally. And the focus is women's economic leadership, agri-food systems, and grassroots agency. A round of applause to Najet as she makes her way up.
Okay, so thank you to let us giving our key message about SASH grassroots in South Tunisia. So my name is Najet. I'm a project coordinator of She Leads Oasis as a scale-up project for 3 times. So the Oasis need to change in order. Okay. So the story behind this is She Leads Oasis Scale-Up project begin when I am volunteer with local association. I see often the women farmers are seen as invisible work. And then I try to thinking about how to help these women members of local cooperative. So that's why She Leads Oasis is created. And that's why the change mindset is needed there. So among the Oasis system, there is like 18% farmers are women's workers. So they need to boost innovation and economic rights and also advocate for their rights in the municipality. So we will begin for the need assessment as the main stakeholder, not just beneficiary. Then we will talk from the writing proposal and negotiating within the donors, and grateful to the donors and the local sponsor that believe in us. So the change begin when I thinking how to change mindset within the local farmers and especially the women, because I had like a storytelling from my grandmother. She is like fighting the inequality there and like a vulnerability area. She is very, very hard to face the in writing and inequality. So we will begin with stakeholder mapping. Then we will write a proposal for 3 times and for 3 versions. Then we will go through the negotiation and from the national to regional to international we identify. Then we go through the scale-up project. We will retake again from this area to another. Just we will optimize the idea from this area to another area. It will be different because the mindset change and also the women capability and ability to believe in us. And then we go to the capitalization of the project. And after that, we will highlight it, the storytelling behind the local farmers. So the storytelling begin when I believe in the women and the hard work they do in the such Oasis region, in the desert. So we highlighted plus 20 episode Oasis cast. It's related to Shulit Oasis. And then we will create like Oasis think tank. So we will need to a multi-stakeholder like a dialogue, and we will facilitate this dialogue between the local partner, municipality, and also the local policy leader. We will see the women from the local farmer to the policy leader. And we will succeed to do that because now, as soon as possible, one of these cooperative, she will integrate the trade of charter, and they will be independent within the mediator of commerce. So all the benefit of the economic, they will be for the cooperative. And also we succeed to draw and design their economic model based on what they do and based on their private review. So now what is change and what is matter? Chilit Oasis like a scale-up project that can be scaled up everywhere, every agri-food system in Africa. For example, now in Tunisia, we have a lot of oasis, data spell. And also in Africa, we had like a agri-food system specificity, like a banana, coffee, area, and also tea, and also maize, soja. So we can, this panel is an open call to all youth around and across Africa to scale this project, and you have the right to draw as you want. And also, I think the key message from me as persona, as Najat, behind the story from Tunisia to Kigali, I think we need just 2 things: kind soul and white hair, and we will do all the mindset reset. And thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Najat Ben Mabrouk from Tunisia. And we're going to be going on to our next set of speakers, but Julie will be coming in to take over. But before I resume my seat, I just want to once again acknowledge the young people in the room. Please, if you consider yourself young, I'd want to see you rise up. If you consider yourself young, oh, wow. And I want to give you this message. The fact that you are found in this room means that we're taking you seriously. And I must say a big thank you to the African School of Governance for putting us together and making sure that 80% of the people in the room are young. And it's evident by the number of people who are standing, right? Give yourselves a round of applause. And please go leave this place with a commitment that you are indeed going to be the change makers wherever you come from. All right? You are indeed going to be the change makers wherever you come from because you were brought into this room. Thank you very much. You may resume your seats, and Julie will take over from here. Oh, by the way, I have more chocolates.
Ghanaian chocolate is winning, huh? This one, it's winning. So thank you so much. We're nearly at the close. There were 2 young people that I had cited for questions, and we didn't manage to ask them in the last. So please, where are the mics? Can we go very, very quickly to the lady at the front in the white dress? She's standing, and the gentleman right at the back in the beautiful print top. As quickly as possible. Thank you. In Kenya, they say haraka, haraka, haina baraka. Hurry, hurry has no blessing, but today it has blessing. Okay, over to you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Aslem in Tunisian dialect. So thanks a lot for giving me this chance. I'm Jihan Rahal from Tunisia, from North Africa, and I'm so happy for being here, returning to my roots. So I want to talk about something discussed before in the panel about the immigration. Today, all African people are suffering because of this problem. And I want to talk as Tunisian young girl, like seeing news every day about like big numbers of people are dying in like in front of ocean because of what? Because the dream of Europe, of the dream to live in America or Canada or what else. So, like His Excellency, the President of Rwanda, he said that the others, they are not like better than us. So, what if we coordinate between each others, like to put hand on hand in like between African countries? We can do many things. And the immigration, not immigration, like to do the open visa and open Africa to collect and to coordinate between each others and like saving many people from the death. And other thing, please, for the others, stop seeing Tunisia the savior of the European borders. And Tunisia isn't the protector of the Italia or Europe borders. And let's put hand on hand and coordinate between each others and save our youth from this death.
Thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us stop making Africans die literally to leave Africa. This is our home. There's no Canaan. This is our Canaan, and we have to fix it. Young man, over to you, please. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, literally, thank you for the great recognition. I go by the name Carter Menlo, and I'm a student of the Kigali Independent University, and I am from Africa ODS Republic. I am from the republic who stood with Africa in terms of sovereignty. I am from the republic that saved Africa from slavery. Ladies and gentlemen, I am from the Republic of Liberia. So fast forward my question. Before I say anything, I would like to honor my mentor. He doesn't know he is my mentor, but his name is Professor Patrick Lumumba. I respect you, sir. So my question is like this. With all of the conversations circulating in this hall from yesterday to today, what was the key thing I captured is all of the conversation was circled around youth. But yesterday, there is non-African president who is below 25 years. All of the conversation was circled around youth, teaching the mindset of youth, teaching the mindset of this. And looking at the team from Pan-African to Meta-African, what I was there, I believe that the Pan-African for the older one and the Meta-African for the younger one. So my question goes like this. Firstly, before I say anything, I would like to thank His Excellency Paul Kagame. He has been one of the greatest presidents I've ever met, the Republic of Rwanda. Thank you. So my question is like this.
Thank you.
If Africa possesses the people, resources, markets, culture, and knowledge necessary to shape its own future, what is the one fundamental mindset or institutional barrier that African leaderships must be made today and must concrete and action being immediately. What is that one thing?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Because you are the final comment from young people, giving back the mic. Answer the question for us. From your perspective, what is it? Okay. No.
Okay.
What do you think the answer to that question is?
Okay, so speaking of this question is like this. All of what we have learned as a young people shaping the mindset of us, we believe that our mind, okay, let's assume our mindset have been shaped, yes, from what of all of the panelists have discussed, what of all you have guys have discussed, our mindset have been shaped. If I were to be the president, like my professor said, we should implement, and His Excellency Paul Kagame said yesterday that what we admire, what is awesome, instead of all to bring it in Africa and say Africa has everything it takes to be successful, which is true. So from those resources mentioned, from those oil and gas that were mentioned here, as a young Pan-Africanist I am, I will use it to implement or structure a good governance in accordance to His Excellency Paul Kagame. I salute you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. A reminder as we close, I wish I could take all the questions. We have to close. A reminder that every question you pose to this room, as young African leaders privileged to be in this space, you must have your own answers to those questions. And when you have your answers, you must act on them. That brings us very nicely to the commitment section. And first, we've heard a lot of advice and guidance for the African School of Governance. And we have also heard that this school is a school for Africa, created by Africa. Can we just once again recognize the importance of this? And I see Francis is back. Francis, we were going to hear from your team, but now that you're back, in a few minutes, I will come to you. But maybe we can allow briefly, we were going to hear from Dr. Kato Kimbungwe. Vanguard Economics announcement on the public finance is going to be part of what he's looking at. Dr. Kato, please come up and give us a word or two. Where are you? Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up. And Professor Blessings Chinsenga, please be ready also in a moment to come up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and I'm glad to be at this very, very transformational forum. First of all, I would like to thank Francis and the team that have put this event together, because this has been an amazing event that is essentially aimed at reawakening and making sure that we deliver on our African dream. So in that frame, one of the initiatives that we're announcing today, in particular, is a partnership between Vanguard Economics. This is a firm which I run, together with the Africa School of Governance. We've been doing a lot of research on public financial management across the continent, supporting a lot of countries. And one of the biggest gaps that we've seen is a challenge around how African governments put to use the scarce domestic resources they have. You'll be surprised to know that a lot of African governments at the end of their budget year have funds that are left unspent, mainly because of failures within their public financial management systems. And that failure is also mainly down to capacity challenges within these ministries, but also we are heavily reliant on technical assistance that comes in once in a while from the World Bank, the IMF, and none of this fully understands or contextualizes the challenges that we face in our ministries. Therefore, we, together with the Africa School of Governance, are announcing an initiative. It's called the Public Finance for Prosperity and Resilience, which aims to address this particular challenge. And how are we planning to do that? One is capacity building, so building on whatever ASG is currently doing, training young people to become PFM experts, but also helping current people working within the ministries to upskill and to better utilize their resources. The second component is how do we leverage, because a lot of these ministries produce a lot of data, a lot of information that should inform public policy. So how do we leverage this data? We have to utilize the new innovative technologies that are available. So how do we leverage AI, blockchain, in doing extensive analysis of the data that we have so that we can better allocate the resources, the really minimal resources that we have. And last but not least is how do we provide technical assistance to African governments that need it. When you walk into any Ministry of Finance across our continent, you'll find short-term assistance provided maybe by the World Bank, and a lot of the people who are providing this assistance are not Africans. And yet we have a lot of Africans who have a lot of experience in public financial management. They've worked in our ministries, they understand the challenges, but we never put them to good use. So what we are trying to do in this initiative, we're going to have a cohort of people who used to work in the ministries of finance, who understand the challenges. So when we send a consultant to Eswatini, there is a rapport between those who are working in that ministry because they understand the challenges that that individual who is providing the advice has felt throughout the years and what they've been able to do and how they're able to communicate that effectively. So we believe that by introducing this initiative, and you'll see that over the next few months, we're going to develop this, and shortly we'll be starting in particular sectors. At the moment, we're going to start in the health sector because this is where the need is greatest. And we are talking to a number of our partners, and we plan particularly to ensure that this initiative is not dependent on aid, is not dependent on donations, and that we are expecting African governments to contribute to this initiative so that it is self-sustaining. You send your African leaders, practitioners to come and train and get the skills that are needed, and then they can come back and build your ministries of finance and improve the public financial management in your countries. So this is the initiative we're announcing today, and we will continue to share the information. It's available on a new website, but also available on the ASG website. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much for that. Professor Blessing, please make your way up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Let me stand on the protocols that have already been observed. My task this evening, Your Excellencies, is twofold. I want to announce the initiatives that ASG will initiate going forward as a result of this particular forum. The first initiative will be the establishment of the Center for Mindset and Homegrown Solutions. The rationale is very simple. Development is primarily a battle of ideas. And all this while, as a continent, we have been on the receiving end. So going forward, we want to transform the continent from being a consumer of ideas to a producer of ideas so that we undertake development on our own terms. So basically, this center will be the home, the intellectual home for ASG's emerging intellectual and political thought about Africa's transformation centered on mindset and agency. And basically, the center will be preoccupied with asking one simple but fundamental question. What kind of mindsets, what kind of values, what kind of institutions, and what kind of behaviors will be required for us as a continent to collectively create a future we desire. And moving forward, this center will be the anchor for the intellectual underpinnings of the forum. I think it has to be stated here that this forum is going to be a yearly event. Yeah, it's not a once-off event. Because remember, through and through, we have been emphasizing that what we want to do is to put together, yeah, a transformational movement across the country, the continent. This movement should not be confined to governmental institutions or continental institutions, but it should span all sectors of life. That's why we have the influencers over there. And the ultimate goal for this center really is to deepen our exploration of the notion of meta-Africanism. Of course, not understood as abandoning Pan-Africanism, but rather looking at meta-Africanism as a systematic evolution of Pan-Africanism. What we want is to have an Africa that can strategically decide on what it wants to become. Yeah, it can create the institutions to realize what it wants to become. But more importantly, it can cultivate the developmental mentalities required to sustain the transformation that we have been talking about these 2 days. The second initiative that we would want to announce as ASG is the establishment of the Journal of Meta-Africanism and African Mindsets. This is necessary because you might have noted from the discussions that we have had over these last 2 days. There is not necessarily an agreement, although consensus is emerging. Yeah. So what we want is to make sure that these controversies are brought out, ironed out, and out of these controversies, we build the Africa that we want. So the journal will principally be the thought leader, for issues of mindset transformation on the continent. We will, through this journal, be surfacing cases from different countries, different sectors that are having tremendous impact, on us as a continent. And it will serve as a mechanism for disseminating the outputs of the forums that we'll be having. Look at the quality of presentations that we have had over the last 2 days. These need to be consolidated together so that as we go forward, we begin to build a knowledge base that can support our assertion that mindsets are a fundamental prerequisite for fundamental structural transformation for the continent going forward. And our ask as ASG is to you all that let's support this journal as a platform for intellectual engagement that will help us to constantly reflect on what we want to become as a continent. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Very exciting. Thank you for those next steps. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Next, let us hear from Dr. Frederick Goluba Mutebi. He is an independent researcher and a writer. Frederick, can you please come up? Let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests who are here. Let me clarify immediately, I'm not here to present any new initiative. I was assigned a task by the African School of Governance to listen to the discussions throughout this conference and pick out those things that strike me as important or as requiring further discussion. There have, of course, been so many interesting things, important things, and I think we could spend another 2 days going through them. So what I did is I picked up one thing that I want to highlight, or that I want us to go away reflecting on. Now, before I start, let me point out that Africa is doing well, as Dr. Korir from Kenya pointed out. That's undeniable. But yesterday, during the president's panel here, we had the question, how do we get the Africa we want? Now, if Africa is doing well and has been doing well, and we are still asking the question, how do we get the Africa we want? It means that Africa is not doing as well as it should, or as well as it would if certain things were to happen. Now, the question about how to get the Africa we want is one that I want us to reflect on. And this morning, I found the presentation of Archer Leke very instructive, in that he showed how Africa possesses the vast majority of natural resources that the world needs for all kinds of things. But we simply export raw materials. This stuff goes and is refined elsewhere, and then exported back to Africa, and we pay for it at a premium. Now, how do we get Africa to stop doing this? My reflection on this is that Africa needs to decide what we want to do and to execute consistently. Now, what does consistent execution require? I think that a consistent execution requires, first of all, political stability. No doubt about it. From my observation of how we do politics across the continent, we normally do things that make sure that Africa does not get the political stability that we need in order for us to execute consistently with all the creativity and innovation that requires. Now, why is this? I think that the politics or the approach to politics that every country chooses contains the answer to this question. I think that we Africans have been taken up quite significantly by the issue of political competition. Now, how does competition happen across Africa? We have this thing called multi-party competition or multi-party democracy. Now, my contribution here is not about whether Africa should be democratic or whether Africa should have elections. My contribution here is about how do we manage our politics. Now, I have been making an argument for a very long time that the way we do politics, and here I'm talking about competitive adversarial politics, is destructive, D-I-S, destructive. It tends to distract us from a lot of important things that we should be doing. Because the amount of time we spend arguing and fighting over who becomes leader, which party wins, and so on and so forth, distracts us from a lot of important things. It is also destructive in the sense that it destroys many things. It destroys community cohesion, it destroys national unity, it divides communities. So that's usually when we have political campaigns in any country. As many of us would have observed, the violence that accompanies this leaves divided communities, angry politicians. It's wasteful of both human and financial resources. And so I would like to argue that we need probably in our respective countries to decide one thing: what kind of politics works for which country, in what circumstances, and what kind of politics is going to allow us to focus, create cohesion, ensure there is stability, create skills, and do all those things that can allow us to ensure that there is consistent execution of all the plans that we make that are going to take Africa forward. Now, I would like to argue that what we need here is a mindset reset, to stop thinking of politics in terms of standard templates, that politics across the continent has to be structured and practiced in this way, but for countries to identify for themselves within your own context what kind of politics is going to enable you to do the important things. Now, that's one. The second one,
Dr. Frederick, so few more minutes, and because it's a commitment section, please don't forget to tell us what you commit to do in regard to these issues. Thank you.
Yeah, the second one the second reflection is informed by a question, something that President Mbeki said here repeatedly yesterday. And that was thinking about what kind of leadership we need. President Mbeki gave us the qualities that he thinks a good leader should possess, the kind of leader that Africa needs. Now, as I listened to President Mbeki, I asked myself, how do we get that kind of leader? I think it's very easy to identify the qualities this person should have. How do you get that person? Now, in thinking more about this, and I remember yesterday, I think it was Mrs. Kajina, former head of Uganda Revenue Authority, who referred to traditional African systems of taxation. But I think that in politics, or at the political level, we also know that in monarchical systems in Africa, we had a system of apprenticeship. You didn't become a king or a chief suddenly. You are not simply picked. You went through a process of training over a long period of time before you became a chief or a king. Now, in recent years, I've been going to China, and I have spent a lot of time talking to young cadres of the Chinese Communist Party. And one of the things I've been interested in is how do members of the Communist Party get chosen? How does one become a leader in China? In China, people don't become leaders through competitive multi-party politics. But I think we all agree that China has a very effective system of training leaders over a long period of time. Now, for me to understand this, I took a look at the biography of President Xi Jinping, just to try and understand who is this guy? Where did he come from? Now, if you look at his trajectory from being a young cadre of the Communist Party to becoming president, you really get a good idea of what leadership training is about. How is it we don't do it in Africa? And how can we get to do it? How is it that our political parties in Africa do not have leadership training schools as the Communist Party of China does? Now, in terms of commitment, I'm sorry, I can't commit to anything. I'm not a decision maker. I'm not a leader. I'm only...
Everybody can commit to something.
Perhaps what I can commit to is to continue studying these things and talking about them at forums like this one.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you very, very much. Let us now welcome Dr. Edem Adzogenu, Global Emissary of the Accra Reset, to come up as well. Thank you so much. We can give, I know it's, give a round of applause. We heard from you on day one, and we'd love to hear your commitments moving forward. Thank you.
I wonder why there was music accompanying my. So, my commitment will take the form of, again, good afternoon, because there's been a lot of salutations. I'm not going to attempt to add to the multiplicity of salutations, but I'll be pretty straight to the point. I believe that most civilizations we find today were built upon conquest. And I'm sure everybody would agree with me that it was either a country was able to conquer another country or lay siege of another country. And a lot of this was through either enslavement, military wars, among others, right? But even in those conquests, there was also, in the struggle for liberation, at some point, even if the conqueror was mightier than the conquered, there was a point where they had to negotiate in order to have peace. And we even see it playing out right now, even with the US and Iran and others. There's going to have to be an occasion where you have to sit at the table and negotiate. And South Africa, for me, is one of those cardinal examples I always see with the kind of negotiations that went on after the ANC that led to the restoration of what we now see as a sovereign country in South Africa. However, if you don't negotiate your way properly, what happens then is you will get your country, but the same things you fought for, like land and whatever, culture and all of that, you enter into other forms of negotiations where you end up losing all of that, this time through agreements. So you didn't have to conquer you with guns or anything, but we're seeing lots of our lands on the continent now being given away to multinationals, this time for hundreds of years, centuries, or our minerals, or our assets, and now even in most cases, our platforms and data on which most of our businesses are going to be operating now. So negotiations for me is a very important thing and a skill that if we are going to have the kind of mindset change we are aspiring to have, and a mindset towards sovereign delivery and execution, then those capabilities for negotiations are going to be extremely important. So what is Accra Reset's contribution and commitment? We are in partnership with the Africa School of Governance and Afro Champions to create the Sankore Institute of Global Negotiators. And we underline the word global because we have no shortage of African skilled thought leaders and negotiators. We've negotiated treaties, we've negotiated compacts, we've negotiated deals, we've negotiated so many things, trade agreements, among others. The challenge is there's no community of practice around that. So people have negotiated compacts, people have negotiated even trade agreements or even mining concessions, among others. Whatever mistakes they made negotiating that, whatever lessons they learned after that, how does another country benefit from that in the continent or even in the global south benefit from that? Yesterday I talked about how everybody said it was impossible for Indonesia to be able to negotiate to allow China to come build processing facilities for their nickel. But they managed to do that. What are the circumstances under which they were able to do that? Or even for the dam that was built in Ethiopia, among many, many other things. So the continent is blessed with a lot of success stories of these individual successes. They just don't scale. And the reason they don't scale is that we've not created this community. We still remain very fragmented in this process. So what Sankore Institute of Global Negotiators will do, we've already started the process of we've already started the process of the curriculum development. We're finalizing that. We're also reaching out to the countries to begin to sort of offer or give us the data on some of the negotiations they have done or their countries have led within their countries and see what lessons and what trends and patterns exist in these negotiations across the continent so that we can begin to build our own repositories of knowledge with respect to how we even go into deal rooms when we go to negotiate. And also then to also have a cadre of several negotiators who are credentialed that we can reach out to when we enter into these rooms who have negotiated these things that now we don't know, we can reach out to come and help us in some of these negotiations. So we have climate talks ongoing, for example, where Africans go all the time to go and negotiate, but from country vantage points and not a continental vantage point. So these are some of the projects that we seek to in the next year or so under the Africa School of Governance, the auspices of the Africa School of Governance and Accra Reset, to create this cadre or this credentialed network of security negotiations. We believe that if we do our work well, given that now the real task at hand is how we outthink the thinkers that compete for us, not for just, to acquire land, to acquire minerals, but how you negotiate the deals when you bring them in to add value to the resources and other things. So we believe if we do our work well, we should have within the next 5 years, solid network of negotiators who will position us well enough to move from isolation to sovereignty, from sovereignty to delivery, from Pan-Africanism to Meta-Africanism, from the knowledge of identity to the knowledge of transformation and redemption, and more so from the individualistic nature of doing things or fragmented nature of doing things to a more holistic nature of doing things. And then we would have more ladders to stand on as we reach towards the lofty heights of Agenda 2063, because we have a solid network of people we can reach out to. Once again, I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, next we hear from Honorable Antoine Kajangwe, Minister of Trade and Industry of Rwanda. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, good evening. I was asked to speak on commitments of action from this forum. But commitment of action must stem from the outcome of our discussions here today. What do we want from this Mindset Reset Forum? And I want to share with you two key outcomes that I'm taking home with me and which have helped to inform the commitment that I want to put to this forum today. The first is a delivery mindset. And we've been talking about this for a long time, and this has been shared frequently. And there's nothing new to how we must deliver or the purpose of delivering. Earlier, and this was said yesterday by His Excellency President Kagame, that delivery must not result or be meetings and committees in themselves. It must be results. And I think that's an important point to take back with us. Setting up a committee to study a problem that will do a study cannot in itself be the delivery that we want to see on the African continent. So there has to be results-oriented action, something that you can take back, that you can feel, and that can have an impact on your day-to-day lives. But our delivery as Africans and as countries and as policymakers must also move from rent-seeking to development. I think this was said by His Excellency, former Prime Minister Desalegn. Our commitment and our delivery must be to develop our economies and our continent. Second outcome that I've taken from this forum, and I have heard this even during our sessions this afternoon, the Africa we want. But former or Vice President of Ghana reminded us that the Africa we want, we must work for the Africa we want. We know the Africa we want, but it must be one that we work for day in and day out. And there's tangible results and tangible examples of where the Africa we want has resulted in tangible progress, and that is the AFCFTA. I remember in 2018, obviously I was not a minister then, in fact I was working protocol in this very room to help ministers and presidents negotiate and sign the agreement. And I remember In 2018, seeing the AFCFTA come alive, signed as an agreement. Today, it's a living, breathing agreement and framework that allows trade to happen on the continent. That is delivery in action. But that in itself must translate and must progress into tangible and expansive trade that benefits our people, our communities, and our businesses, and ultimately our countries. So, continuing to support the AFCFTA is one commitment of action from my ministry, from our country, to continue to support Secretary General Mkele Mene and the Secretariat, and together with other partner states, to deliver on the outcomes of the AFCFTA. But a more ambitious commitment of action, and perhaps I should say this cautiously, but one that I am very passionate about, is how we can effectively implement the single air transport market in Africa. And beyond the agreement itself, how do we ensure the reduction and the lessening of fees that have impacted and that have led to the cost of airline travel on the continent being as high as it is? A lot of this is taxes, it's fees, it's levies that governments put in place, one, to rent seek, but two, to also finance very many different infrastructure projects. But I believe there's a way and an avenue and something that we can do as policymakers, sitting with the private sector, sitting with other stakeholders, to lower those costs that can then allow transport and travel on the continent to thrive and grow, and to allow more opportunities for leaders and business people to make this continent move forward. Even if Rwanda is to do it unilaterally, we will do it unilaterally. But it's something that we must begin to do. We've seen it work with the visa openness policy in Rwanda that then led to many other countries doing and implementing a similar program and similar policy. And we hope that an ambitious action like lowering fees and taxes and others for airline travel will lead other airlines, other countries, other partners to do likewise. That's our commitment.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When you take the lead, others will follow. Inspire, continue to inspire us. How young is he? Ladies and gentlemen, he told you just a little while ago he was here working protocol. For the young people in this room, you are just a step away from policy. Give him a round of applause, and from changing Africa. Now, we're nearly coming to the end. Karen Wakoli, you heard from her yesterday on the panel, and she's been sitting listening. Karen engages a lot of young people and has been listening, and she has written a poem synthesized from what she's heard and what people have said. The poem is called I Am Africa. Africa is my responsibility. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes up to deliver it. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hello. You do not sound like you have energy. And yet I'm seeing the room is full of young people. Hi, Africa. Viva Africa. Viva Africa, viva. Oh my goodness. You don't have the energy. Oh, you're tired. Okay, so I hope by the end of the poem, you will not have the tiredness anymore. Stella, if you're here, the lead of communications lead at African School of Governance. As she comes, So Stella here is the communications lead at the African School of Governance, and she loves to play the saxophone. And guess what? She was the first female Rwandan saxophonist. So she will play in the background as I read this. And like Julie said, the theme is, I am Africa, Africa is my responsibility. So when I say, I am Africa, what do you say? Africa is my responsibility. I am Africa. Africa is my responsibility. Viva Africa, viva! We have a rich history, but we must know it, understand it, embrace it, teach it, and live it to be able to chart a clear way forward. To paraphrase the words of Marcus Garvey, a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. Like when Wairimu Manyara said in the morning, it's cool to know our history. We come from a long line of men and women who dared to believe in the beauty and in the power of Africa and Africans. Leaders like Julius Nyerere, Thomas Sankara, Nelson Mandela, Professor Wangari Maathai, just to mention but a few. They dreamed, they fought, they sacrificed, they did their part. This is our time to play our part. The mindset reset must begin with us. I am Africa. Africa is my responsibility. Africa is rich. We have minerals, we have land, we have great ideas, and we have the people. We have been challenged to add value right here on our soil, to feed ourselves, to fund African ideas, to build African wealth, to create African jobs. Let us work together for African dignity. I am Africa. Africa is my responsibility. And we are building Africa with every gift that we have. Through sports, through art, through storytelling, through science and innovation, through film, music, art, and dance. It's cool to create African. It's cool to buy African. It's cool to be African. Most importantly, we must tell our own African stories. We shape our lives by the stories we tell. As the African proverb goes, until the lions learn to tell the stories of the hunt, the stories of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. Let us take the pen, let us take the microphone, let us sit by the fireside and tell our stories. Africa's story is ours to tell. Africa's future is ours to build. I am Africa. Africa is my responsibility. To those who have walked ahead of us, please turn around, reach back, mentor, teach, pass the baton to the younger generation. And to Africa's young people, take the baton. Do not wait for a title. Don't wait for permission. Do not wait for tomorrow. Start right where you are with whatever you have. Africa needs builders. Africa needs servants. Africa needs true leaders. I am Africa. Africa is my responsibility. So let us leave Kigali with more than inspiration. Let us live with conviction, with a unity of purpose, and with the resolve to act. We will not get the Africa we merely wish for. Just like Professor Nana said yesterday, we will get the Africa we work for, and we will get the Africa we're willing to sacrifice for. We are our own rescue. Like Julie Gishuru said earlier on, we are not here to talk, no. We are here to change Africa. And so let us build, let us create, let us serve, let us lead. Africa is rising. Africa is unstoppable. And Africa is our responsibility. I am Africa. Africa is my responsibility. Who are you? Whose responsibility is Africa? Whose responsibility is Africa? I am Africa. I am Africa. Africa is my responsibility. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Wow. Karen and Stella, thank you for that gift. Let's give them another round of applause, please. Amazing. Next, we're going to have a video of the theme song. It's short, it's tight, but it gives us some highlights and reflections, something to think about as we head towards the final remarks. Let's take a look at that. Thank you.
Africa, it's on the day today. Our motherland, making it greater. Hello, Africa, it's on the day today. Our motherland, making it greater. Africa, a motherland, and new code to reset our mind. Rise up, Africa, make it greater. The vision. And it's so clear, yes, with one dream and in one voice, we're moving forward together. Yes, with one dream and in one voice, we're moving forward together. Yeah.
Afrika yote kwa pamoja, twainuka na ni pamoja. Mwenendo moja, tusonga mbele, hatuna shaka twaamini. Wakati nao umefika, kubadili mtazamo wetu. Kubadili mtazamo wetu. Oh mama Afrika, oh mama Afrika, oh mama Afrika. Keep on moving, we are moving forward. Oh mama Afrika, oh mama Afrika.
Africa, Africa, yeah.
Mahoro n'urukundo intambwe ku yindi turatera imbere duhagurukire hamwe tuzamure ibendera rimwe.
Oh mama Africa, oh mama Africa, oh mama Africa. Keep on moving, we are moving forward. Oh mama Africa, oh mama Africa, oh mama Africa. Keep on moving, we are moving forward.
Kutanga mbangu na motema bato ya seko bazali mala Jikamo kili emona Tara 47 Janemai.
So no butter in our minds, no chains in our way, teaching us all to unite. Africa, we got the power, we are stronger. Step by step, we got desire, yeah, yeah, yeah.
So no butter in our minds, no chain on our ways.
reaching out so to the Africa. We got the power, we are stronger. Step by step, we got desire. Lifting everyone, leaving no one behind. Singing victory, viva, viva Africa. Building hope, trust, and freedom. Cause we are the future.
Oh mama Africa, oh mama Africa, oh mama Africa. Keep on moving, we are moving forward. Me and you and me, we are Africa. Me and you and me, we are the future. Me and you and me, we are Africa. Me and you and me, we are the future.
Wow, that's made me quite emotional. What a continent, what a people, what a gathering. So the question, what do you do when you leave this room? Take that energy home. Francis, this is your mission. You're doing incredible things. Thank you for the work of the Africa School of Governance. Let me ask you to take the floor and give us some remarks before we welcome His Excellencies to do the same, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. What an honor and privilege to have had this opportunity to host everyone here. Thank you to all the moderators who facilitated the conversation and got us all engaged. But most importantly, thank you, Your Excellencies, who honored the invitations and joined the young people who are here in the room. When we conceived to have this forum, it was always understood that it should be an intergenerational dialogue, one where the young, the not so young, and the elderly get to speak together, to reflect, to analyze, but most importantly, to look forward and chart a new course going forward to the development of our continent, Africa. Clearly, a case has been made that a mindset reset is essential. And the energy that I have witnessed over these 2 days demonstrate that there is an even more commitment to engage into the mindset reset journey that we all want to undertake. I don't want to dwell more on what has already been said, except again to say that the African School of Governance is committed to be the anchor that you are looking for to continue this conversation going forward. The energy of the young people here who came and the network that we have created across the continent will continue. We want to be the anchor on which all of you will be connected with each other, collaborating in your work and sharing information so that you can be the true change that we want to see on our continent. The content creators and digital media creators who are here, when we invited you, we always had a vision to connect majority of the content creators on our continent so that each of whom has several thousands, for some of you even millions of followers, we always envisioned that you have an enormous amount of responsibility. Those people who follow you, listen to you, feed on your content quite regularly, you have to exercise this authority with responsibility. Our commitment was always that we want to work with you, to train you, to share knowledge with you and skills with you so that this responsibility you have can be exercised well. But more so, we want you connected with each other. What we have seen over the last 4 days since you came to Kigali is that there is a willingness to connect and to collaborate. The amount of influence you can have is unimaginable, connected together. And this is our commitment to connect you and to provide a platform for you to collaborate. This is going to be the demand pool for change on our continent. This is where the true power, influence, and impact of the Mindset Reset Forum will be exercised when we are collaborating, connected, and speaking the same language, asking for change. That is what we are committing to catalyze coming out of this forum. In a more practical way of research, teaching, we are building a strong relationship with the APRM Secretariat. A lot of information has been generated through the peer review exercises over the last 20 years. We want to bring it in-house at the African School of Governance. We want to analyze it. We want to capture the homegrown solutions across our continent. We want to pick out the best practices and we want to share them so that we can learn from each other, so that we can collaborate across the continent and share knowledge. This is our commitment at the African School of Governance. Yeah. Most importantly, we are going to be the Meta-Africanism Center that is going to be embedded into our research, our teaching methodology, and the curriculum, so that we hopefully can begin to see Africa really transformed. I want to thank you all as you head out of Kigali, those of you who came from outside Rwanda, and I want to wish you a safe journey back home, and let's stay connected. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Francis. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll hear from our leaders who spoke yesterday. Final reflections moving forward. Let me welcome first His Excellency Wamkele Mene to come up and take the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Program Director. Your Excellency, former Prime Minister Hailemariam Desalegn, the co-founder of the African School of Governance. Your Excellency, President Mbeki, former President of the Republic of South Africa. Your Excellency, Madam, former Vice President of the Gambia. Your Excellency, Madam, former First Lady of Namibia. Ministers, former ministers, and most importantly, the young lions and young lionesses of Africa that are here today. It has been a pleasure to spend these 2 days with you and to listen to your views about our continent and what we have to do to act to improve the condition of our continent. I want to thank the president of the school for convening us, for your leadership, and for the opportunity that you've provided to all of us to share in this dialogue. Yesterday, our leaders, you would have heard, urging all of us to take action. We've analyzed the condition of our continent for decades. We are now, in fact, in a mode of paralysis by analysis. You heard our leaders identify the actions that have to be taken for us to improve the condition of our continent. Consider this. By the year 2050, the turn of the century, the continent of Africa is projected to be the 8th largest economy in the world. It's projected to have a combined GDP of 16.2 trillion United States dollars, that is to say, consumer spending and business spending. This is a positive projection. However, we shall not get there if we don't take actions to tackle the challenges that we've identified over the last 2 days. And young people, in our view as the Secretariat, are at the center of the revolution that is required to transform our continent into the Africa that we want. And of course, a revolution is not necessarily armed struggle. It's not necessarily war. It's a fundamental shift in society and societal values and how we structure our society. So we have a particular responsibility, my comrades and friends, you and I, because in May 1963, in the historic city of Addis Ababa, our founding mothers and fathers set out this vision that we've been discussing over the last 2 days. And we must confess collectively that although political integration has been achieved, but the economic sovereignty of our continent has evaded us. And so the site of the struggle has shifted. The struggle is now the industrial development of our continent to create jobs, innovation, so that by 2050, our continent certainly is one of the most industrialized and globally competitive in the world. With action, there is absolutely no reason why our continent cannot achieve that particular objective. And so we have to stand on the shoulders of those who expressed this vision of May 1963 to continue the fight that they started and finished, which is the political integration of our continent, pushing back colonialists and asserting our sovereignty and independence as a continent. The second task I would suggest is to tackle this perennial problem of restrictive movement of persons. It cannot be that over 90% of Africans require a visa to visit another African country. As we speak today, only 4 countries out of 55 have ratified the protocol on movement of persons. So we must combine our efforts and mobilize our heads of states to put this particular issue at the fore of the African Union for immediate resolution so that young people can move freely on our continent. As a matter of fact, young Europeans move much freer on our continent than African young people. So we've got to correct this anomaly. Honorable Minister of Rwanda mentioned the issue of the cost of travel in Africa, transport and logistics, and what we have to do to ensure that we reduce the cost of air travel and connectivity, again, to enable young people to be at the center of Africa's economic integration. These are some of the commitments that, as a Trade Secretariat, that we make today. It's not adequate and sufficient for all of us to say that we are inspired. The inspiration that we draw from having listened to each other must lead to action. The minister, once again, if I can mention what he said, that in this room, in 2018, the agreement that resulted in the AFCFTA was signed by 43 heads of states, which in and of itself is long overdue in terms of advancing on the sovereignty, the economic sovereignty of our continent. And so we have an overall objective, an overall ambition of the fundamental restructuring of Africa's economy to create jobs for young people, to be innovative, to be at the cutting edge of industrial development, and for us as Africans to hold our heads high in the Committee of Nations, and more importantly, to be faithful to those who came before us, who liberated our continent. And so these are our observations as a Trade Secretariat, and we commit today to partner with the school, with yourselves, in whatever, whether it is in commerce, in academia. We have a collective challenge, and that collective challenge is to address the underdevelopment of our continent. Somebody said earlier, about 30 minutes ago, that there are young people dying in the Mediterranean, being buried deep in the oceans of the Mediterranean in search of opportunities in Europe. That should not happen. We have a collective responsibility and an individual responsibility to make sure that the vision of May 1963 doesn't just become a vision, and that the projections of an Africa that is the 8th largest economy in the world with a combined GDP of 16.3 trillion United States dollars by 2050 is not just a projection, that it does indeed become a reality. Finally, I will just note that your responsibility as a young person is not determined by your age or indeed the faculty that you are in. Your responsibility as a young African must be defined by your commitment to serve, whether you serve in academia or indeed in politics. You have a fundamental responsibility, and it must weigh heavy on all our shoulders. And so I want to once again thank the government and the people of Rwanda for having convened us here today. And I hope that when we come back next year, we will assess ourselves on the progress that we would have made, the shortfalls, and what we need to do to correct those shortfalls. So I'm inspired, but I'm also very conscious of the heavy responsibility that lies on all our collective shoulders for us to improve the condition of our continent. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your Excellency Wamkele Mene, I think you can consider the people in this room and those who've been following beyond part of your army across Africa who want to see trade happen across the continent. We are with you. Are we or are we not? I know you guys are tired, but are we or are we not? We are, and we must be, and we must be. Your Excellency Thabo Mbeki, can we please hear from you? Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause as he comes up. Thank you.
I don't know what we are expected to say. But the African School of Governance took an important decision and acted on it to convene us here. and particularly these young people from across our continent. And so we've spent a couple of days here talking to one another. And also those of us who are no longer so young. In what he described Francis as an intergenerational interaction. Now, so during these 2 days, I think both the young and not so young have made many, many suggestions about what is to be done about these very many challenges that all of us have identified on the continent. I would hope, Principal, that somebody has taken note of all of those suggestions made by the presenters, made by the young people who spoke from the floor, other young people who sent in digital messages. I think there's a whole plethora of ideas from across the African continent about what should be done about these many challenges. I'm hoping that the school would have recorded all of that and would find time to go through all of that record in order to say, what are the issues that were discussed? What was suggested? What should we do next? I think a promise was made that this is not a once for all thing, it will come again. So there has to be a matter of minutes and matters arising in our process. So the issues that are raised here should not be just matters that were raised, oh, we had, and it ends there. This thing that Wamkele just said, that out of this interaction there must come some action, some other action. But it needs to be systematic, it needs not to lose what has been said. So that's all I would like to say. Hopefully, we will, all of us who have participated, have a sense of what is then going to be done about all of these important matters that have been raised and discussed here. There's, in that context, there's going to be a bit of a problem, a challenge, which maybe the school might want to look at. Because during the course of our discussion, there are obviously some important issues around the continent that we have not discussed properly. But they remain problems. We didn't discuss Sudan, for instance. And here, these Africans tearing one another apart there. For what reason, I'm not quite sure. We didn't discuss that. We didn't discuss what's happening in Somalia. We didn't discuss what's happening in Libya. There are all of this conflict area. We didn't discuss what is happening in Cameroon. I'm saying I don't know how you would want to deal with that, but start with the problems and the matters that were raised there. But I hope you reflect on what are these other challenges on the continent which are important, never mind that we didn't discuss them, because we must also answer the question, what do we do about them? And I do hope we'll be able to do that, so that indeed as we meet next time, we should be able, that arising from what we discussed last time, these are some of the actions that we've taken. I hope we can do that, so that this thing becomes more than a lovely talk shop, but also an intervention to help to change this continent for the better. But I want to say in the end, thanks to everybody for coming, particularly the young people. I was very, very keen to hear what you've got to say. And I am quite certain that we need this intergenerational compact even more. because there are things you know which I don't know and things I know which you don't know. Therefore, sharing of that knowledge and information and interacting to decide how we act together as Africans, young and old, becomes important. And for that reason, Principal, thank you very much for having all of us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We do not take your time for granted. We do not take your willingness to share your wisdom for granted. We learn from the stories of your own youth. And I think it's really resonated in this room. I can assure you the points you've made around documenting, recording, following up, analyzing, giving feedback, and continuing the loop. And Francis is nodding. This was all planned. So I can assure you that is in the works. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, let us give a warm welcome to the co-founder of the Africa School of Governance, somebody who has overlooked this process and guided this process the whole way through, His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn. Please, the floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, President Mbeki, Vice President Fatima, First Lady Gingos, Prime Minister Mayaki, Honorable Ministers and government leaders, leaders of the international and continental organizations, our partners and supporters, notably the MasterCard Foundation, the government of Rwanda, the African Development Bank, the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, the Better Than Cash Alliance, the CARE Rwanda, Development Bank of Rwanda and Rwanda Air, ASG leaders, faculty and students, young leaders from all across the continent, both in the room and online, distinguished delegates. I am aware that we are inundated with a number of commitment speeches and also our leaders speaking. But this one is the last. As we conclude this inaugural Africa Mindset Reset Forum, allow me first to express deepest appreciation from myself and the African School of Governance Board to the ASG co-founder, His Excellency President Paul Kagame, to the government of Rwanda, and to the great people of Rwanda for their warm hospitality and unwavering commitment to Africa's collective transformation. This has been a perfect environment for this forum. As the African Development Bank president noted yesterday, Rwanda reminds us that we can think beyond the limits of history. We can change our mindsets and deliver a better future. I also extend appreciation to all of our speakers, partners, participants, staff and faculty, and organizers whose energy, wisdom, and dedication have made this gathering a success. Please join me in giving them and all of yourselves a round of applause. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over these 2 days, we have engaged in honest conversations about Africa's future and how to deliver the Africa we want. I know very honest critics like Professor Patrick Lumumba amongst us, and he is also part of the faculty of the ASG. I'm proud of that. We have examined our challenges, but more importantly, explored our possibilities. We have reflected on leadership, institutions, innovation, integration, and the role of citizens in shaping the destiny of our continent. A common message resonated throughout our discussions. Africa's vision of transformation will not be achieved by only policy frameworks alone. It will not be achieved by resources alone. It will also require a fundamental shift in the mindset, a shift in how we see ourselves first, how we lead, how we build institutions, and how we act together. As Her Excellency, the Vice President of Ghana said, beyond an Africa we want, we need to have an Africa that we work for and sacrifice for. We should be ready to sacrifice for our continent. This is why we have challenged ourselves to think within Pan-Africanism as a movement of liberation and unity, and its evolution to Meta-Africanism as a movement of transformation, capability, and collective agency. The question before us is no longer how Africa can be free, but how Africa can become the prosperous, innovative, and confident, and globally consequential force that it is capable of being. We have heard powerful examples that show this future is already taking shape. Continental integration through AfCFTA, African-led financial systems, transformative infrastructure projects, expanding connectivity, and new forms of regional cooperation. These are reminders that Africa is most successful when it believes in the and it puts resources behind its own capacity to create, innovate, and lead. Perhaps one of the most practical gifts this forum leaves us through its knowledge product is the set of mindset shifts that chart the path from where we are to where we are determined to go. Grows over fixed thinking because our capacity is not predetermined. Openness over closure because our best ideas will come from everywhere and belong to everyone. It's not exclusive. Possibility over pessimism because every challenge before us is also an opening, an opportunity. Proactivity over reactivity because we shape our future rather than merely respond to it. Abundance over scarcity because Africa's promise is large enough for all of us rise together if we can increase the pie through value addition. And excellence over mediocrity because our people deserve nothing less than our best. There are not just slogans, these are not just slogans, but habits to be practiced daily by leaders, institutions, businesses, communities, and citizens, old and young alike, until they become who we are. Distinguished leaders, colleagues and friends, sons and daughters, let me close by stressing a few of the key points that have emerged during our discussion so that we may leave here with a clarity and unity of shared purpose going forward. We are all leaders here, and Africa's destiny will be shaped by the choices we make individually, as well as by the mindset we embrace. The intention of this forum was not to be an event. This is instead the first step, the opening chapter of a movement. I repeat, it is a movement. Though through which we aim to build a new generation of purpose-driven and ethical leaders with the mindset and capabilities to drive sustainable development all across the continent. This forum must lead the actionable change rather than philosophical discussion. As we were challenged yesterday, evidence of our ability to deliver on this cannot be answered on this stage. Instead, it must be answered as all of you go forward and take this thinking home into a ministry office, into a classroom, into a boardroom decision, into your businesses and institutions, into your content creation, those of you very powerful with us, and into your daily choices and actions. I therefore invite each of us to become ambassadors of this movement. Let us carry forward the ideas contained in this forum's knowledge product. Let us translate them into action. Let us cultivate the mindset, values, and institutions that Africa's future demands. ASG, as the President promised, is ready to facilitate the networking that makes us to be a community of the movement. And 1 year from now, when we gather again for the next forum, let us not come back simply with new speeches, with our empty pockets, but rather stories of implementation, evidence of practical progress, examples of lives, institutions, and communities transformed. This is part of the mutual accountability that His Excellency President Thabo Mbeki spoke about yesterday. The annual rhythm of this forum will help serve as the ways and means to review our progress over time and continue to strengthen our results. Africa's future will not be determined by what has happened to us, not by our pain, but it will be determined by what we choose to become. Let this forum mark the stock taking and the beginning of the journey and our collective struggle. This is one we must stay with until the Africa we want is achieved. To the young cohort in this forum, you have to earn, no one is freely giving you. You have to struggle to get it, and you have to do that. And you have to organize yourself. Otherwise, you are not a force for a change. I wish you a safe journey back home for those who come outside Rwanda, and an enjoyable days and months and a year from now to meet next time. I thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Excellency. And thank you all for being here. I'm going to finish with some African words of wisdom, but as I go to them, let us think about the years to come. And that one day, if we do the right things in this room, you will be telling your grandchildren, can you imagine I grew up in an Africa with borders? We couldn't trade with each other. We had struggles, it was so expensive to fly, and they'll say, no way, because we'll have an open, prosperous Africa. Let me share some words of African wisdom. The first one is a proverb that says, by the time the fools have learned the game, the players have dispersed. Africa, we have to learn the game, and we have to master the game. But more than that, we have to create our own games and our own pitches and master those. The second one is, if your feet do not walk and your hands do not work, your mouth will not eat. So we have to do the things. We must take action. And action is not just for one group. All of us have a way of doing something to make a difference. The final one. No matter how sharp your teeth are, they cannot chew water. What are we doing and what problem are we solving? Are we doing the right things? And so even as you go away, let each of us in our spaces ask ourselves, are we doing the right things? And collectively, how can we make a difference? I want to thank you all so much for being here. And the final thing as we go, let us remember those who have died for Africa. And I'm remembering Dedan Kimathi of Kenya. And when he died, the day before he was killed, he wrote a letter. And in that letter, he says, I do not fight for Africa, for Kenya. I fight for East Africa and for Africa. This is my vision. And all those others who shed blood, and they could see so much clearer than we can. And so to honor them and our children and grandchildren, let us also see clearer, be smarter, do the right things, be stronger. And ladies and gentlemen, don't lose energy. I know some of you lost energy. Don't lose energy. With that, a round of applause to all of you. Thank you. To our leaders, to the young people, to those watching from far, far away, thank you. And we don't finish until we take pictures together. And so I'm going to just warmly welcome all the front row. Please come to the front. We're going to take a series of pictures. First and foremost, let me welcome the faculty of the African School of Governance to come up and take pictures with our leaders. Thank you, please. Yes. All on the front row. Yes, please, please, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. If we have speakers on the other rows, Charles Onyango Obo, Eric, Dr. Eric, who would like to come as well for this picture, please come forward. Please come forward. Nshuti, if Nshuti must be in this picture if she's in the room. I see some of our speakers who are still on the second row. Yes, yes, please come forward. Please come forward. Thank you. And I'm going to join the picture as well. Okay, we have another group. Please, for the VIPs, don't leave and the speakers don't leave. Can I ask the students of ASG, students of the African School of Governance, please come forward very, very quickly with that energy and vigor I was talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I will. Yes, I'll try. Let me try. Go ahead. But go into this one as well. No, you're a speaker. So you were a speaker. Go ahead.